Welcome back to With the First Pick. We are 1 week out from the 2026 NFL Draft, and to celebrate, what better way to do it? A live 7-round mock draft, all 257 picks. We're going to have just about everybody and the brother that works at CBS Sports to help us out with this thing. If you're watching live, go ahead and get in that chat because we want to know your thoughts about players that you think we should target when your team is on the clock, about some picks that maybe we made that you love, maybe some ones that you didn't love so much, and why you think Pete Prisco hates your team more than 31 others. All right, I'm Ryan Wilson. As always, I'm joined by former Titans GM Rand Carthon. And Rand, to get round one going here, we're getting the band back together from the Indy Combine, two-time Super Bowl champ, Brian McFadden, and the aforementioned Mr. Pete Prisco, who is dressed up like Dr. Death. So he must be about to make some serious things happen here. More than 30 years of NFL experience. Pete, are you locked in?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready for this thing to be over with next week. How about that?
Hey, B-Mac, give us a ray of sunshine because you are the eternal optimist, and we need a little bit of that here to get going.
We need to come up with a name for this crew.
I mean, I like the Four Horsemen. I want to be Ric Flair.
Think about it.
How you come in hot like that? Just I'm Ric Flair.
Well, you said it. We needed it's four of us. I mean, heck, I think Pete could be R. Anderson. He was always mad.
No comment for
Are we
Pete.
going original?
Well, you know what? Well, you know
Yes,
what's funny? 'Cause I
original.
hear everybody else, but I don't hear B-Mac.
Oh, you can't hear B-Mac? All right, you won out for that. All right, producer Striker, get on that. Let's get this thing going. B-Mac has the first pick, and this won't take him too long, I don't think, unless B-Mac has something up his sleeve. And unless producer Striker tells me otherwise, since we're doing 7 rounds over several hours live, we're not going to be doing trades. So unless something crazy happens, we're just going chalk in terms of the picks 1 through 257. So Brian McFadden, I'm going to call you by your full name here. You're not doing anything crazy here, are you, sir?
Nothing crazy at all. Clearly, Pete is having some audio issues with me, but he does not need to hear me make this selection for the Las Vegas Raiders. I'm going chalk. It's been the worst kept secret since December. When you look at the collegiate football season, Fernando Mendoza is the selection for the Las Vegas Raiders. I understand they brought in Kirk Cousins, but best case scenario, Kirk Cousins is a Band-Aid. When you look at the long-term future for the organization, is Fernando Mendoza. So Fernando Mendoza is the first overall selection for the Las Vegas Raiders.
All right. Pete, you didn't hear B-Mac say this earlier, but he says our nickname should be the Four Horsemen. So, and he called you Arn Anderson because you're angry. You can weigh in on that as you so choose. But you're currently on the clock. You're picking for the Fighting Rick Spielmans, which are also known as the Jets. What did Rick tell you to do here?
You know what I should do? I should put my feet up on the desk and take my shoes off like Rick Spielman does and make this pick. And I'm going to take David Bailey. I think when you look at the makeup of these defensive linemen, I think Bailey is the most ready to play. I think he's the twitchiest of them all. He's a little bit better against the run. I went back and watched more stuff on him. He's a little better against the run than I thought he was. He's never going to be dynamic against the run, but he is dynamic as an edge rusher. So I'll take Bailey in this spot.
All right, Rand, it just occurred to me that last year we did the 7-round mock draft, and this is the same crew we had together in round 1. But I think this was your first introduction to Pete. So, number 1, you've had 12 months of Pete. How's that gone? And then number 2, you're picking for the Cardinals here at 3.
Well, you said 12 months of Pete is 12 months too much. But nah, man, for real talk, man, Pete is my dude. We give each other ish all the time, but Pete is my guy. I don't care what you've told me about him, what B-Max told me about him, or even Rick at that point. Pete's my guy. But B-Mac called himself Ric Flair, called Pete Arn Anderson. I guess I'll be Ole Anderson, one of the original Four Horsemen members, which leaves you to be a Tully Blanchard, Ryan, which means you're replaceable. So,
hey, gotta own it.
You know, I mean, looking at this Arizona Cardinals team, you can go a myriad of ways. You could go CeCe Mauanoa at right tackle, but they just signed Elijah Wilkinson. You can go running back here, right? They signed Tyler Algier. You don't know where things will be with James Conner returning, but in this Mike LaFleur offense, you don't need to go this high for a running back right now. So I'm going to get the next best player or one of the best players left on the board to help shore up this defense and go Arvell Reese. I think he'll be a versatile chess piece for them in this defense. Just being able to get them in and out of spots. And if you know anything about this division, you better have people on defense that can make plays because people in this division can score a lot of points.
Man, I love that pick. It also makes my job a lot easier because Pete was just belly aching about the Titans taking a running back at 4. I was thinking long and hard about Arvell Reese. Sonny Styles is an option here. The only issue is, and this is and I'll ask B-Mac because he's the most reasonable one of the bunch here. Who gives you more bang for the buck next year? Sonny Styles or Jeremiah Love in Tennessee, B-Mac?
I know we got Pete who's on this chat as well, and he hates running backs. I don't want to say hate, but he doesn't see the value. But for me, I think it's Jeremiah Love. Because if you want to see growth from your second-year quarterback, the franchise guy in Cam Ward, go get him the best offensive weapon in the draft. A 3-down running back who can impact on all 3 downs, not just in terms of running the football, but catching the football. Just look at the value that Christian McCaffrey brings to the San Francisco 49ers in Brock Purdy. Look at the value that Jahmyr Gibbs has brought to Detroit. Look at the value that Bijan Robinson has brought to Atlanta in terms of their offensive structure. I think talent-wise, Jeremiah Love could have the same impact, in my opinion. And I know Ram has ties to the Tennessee Titans based on the new head coach there with him being in San Francisco. But and he made valid points, talking about Sonny Styles. But I look at the future. It's the franchise quarterback. Which player makes him a better quarterback, in my opinion? And they spent a lot of money to improve the defense via free agency. So that's just my personal thought about it. We have to see how it goes for you making the pick for the Titans.
Pete, basically, B-Mac said, look at Christian McCaffrey, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Bijan. So I'll give you 30 seconds, and I'm going to make my pick.
Here, where's my bobblehead? It's way back here. See, here, I reach behind me and pull a running back off the shelf. That's what you do. Pull a running back off the shelf, off the shelf, off the shelf. Look, in 5 years, we don't know what he's going to be. He's a really good player, but me and Rand have talked about this. I'm not so sure he makes people, miss at the point, and that's always a concern for me. I wouldn't take him in this spot. I would take somebody else, but I would not take the running back.
Rand, you want to weigh in before you make it official?
No, I mean, everybody makes valid points, right? And the reason why I've been saying what I said about Sonny Styles is I don't think it's as clean as just saying the Titans are taking Jeremiah Love at 4 and they're moving on. It's not that clean. And so that's why I wanted to draw, just bring those points to the table about Sonny Styles. Listen, we're making all these points about adding and helping Cam Ward, right? And that is very true, but you got to remember it's a defensive-minded head coach. And the one thing that he is supposed to be bringing to this team is a defense. And in order for his defense to click and to work, he needs that 3 technique, he needs those guys on the edge, and he needs that Mike linebacker, which is a superhero in this defense.
And to Ryan's point, real quick, Ryan, it's not easy. No question. It shouldn't be easy because both players are great in terms of what they've done playing on Saturday. So I agree with you. It shouldn't be easy. Either player, in my opinion, makes the Tennessee Titans better. But luckily for us, we're not actually in the war room making the selection. So we see how it plays out.
Yeah. The tiebreaker for me is this. I know that Pete loves Jadarian Price a lot, and we could have that conversation when we get down to should you take Jadarian Price in the second and Sonny Styles here. The linebacker class is so deep that I'm taking Jeremiah Love here to help out Cam right away. And then if Robert Saleh is good at getting the defense going, he can get the defense going with picks in the subsequent round. So that's where I'm going for now. And Pete, I've opened things up for you in terms of Sonny Styles being available. Right now, however, B-Mac, you are the New York Football Giants.
New York Football Giants. I just talked about wanting to see growth from your second-year quarterback with the Tennessee Titans and Cam Ward. I have the same vision for the New York Giants here at 5. Bringing in a player that can help the growth of their second-year quarterback in Jackson Dart, making him comfortable for him to be at his best. So I have the New York Giants at 5 selecting CeCe Mauigoa. And the thing I love about CeCe Mauigoa, I watched the interview that he did with you guys, right, down at the Pro Day in Miami, Ryan and Rand. And I can't remember which one of you asked him the question about what would be his preferred position. But I do remember his answer. He said, there's 5 spots on the offensive line. It's my job to go get one of those 5 spots. So hearing that, it tells me the versatility and the flexibility that he has, even though the Giants did bring back Jermaine at the right tackle. I think it's a 3-year extension, it's a 3-year deal, something like that. Yeah. We know they have Andrew Thomas at the left tackle, but I'm visualizing CeCe going at that right guard spot. Instantly, you improve the entire offensive structure. For such a long time, that has been the weak spot for the New York Giants, the offensive line. But now bringing in a guy with his mentality, his physical nature. I mean, he's a mauler and he loves the game and he can care less where he plays. And he has the size to be able to be impactful inside. I like CC at 5.
Yeah, and Rand did ask that question, so I'll give Rand credit for that. And CC answered the question exactly like you want to. I love this. Our buddy Scott Riley, who we work with, who's the biggest Giants fan on planet Earth, likes the pick. It's not a sexy pick, but he understands from a Giants fan's perspective why it makes sense. There's just so much PTSD with the Giants taking these offensive linemen early, but I feel like Malno is going to be the exception. Pete, you can weigh in on that as you also make your pick for the Fighting Todd Munkins, the Cleveland Browns here, because you're now on the clock.
Well, I don't like that pick at all, I'll be honest with you. I think he's a guard. I think he's going to be a guard. He also has some back issues. That's a concern. I know he checked out, but anytime you hear back and offensive lineman, it's always a worry. So I wouldn't take him in that spot. But again, could the Giants do it? Absolutely. I don't think there's any question about that. And we're trying to figure out what they're going to do, right? Not what we would do, because I wouldn't do that in that spot. Okay. And again, I'm in my pick now, right at number 6. I have the Cleveland Browns. And I'm sitting there, and if I'm the Cleveland Browns, do I really want to take this guy? Because this is who I think they're going to take. The answer to that question is no. I wouldn't take Monroe Freeling at number 6. I just don't think he's that type of player. But when you look at what they need a left tackle. And when you need a left tackle, there's really only one guy that's a prototypical left tackle this early in the draft. I think the kid at Utah, who might end up being a better player, is going to be a better left tackle. But I think they're going to take Monroe Freeling here, a guy I would not take in this spot, by the way.
I mean, you can take, if you want to buck the system, Pete, you can also do that. I understand what you're saying, but don't feel obligated to do what your boss
we're
knows.
trying to figure out what they're going to do, right? Not what they should do. What they should do. You've already ruined that by taking Love at number 4.
Wait a minute. I know Pete. I don't know if he can hear me or not, but I think Love could go 4 to the Giants. To the Titans. And I do like the logic of taking a lineman at Cleveland. I don't think Monroe is going top 10. To Ryan's point, Spencer Fanu. I think if they're taking an offensive lineman, I think Spencer will probably be the more comfortable pick. But I like the O-line thought process to improve the depth concerns there in Cleveland. But I think Spencer is more worthy of a top 10 pick than Monroe. You have to see how it plays out.
Let me say this to defend my guy Pete. I think they'll be more in the market for a left tackle than a right tackle, right? Because Spencer Fano is a right tackle. He was moved from left tackle for Caleb Lomu and has played right tackle. And they did trade for Austin Howard from Houston and gave him an extension, which is in the line of what these guys are making on the edge. So Austin Howard is likely going to be the right tackle. Now, he's played some guard in his career, and we'll see how they ultimately shake out. But I think if they're going tackle, they're going to go more to the left tackle variety than they would a right tackle.
But also, too, Ray, we got to remember, he's played left tackle, so it's not unfamiliar territory.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. No question the left side of the line is the biggest necessity. And I can see them going either direction. But I think Monroe, for me, I don't see him being a top 6 pick. It could happen. I don't know. Chat, let us know what you think. What are your thoughts? But I don't see Monroe going that high.
Pete, B-Mac agrees with you. He doesn't think Monroe goes that high. He likes the idea of offensive line there just to keep you up to speed. The other thing is shout out to Austin Howard, just so people don't get after you, Rand. Titus Howard is who they got.
Well, Titus Howard, my bad.
No, that's okay. Austin's 40 years old, so shout out to Austin if he's still playing and making that sort of money. He deserves it. All right, next up, Mr. Rand, you were on the clock. You are the Washington Commanders. And this will be interesting because Jeremiah Love's off the board there. Pete, let me ask you quickly. Jeremiah Love okay at 7 if he's there or no?
Well, you look at the way the Commanders are made up and what they're trying to do. I think he would be okay at 7. I wouldn't take him there, but I think he would be a much easier pick than he is at number 4.
Okay. All right. That's a little something. What do you got, Rand?
So, this is a tough one to be in for the Washington Commanders. I did a mock draft the other day where I took Caleb Downs at number 7 for the Washington Commanders because I thought he would just fit what that eraser mode that they look for in this defense. And he's a culture changer. They need to have guys in that building that's going to help be a part of changing the culture of that organization. And they're on the right track, obviously, with Dan Quinn as the head coach. But then also in that mock draft we did, Sonny Styles was already gone. So for those same reasons that I talked about Sonny Styles fitting in what Robert Saleh wants to do in Tennessee, he learned the defense under Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn was the coordinator and Robert Saleh was the quality control coach on that staff. And if you look at the makeup of the Washington Commanders linebacker core right now, you have Frankie Louvu and you have Leo Chenal, who they just signed as a free agent. Neither of these guys are space coverage type players. And so for pick number 7 for the Washington Commanders, I'm going to take Sonny Styles.
That's a good pick. I'll just speak for Pete and say that's an A. You give him an A on that, Pete?
Oh, that's an A+. He's going to end up being the best defensive player in this draft.
Okay. All right. No pushback from here. That's a good pick. It's almost like you've done this before, Rand. All right, next up, I'm picking for the New Orleans Saints. If David Bailey were there, I'd give some consideration. I know the fans in New Orleans are down on that. What's my motto, Rand?
Don't overthink it.
Carnell Tate, come on down. Let's roll with Carnell Tate. They have Chris Olave, who has battled injuries, but he's the number 1, of course. And the conversation is whether Carnell's a 1A or a 2 even. I'm okay with him being a 2 to Chris Olave because they don't have a lot after that. Saints fans, you can let me know if you wanted someone else here, but I feel like this fills the biggest need, the quickest. All right, next up, B-Mac, you are the Kansas City Chiefs, somehow picking 9.
Yes, picking now 9, unfamiliar territory for the Chiefs. For me, it's defense. They lost both starting corners from a year ago. So I have the Kansas City Chiefs at 9, taking Mansour Delane, talented cornerback from LSU. This is a huge need, not to mention the value that he has as the player that he is. And I love the flexibility, potentially be an inside or outside guy. We saw him mostly playing outside throughout his time in Baton Rouge. But I think the flexibility is there. And like I said, you lost both starting corners from a year ago, playing against quarterbacks like Justin Herbert twice a year, Bo Nix twice a year. You better have some guys that can cover guys in the back end. And I think he instantly improves the secondary with his versatility and skill set.
Yeah, I love this pick. He's such a good player. And he actually ran faster at his pro day than we thought. He ran I think he ran 4.4s, maybe sub 4.4. And then, of course, Jermod McCoy did the same thing. All right, Pete, you're the Cincinnati Bengals at number 10. This one feels like a layup to me, but I'll be interested to see what you do.
Who did he pick? I can't hear him. So who did he pick?
Oh, right. Yeah, that's part of the game. He took Mansour Delane. Sorry.
Okay. I like that pick. I think that's a really good pick. I'd probably have gone defensive line there and come back and got a corner later in the draft. That's probably what I would have done. No offense, B-Mac, but I do like him as a player. I'm sitting here. I'm going to take Downs. Look, do I want to take the safety in this spot? Probably not. But I will take Downs here. Local kid. You put him on the field. You could make him a chess piece. So I'm taking Downs here. Again, would I do it? No, but this is what I think they would do in this scenario.
And by the way, guys, this is how Pete hedges. So when he gets called out on it later, this isn't what I would have done. This is what someone else would have done. And then if it hits,
there's difference. There's a difference between a mock that you're trying to get the picks right, a predictive mock, and what you would do. And I wouldn't do half the things that people in the league do, but they do it. And I think they're going to take Downs here.
So answer me this, Pete. Who would Pete Prisco take here?
Yeah,
I would take Bain.
Okay.
I would take Bain.
Put a pin in it, and we'll revisit it in 3 years, and then you can celebrate if both those guys end up being good because you got it coming and going. All right, Miami Dolphins, South Florida, represent Rand, crib, or whatever you like to call it. What are you going to do here?
Hey, man, this is, and I think I just said this before, this is a tough spot for the Dolphins to be in at 11 because you've heard their GM say that we're going to build this thing from the inside out. Right. And I think everyone is leaning on that. We're going to build from the inside out. But I also know from the Dolphins standpoint is they're in the business of getting good players and they need as many good players as possible. And they're going to have players that they're going to put out on the field very early in terms of young guys that need to make an impact. And so I'm looking the initial thought, and I didn't know if any of these offensive linemen would be available. But when you look at the makeup of this team and you say, where can guys fit, right? And I don't know where people feel about Spencer Fano in terms of playing right guard. I think if they're running Bobby Slowick's system, which is going to be the outside zone system, I think he could play right guard in that system. But I also think they need to just be able to protect Malik Willis and give him a shot. And so I think at pick 11, the Miami Dolphins take Spencer Fano, offensive lineman from Utah.
I actually like that pick a lot. I like it for a couple reasons, for the reasons you laid out, Rand, but also Dallas Cowboys going to the Super Bowl because I'm about to crush this number 12 pick. Pete, just for fun, who would you take here? I know who I'm taking. I already turned in the card.
I would take Bain.
Yep, Ruben Bain it is. Any pushback to this, Rand? Because we've had the conversations about arm length and all this stuff.
No, I mean, here's the thing, and like I told you guys, and like I told Ruben, I've probably been the most critical of Ruben Bain than most people, right? And I had to come around. And so the arm length thing, it is what it is. But the one thing I know that he has that you can't teach and he'll always be able to have is power. And whether he has the arm length to create the separation or not, if he's able to get into these guys' body, he can transition speed to power. And he has the ability to rush inside.
Hey,
but
real
the
quick
other part of that equation, though, too, Ryan, is they're changing their defense, and he's going to be standing up in that defense. He's not going to be having. You remember, they're going to play with those guys standing up in a lot of situations, so that'll be an adjustment for him. But I think he can become one of those power guys that can stand up and rush, and then you just got to adjust to him playing in coverage a little bit. But I do think this would be the pick. They have to get pass rush help. He makes all the sense in the world. I'm with you, Rand. I've come around on him. I think he's a violent, tough, nasty player. And again, we get too caught up in the numbers. Sometimes you just put the tape on and watch a guy play football.
Hey, Ryan, real quick, could you communicate this to Pete since he can't hear me? Do you guys have any concerns with Ruben not doing the bench press?
Oh, here we go, Pete. B-Mac had the nerve to text me and Rand. He said that he didn't think that Ruben Bain was powerful enough because he didn't work out in the pre-draft process. He didn't run or lift weights. So
no, I'm talking. I'm talking.
Give me a break. I mean, look,
hold on, wait.
Watch the tape.
Hold on, one second, Pete.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I understand. Big guys are not running like how they used to run. Okay, cool. Right? So you get no 40, you get no vertical. Okay, cool. I don't even know he did a 3-cone. Right? Okay, cool. But in terms of the bench press, when you know you're strong and that can actually help elevate you, you do it. That's all I'm saying. One thing we know about this pre-draft process, fast guys run, strong guys lift. And I'm not saying that he's not strong when it comes to the 225. I'm not saying that. I'm just asking a question because I was a bit surprised. And Ryan, you were too, when I asked you what was his bench number. You like, wait a minute, he didn't bench? I didn't know that. No one knew that. So I'm just asking because he is a D lineman. He will be in the trenches. I'm just asking a question.
Let me start. Let me start before we cut Pete loose on B-Mac right real quick.
Ryan, it's just a question. I just asked a question. That's all.
I know, but you gonna get this work, B-Mac, from Pete. It's coming. I'm just putting it out there. Here's what I'll say. No one is going to question whether Ruben Bain is strong or not. Right? Because if he goes and he benches 225 34 times, what did we learn? Absolutely nothing. It'll just confirm that, oh, yeah, we knew he was powerful. But if he goes and he only does it 14 times, then it creates more talk, more fodder. You know what I mean? So again, he has nothing to prove. Turn on the tape and watch me lift people. Watch me use my hump move and knock these 300-pound guys to a gap over. So to me, look at the tape. He's plenty strong.
Let me ask you, and Pete, you can answer it. B-Mac's point, just not to throw him under the bus for you, Pete, because since you can't hear him, is that if fast guys run and strong guys lift. So why are you at all concerned that he chose not to do the bench press?
I bet if you threw him in there and you had him squat, he'd be happy to do it. That's where his power comes from. His power comes from his lower body.
Yes.
Have you watched him? I mean, everything he has is coming from down low.
Yes.
Look, and plus he has short arms. He'd probably do a lot in the bench press. I'm not worried about his strength at all. The tape shows a powerful, powerful football player. Of all the concerns about him, power isn't one of them. Strength isn't one of them. What is a concern is twitchiness. And is he twitchy enough on the next level? But power, B-Mac, that sounds like a bitter Florida State guy to me.
No. I'm just going off of the thing I'm talking about for me, right? Based on the previous D linemen that we've seen, when you look at the Jared Verses of the world or whoever, when you look at the guys I played with, right? When you look at Lamar Willie, who I compare Ruben Bain to when you talk about the measurables, right? Lamar Willie was a 4.3 guy. People was concerned about the athleticism or the lack thereof, the play in space, like he's going to do if he goes to Dallas. Lamar ran, Lamar lift. That's and where was Lamar Willie's power? His lower half, but he also showed the ability because he wasn't a twitchy guy that I have the upper body strength to be able to play bully ball if I need be, because I'm not a twitchy guy. I'm not going to beat you with speed. That never was Lamar Woodley's game. He was a powerful guy, lower half and upper body. So that's all I'm asking. And now we're living in a world too, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, our former GM Rand, where D linemen, if you do 225 20 times or 18 times, you're not looked upon as being weak. That's like almost a norm now for defensive linemen. So all I was just asking for him not doing it, I was just asking him, how do you guys consider that? That's all. Because if you're a D lineman and you know you can go get it 25 or 26 times, no question. I'm going to go ahead and give you something. But if I'm a bit concerned that I might give you 12, 13, then to Rand's point, you give us something to talk about. That's all I'm saying.
All listen, right, I know our buddy Lige is watching. Lige, jump in the chat.
I'm just saying, it's just a question.
Jump in the chat, Lige.
All right, let's get this thing going because we're going to be here.
Tell Lige jump in because he played D-line. Tell Lige jump in for us in the chat.
So, Pete, just to finish up before we let B-Mac pick here for the Rams, he was comparing his comp for Ruben is Lamar Woodley, who obviously B-Mac played with back in the day. I think he was second-round pick in 07, I believe. And he did everything. But that was, to be fair, that was a different time where everybody did everything, and now people just do what they want to do. But I think
Lamar had to because he didn't have the draft leverage coming into,
Watch the tape. That's all you have to do.
Watch the tape. That's all we got to do. All right. Listen, B-Mac, you're picking 13 for the Rams. There's been a little buzz about Omar Cooper Jr. Mekhi Lemon's still there. I will just say this. Devontae Adams and Puka Nakua's contracts are up after the 2026 season. That obviously may change, but for now, that is what we're working with. So what are you doing?
Man, if this actually happened for the Rams, the entire board is open. When you talk about the wide receivers available, I really felt like potentially, and I understand there's some concerns health-wise with Jordan Tyson, that he could have been off the board. And when you watch Jordan Tyson, when he's healthy, I think he's one of the best receivers, the best receiver in this draft when you look at everything that he provides, right? Separation, big playability, catch radius, 50-50 balls. He has it, and he's been coached the right way. He's actually impactful in the running game in terms of blocking. So for me, the pick for me, based on health, a clean bill of health, hopefully the medical staff they've done their due diligence. I have Jordan Tyson going here to the Rams. Overall football player that happens to play the wide receiver position. He fits what Sean McVay looks for in his pass catchers that are wide receivers in that offense. So Jordan Tyson
here's the thing, B-Mac. You mentioned Arizona State, and now Pete can suddenly hear you. Is that right, Pete?
Yeah, I do hear him. I hear him now. I fixed it.
All right.
There's no help from Stryker either. I fixed it myself. There you go. Sun Devils, baby. Sun Devils. And I will say this. Devontae Adams will be playing his last year no matter what in Arizona. Okay. I mean, with the Rams, because you look at his contract, it's a bloated number. He's gone. So they have to get a younger receiver. I agree with this 100%.
Wow.
I love Tyson. I think Tyson, from a playing standpoint, might be the best receiver in this draft. The problem is he hadn't been on the field. I mean, I sat in Georgia and watched them play Texas last year in the playoffs. Was he on the field? No. Was he on the field a lot this year? No. That's always concerning. So I get it, B-Mac. The Rams need a receiver. He might be the best receiver in his class, but there are questions about him.
All right, Pete, you're Eric Acosta. You guys got Eric DeCosta, excuse me. You guys got the same haircut. Ravens are here. This feels like a layup pick to me.
Yeah, I'm taking the guard from Penn State. You say his name. It's easier for you to say than it is for me. But
Ioane.
Yeah, I'm taking him. Yeah, boy, yeah, there you go. To me, he's the cleanest offensive lineman in this draft. He's the best offensive lineman in this draft. He is a nasty, nasty player. You plug in, you play him. They've had problems at guard. One of the reasons they haven't been as good the last couple of years, their guards haven't been as good. Well, they're going to have new guards this year. If you draft him, he's going to be a plug-and-play starter. I love this pick for the Ravens. It's vintage. You get back to running the football the way you did a couple of years ago with Derrick Henry.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine him falling this far because he's so good, but he does play guard. And I saw you tweet about it earlier.
He's a guard.
Yeah. All right. Rand, you are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Stryker, I don't know if you have the Todd Bowles clip. Now's the time to play it if you do. That was so much fun. In the meantime. Oh, play it one more time. I was talking. Do it again. All right. Rand, Kenyon Sadiq is a popular selection here. You and I and Pete's even talked about this seems kind of high for me, but you tell me what you want to do.
Listen, I recognize the physical traits of Kenyon Sadiq. You know, even for an undersized guy, his willingness, his toughness to try to block. and the 4.38 speed. You know, it all looks good on the card. I just don't think he played that fast or was that impactful. Pete, what was your take on Kenyon Sadiq?
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. Looks the part. The numbers are great. Everything's there. You put on the tape and you go, well, I want more. I wanted to see more. So
And
yeah,
I
I'm with
was
you on that one.
and I was go ahead,
Rand,
B-Mac.
I saw him in person in the playoff game against Indiana. And when he walks on the football field, no question, he looks like a machine. But he doesn't play 4.4, 4.3 fast. For some reason, I don't know if it's more of a processing thing, but you didn't see what he did in Indy. And I think that's why so many people were surprised and talking about him, because he surprised all of us with that speed. Because when you watch him, really, really good player, but you don't see the explosive nature and the overall speed when he plays in pads. So I agree with Pete as well.
Yeah, and so for me, I'm looking at this tight end class as a whole, and I've been talking about it for the last week. I don't think we're giving this tight end class enough credit for the depth that's there in terms of pass catchers. And I think there are other players in this class at the tight end position that can give you similar production in terms of taking a tight end this high. And still looking at this team, looking at this defense and what they need. I mean, if they had to roll out on the field right now, they're starting outside backers in their 3-4 system will be Al-Qadim Muhammad and Yaya Diaby. And so you need people that's going to be able to get after them. This was one of the Achilles heels for this team last year, was that they weren't able to get guys off the edge. So for me, although I still think this guy will be a terror rushing inside, I do think he has, and I've been going back and forth on whether he has enough juice off the edge to threaten. I just know if you have this guy on your team, he's going to find a way to get to the quarterback. So I'm going with Akeem Mesidor, edge, University of Miami.
Love it. And I will say this, when we did our perfect mock draft for all 32 teams, I think the Buccaneers fans were the happiest with the thing that we did. A lot of fans could be a fickle bunch, but they loved Akeem Mesidor in the first round. So Rand doubling down on that. Good for you. All right, Pete, you picked for the Fighting Rick Spielman's David Bailey at number 2. Now the Jets are again back on the clock. This feels like you're getting a bunch of layups, man. This is crazy to me.
Where's the layup? Who do you think's the layup? I'm just curious to think.
I would take Mekhi Lemon here in a heartbeat.
I'm going to take Mekhi Lemon. I was just curious to think if you thought Ty Simpson was the layup, because there's some thought out there that Ty Simpson could be the pick here, and I don't think that's the case. I think if you're the New York Jets, Mekhi Lemon should be the pick. They need to get more weapons. When you look at the way they're constructed on the outside, they just don't have enough weapons to go with Garrett Wilson. Get another weapon. Mekhi Lemon can go on the inside because he played mostly the slot, almost strictly the slot. And I think he can become a dynamic player on the interior of that offense. So you get Jason Taylor's kid. Mason Taylor's going to be a good player at tight end. Now you get Garrett Wilson, and you add Mekhi Lemon to it. I love this. I think it'd be a great pick for him.
RB Mack, you biting some kneecaps for the Dan Campbells here. Detroit Lions on the clock. There's been a lot of buzz about potentially a certain left tackle going there. What are you thinking here for Detroit?
Yeah, when Detroit was, I don't want to say at their best, but when their offense was at their best being consistent, the offensive line was the strength of their offense, right? And we saw some injuries derail some of that success, and they got to get back to playing bully ball, getting guys that are intimidators, guys that can move other men against their will. So I have the Detroit Lions selecting left tackle Caden Proctor. And the big if with him is about weight. I really believe they have the structure in place in terms of veteran leadership within the O-line room, along with the coaching staff, that can keep him in check in terms of that focus and being dialed in when it comes to his weight. But I love Caden Proctor at this spot for the Detroit Lions, and clearly this offensive line, especially the left side, they have some concerns. So Caden Proctor is the pick for the Detroit Lions at 17.
Rand, we've talked a lot about Caden's weight in particular. 17, Phil, you okay with this range coming off, and perhaps Dan Campbell being the guy to keep him in line weight-wise?
I mean, yeah, but I also think that if Monroe Freeling were to be available, if everyone sees Monroe Freeling like we were here, I think he's a cleaner, easier pick for Detroit. The thing is with Detroit, and they've talked about it in terms of Penei Sewell being ready to move over to left. And I get it, and I agree that Penei Sewell is going to ball wherever he goes. But at this point, why would you want to move him when he's been so dominant? And soon Lane Johnson will be gone, and he's arguably the best right tackle in the league right now. Why would you want to restart a process when your number one goal is to protect your quarterback?
Yep. No, I agree with that. All right, Pete. Minnesota Vikings. I mean, they have Kyler Murray. I don't know if Ty Simpson's an option for you here if you're out on JJ McCarthy, but obviously they have bigger needs, probably along the defensive line. Maybe. What are you thinking?
This one's going to surprise some people, but I think when you look at the way they're constructed right now and talking to people around that team a little bit, I think it makes sense. He didn't play as well last year, but 2 years ago, top 10 talk. Peter Woods from Clemson. I think when you look at his 2024 tape, it makes all the sense in the world. Now, there's some talk here of taking a safety and replacing Harrison Smith, and you take the kid from Oregon, Thieneman, but I don't think you do that. I think you take big people. There's only so many big people that can play the game. And remember, they're 2 free agent signings from a year ago. They're gone. So you need a defensive tackle in there, and I think Peter Woods would make all the sense in the world. I think he's being undervalued around the draft culture, and maybe you're hearing more and more from inside the league that he's being a guy that could go higher than people expect.
Yeah, Rand and I spent a lot of time talking about Peter Woods over the summer. And to your point, Pete, nobody, and I know you're not a huge Blake Miller guy, but I think Blake Miller probably had the best season among the guys that came out of Clemson this year, but a lot of those guys had down years. But as Rand likes to say, that does not mean they still cannot play football. Rand?
One quick thing on Peter Woods. He gained, I was told he decided he wanted to get a little bigger last year on his own and gained some pounds. Not bad weight, but he got heavier and he didn't play as well. And now I think he realizes he's back down to his old weight. And I think that'll help him.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. All right, you're the Carolina.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm Pete. I love it. I consider taking him at 11 for the Dolphins. And just looking at, I know that they went with Kenneth Grant a couple years ago and may not have gotten that production out of him. And if the scheme that Jeff Hafley is going to run, he needs that 3 technique that's going to be able to get off and attack. And I could see him going 11 there to the Dolphins and being able to start building that defense and getting the right pieces. But for the Carolina Panthers, I know there's going to be, especially with a guy like Caleb Lomu staring us in the face, a developmental upside, and especially because Ike Ekwonu had such a devastating injury and is expected to miss, but they did sign Rasheed Walker to a 1-year deal who will probably fill in at the left tackle. A lot of talk has been talked about adding weapons for Bryce Young, and I don't necessarily, and this is just me, so people in the chat, don't kill me. It's my opinion. You have your opinion, and I don't bother you with yours. But in terms of adding more weapons for Bryce Young, but I want to address the defense. They spent some good money on the defense, adding Devin Lloyd and Jalen Phillips. And so for me right here, they don't have a guy on that back end that is going to create turnovers and be able to go get the football and create those possessions for Bryce Young with a shorter field. So for right here at pick number 19, I'm taking my man E-Man from Toledo, free safety.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren out of Toledo. And, man, he's a good player. And I know that Dylan Thieneman's been getting some run lately. Maybe it's a top 15 pick. I like E-Man a little better. They're both fantastic football players, but E-Man is long, can play the back half, and he can come downhill and pop you in the mouth for sure. Guys, I'm up for the Dallas Cowboys. I cannot tell you this team. Pete, I'm going to give you the over-under win totals after I draft this player here, and you tell me if it's over or under. I'm taking Jermod McCoy, who would have been cornerback 1 in this class, and I'll get B-Mac's thought on if he agrees with that in a second, if he had not been hurt. So we got Reuben Bain Jr. We got Jermod McCoy. Pete, the over-under win total for Ryan Wilson is 11.5.
Yeah, I think they're going to get to that. I really do. I think they're going to be really good on the offensive line. I think if they stay healthy at receiver and everybody can throw the football around the way they can, they're going to score a lot of points. And if you improve that defense, and I think they will, getting a new defensive coordinator, new defensive style, adding those pieces to the defense, heck, that team, and let's not forget, Ravel last year got hurt. He came off an injury. He's back too. I think they're going to be a much better team. I think they push for the division title. How about that?
I don't disagree with you. We know that there's some stuff going on in Philly, and they're trying to figure that out. Maybe Sean Maine is great. We'll find out. B-Mac, Jermod McCoy, cornerback 1, had he been healthy this year?
No question. I think his 2024 tape is hotter than any other cornerback that was healthy in 2025. When you look at what he did in 2024, 4 interceptions, 7 PBUs. He followed Jeremiah Smith in that playoff game where Tennessee lost to Ohio State. You don't usually see that. Even from the high-level cornerbacks, you don't see guys following, traveling with opposing elite wide receivers, but he stood up to the task. You know, Jeremiah made some plays and he made some plays. And I know there's still some concerns. I don't know how clean or dirty these rumors are about where his knee is today. But yeah, I think because he didn't play one down, it hurts his chances to be the first corner to come off the board. But if you're the Dallas Cowboys and you can go get him and he's here, yes, I think he will be a day starter, pertaining he has really, really good health. And, you know, my comp for him was J.C. Horn. So I love this pick. And I second everything Pete said about the Cowboys. I think this could be their year. I understand we hear this from Cowboy fans year in and year out since, you know, 99. This is their year. This is the year. I think talent-wise and the structure they have in place, along with improving their defense, this actually could be their year to really, you know, flip some tables over, especially in the division and in the NFC.
I'll just say this. If Jerron McCoy concerns about his knee, if it's 85%, he ran a 4.38. So I don't want to know what it looks like when it's 100%.
Yes.
Hey, Pete, let me let you guess what B-Mac's going to do here as the Steelers at 21. Is he taking Ty Simpson or do you think he goes somewhere else?
He's going somewhere else. He's not taking Ty Simpson. Because you know why? B-Mac's smart. You know what he's going to do? He's going to pass on the quarterback. He's going to play with Aaron Rodgers this year. And we already heard, remember at the Combine, how he thinks Will Howard's the greatest thing in the world. So then he'll come back into the draft next year and get one.
All right, B-Mac, what are you doing?
Well, Pete is right. I'm not taking Ty Simpson here. Ty Simpson is not going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21. Look at the board. You look at what could help their team in terms of whoever the quarterback is become more consistent and be able to sustain success, not just in September and October. What about December, January? Go get me a guy who's mature football-wise. He understands the ability and the way to create separation. I'm going Omar Cooper here. I'm going Omar Cooper. Now, it was a toss-up because KC Concepcion is available also. The thing I love about KC, I say this all the time, when you have an opportunity to impact 4 downs, it's hard to pass that up. You know, he's also the punt returner. So it's not just about first, second, and third down offensively. What he does on teams actually could really set the standard in terms of what you're trying to do as an offensive organization. But Omar Cooper is just too good for me. He checked off the boxes everywhere. And you look at having Pittman, Michael Pittman, and then DK Metcalf, and now you bring in Omar Cooper along with the tight end production they have as well. I think he instantly improves their offense, and you don't have to worry about him finding a way to get it, to find his groove, his niche. He's mature enough to do it. So Omar Cooper is the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21.
Yeah, as a Steelers fan, I approve of that. Producer Stryker has informed me that if you hear the countdown clock, you got 10 seconds to make your pick, so we can get through these things and get everyone else on board here. Because you know, I got to eat at some point. Y'all guys are tapping out because you guys aren't as tough as me. Next up, the LA Chargers. You're Jim Harbaugh here, Pete, which I think is an apt description.
Yeah, we're so much alike. I mean, you know, me and Jim Harbaugh have the same kind of thoughts about life. I mean, I can only imagine if we were in a room for about an hour how that would go. But back to who they should pick, I think when you look at their defensive line, they need some help in the interior. And look, Jamari Caldwell was my captain of my Better Than team, was very good last year.
Yep.
I think that makes all the sense in the world to look at it again. You got a choice here. Do you take McDonald? Do you take Caleb Banks? And I think I'm going to take Caleb Banks in this spot, put him in here, another big body, stick him in the middle of that defense from Florida.
Injuries are the concern there, but
when he's on the field, man, when he's on the field, he's a big bruising player, and they need that in that defense.
Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong. You think he has top 12 potential if he's 100% healthy, right?
Yeah, if he would have played this year and played to the level that he did that Ole Miss and LSU game from 2024, we'd be talking about him as a top 10 pick.
Yeah. All right, Howie Roseman, Carthon, what are we doing here for the Eagles?
So again, going through this roster, and guys, let's be real. We talk about the Philadelphia Eagles like they didn't win double-digit games last year, right? And it's a lot of turmoil and a lot of questions. But I think here, they lost the safety this year, and I think if there's the right safety there that's available for them, because right now you have Marcus Epps and Andrew Makuba, and Makuba missed some time playing back there, and the depth behind those guys is minimum. And if you know anything about a Vic Fangio defense, it's a lot on the plate of the safety, right? The safety is the brains of the operation. So give me here for the Philadelphia Eagles, Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon.
I see what you did there. He
What'd he
replaced
do?
Reed Blankenship with Dylan Thieneman. I see what you did there.
What did he do, Pete? Tell us.
Well, what do
did
they have? What do they call those guys? Doesn't Cooper DeJean have a? Then they have a what do they call? What's their podcast called? There you go. That's what they did.
Hey, Pete, you are not getting me fired by me falling in some Pete trap. I call them safeties and football players. What do you call them?
They're safeties and football players. That's what they are. And by the way, I love this pick for them. I really do. I think this kid's going to be a really big time playmaker on the back end. And in that defense, like you said, it makes all the sense in the world. Love it, Rand. That's a great pick.
Hey, real quick. Yeah, I know you said you think you knew what I was doing, but I'll say this, and Dylan Thieneman is a great kid, and I had a great conversation with him. He and the linebacker Betcher on Oregon's defense, they have their little crew, and they call themselves the CCU. I'll let you figure it out.
Yeah, I spoke to Betcher's agent about that, and they had to nix that because certain elements were taking advantage of the name and doing some other things with it. But that, again, check that out at your leisure. All right, Pete, back for the Cleveland Browns here. You took Monroe Freeling. You didn't want to. Someone had your arm twisted behind your back. So what are you going to do at 24, either for you or for the Browns? Either way, whichever direction you want to go.
Ty Simpson time. That's what this is.
Oh, really?
Yes. And think about this for a second. Deshaun Watson, who will probably start this year, 1 year and gone. They can't keep him. Then, okay, if he starts, that means Shedeur Sanders wasn't very good. So that takes him out of the equation. They have a new coach. They need to get a quarterback. And I think there is a chance that they could take Ty Simpson in this spot. Now, could they wait and hope he ends up there when they pick at the top of the second round? Maybe, but I don't know if he will make it that far. So in this scenario, I think the Cleveland Browns have to take Ty Simpson. And all the talk about 1 year starter, I get it. But let's also not forget, he's the son of a coach. He's been around this game his entire life. He understands what it takes to play the position. I'm not worried about that as much as I might be worried about another guy who only started 1 year, and he was hurt last year. So I'm taking Ty Simpson in this spot.
All right, first of all, shout out to producer Stryker for knowing how to give the one shot to BMAC. BMAC, you have 30 seconds to respond. Hopefully you can get it in 30 seconds.
The son of a coach. What they got to do with you being a really, really good football player in the NFL? Nothing. And secondly, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have the exact draft compensation in front of me for 2027, but the Cleveland Browns, will they have 2 first rounders in next year's draft?
Correct.
So, and Pete, you for one have said this countless times with all of us. You don't need to go take one right now. Next year is the year. That's the year.
Tanking.
This year's supposed to be the quarterback year. They got 2 first rounders next year. And Ty Simpson, if you look at Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders, when they did at college, Ty Simpson didn't do anything compared to both of those guys. So
that's college, BMAC. You know how that goes.
But that's why you get drafted, right?
BMAC. I'm not saying I would take him. I'm not saying I would take him. I'm just saying in the predictive mock draft, I think there's a chance the Browns take him here.
Okay. All right. Nice cover up.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't take him. I'm with you. You know what I tell all these teams? I tell the Jets, I tell the Dolphins, they didn't listen, neither one of them. And I told the Browns, tank for next year. There's going to be 14 guys going into the draft next year with the potential to be first round picks. If half of them make it, you have a hell of a quarterback class. All
right. I'd be interested to know what people in the comments think about number one, Pete flip-flopping about who's responsible for the pick.
I didn't flip-flop. We're doing a predictive mock. It's different.
All right, B-Mac, you've had a chance to catch your breath here. You're the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
3 safeties are gone, and Chicago Bears fans aren't necessarily looking for safety here, but it is a need. What are you doing?
No question. Don't worry. The Bears will applaud my selection. Last year, defensively, they had no issues creating turnovers. They had issues stopping opposing offenses, rushing attack. So I go get them an anchor in the middle. Caden McDonald is the pick for the Chicago Bears. I love his ability to move other men against their will, not to mention he's a strong-handed defender. And I understand you look at him more of a run-oriented player, but he has some pass rushing moves as well. I think he instantly improves the interior for the defensive line for the Chicago Bears. So Caden McDonald is the pick at 25 for the Bears.
All right, Pete, back on the clock. Here's the Buffalo Bills here. I don't know if any of these wide receivers get your attention. Edge rushers, maybe. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I would consider wide receiver here, but I'm not going to take one. I'm going to take an edge rusher, and I'm going to take Cassius Howell. And I know you're going And you're going to sit there and say, wow, his arms are short, and everybody pings him for that. Look, he is a violent, nasty player. And what are the Buffalo Bills? They've been chasing it forever. They need to get somebody who can be a pass rusher. They're changing their defense. He can stand up in their defense. I think he's got so much twitch off the edge. Yes, he's got short arms. I don't care. He plays a nasty version of football. I want him on my team, and I think the Buffalo Bills would be wise to take him. I'm taking Cassius Howell.
Hey, Rand, what I say all the time with defenders, I need guys who eat pencils.
He's a pencil eater.
Yeah, he'll pencil.
Yes.
He don't mind eating pencils. I need guys who play on the defensive side. They gotta be willing to eat pencils every now and then.
Who's going to help him get the pencil to his mouth?
Huh?
What do you mean?
With his little short arms.
See, Ryan needs to quit getting so caught up in all these numbers and just watch the damn tape. Please watch the damn tape.
I like Cassius Howell. I just had to make that joke at Pete's expense. So this is nothing against Cassius Howell. All right, Rand.
I know you did, because I got.
Hey, we had real quick in Pittsburgh. We had an offensive lineman from Penn State. I forgot his real name, but we used to call him T-Rex because he had those T-Rex arms, and he played O-line.
He was the center. The center. What was the center's name? AC
Shipley. AQ.
No, he played. T-Rex was a tackle. He's like a right tackle.
Okay.
We call him T-Rex. That was his name in the building, T-Rex. I forgot his real name. Shouts out to T-Rex, by the way.
All right, Rand, you're John Lynch and your former team, the 49ers here. What are you doing?
I know the popular thing, especially with Caleb Lomu sitting there, is that take Caleb Lomu. And my thing is if you take someone at 27, particularly an offensive lineman, if you're the 49ers, where are you going to play him in year one? Trent Williams will be the left tackle. Colton McKivitz has been solid for them at the right tackle spot. And if you look at it traditionally in this offense, they've only spent one first-round pick on an offensive lineman, and that was Mike McGlinchey, who's no longer on the team. So they have a unique way of being able to find guys. I know some of these edge rushers will fit as well, but I'm going to go somewhere different because I'm looking at the makeup of the team, and I'm thinking about Kyle Shanahan and what is required to play in his offensive system. And I'm going to go with tight end Kenyon Sadiq because I think he could play that dual role of being another use check type. And then you also got to remember that Kittle is out right now with the torn Achilles. And for him, I think just the fit for what they're going to ask the tight end to do, I think just fits what the 49ers would do right now.
Yeah, I get it. I like that pick. And if you had not taken Kenyon there, I was thinking hard about taking him with the next pick with the Houston Texans. But here's what I'm going to do. And I've heard that, and the defensive linemen are gone because obviously that would be a need in Houston, even though they have that defense is lights out. They do need some depth there. But they're also going to have to make some decisions about some wide receivers. Tank Dell's health is one of them. There's some other things they have to work their way through. I don't know if they think that Nico Collins is going to be there after this year if he wants more money. So they got to figure that out. All that is to say, I'm taking Casey Concepcion because I didn't think he was going to be here. Pete, what do you think about that?
I like that pick. I think look, he dropped too many passes last year, but boy, he's got some juice to his game. That would make a lot of sense in that situation.
All right. Is that better than my when I had him taking a Avion Terrell at the combine mock draft we did when y'all guys were making fun of me?
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah.
All right, D-Mac. You're picking again for the Chiefs. At pick 9, you took Mansour Delane, and now the Chiefs are back on the clock.
Yo, the board is really, really open for Kansas City, and Denzel Boston is still available, correct?
Yeah.
But I got to go. They got to get the offensive line better. They got to make the offensive line better. And the offensive lineman, I mean, Caleb is still available, right?
Yep.
Blake Miller is available too, right?
He's available.
Correct.
Shoot. I'm gonna go. My board, I wasn't expecting all of this. I'm going to go with Caleb.
That's
Caleb,
the right one.
Yeah, I'm taking Caleb at what pick is this for the Chiefs?
This is
29.
Pick,
29. Yeah, I'm taking Caleb at 29 for the Chiefs. Offensive line.
So you're giving up on Josh Simmons already.
No. Caleb gonna have to learn how to play the right side.
He can't play the
Rand,
right side.
let me
He's
ask
too
you this,
little.
Rand, because when I talked to Caleb at the combine, Rand sort of laughed at me when I retold the story. Caleb told me he was working also at right tackle, and Rand, what's your response to that?
They all work both sides.
Yes, thank you,
You know
Rand.
what I mean?
Thank you, Rand.
Yeah, but I say that
look
to
at the
say,
way he's built. He's not built like a right tackle. He's built
Yeah.
like a left tackle.
Stop. What were you gonna say, Rand?
no, I was saying from the standpoint of if a person who has somewhat of my future in their hands, if you ask me, hey man, could you put it like this? I mean, we have BMAC here. Hey BMAC, you primarily played. I'm just gonna make up something. You primarily played left corner. I'm sure you could play right. Could you play nickel? What are you gonna say, BMAC?
Yeah, I can. And
Thank
9
you.
times out of 10, to your point, Rand, you've played that at some point throughout your football career.
And then if they put BMAC in the nickel, he would have got had him spinning around in the middle of that defense.
Pete, can you act like an adult, please? Until we're almost done, Pete. We're almost off. All right. Let Rand finish his point. Okay, Rand, you got it. Finish your point.
No, but that was my point. Point proven. So
All right, Rand.
With the
let me just set the stage here. You're picking for the Dolphins, and you took Spencer Fano for the Dolphins earlier at pick 11, and now you're back on the clock with this is the Jalen Waddle pick from the Broncos.
Yep. And so for me, thought about going on the defensive side for this, and I could see a world where they could and they would. But I'm going to go on the offensive side and actually give their free agent quarterback someone to throw the football to that actually has some size. And so I'm going to go with Denzel Boston Wilson with the 30th pick.
Hey, Pete, give a quick grade for that for your guy Malik Willis.
I don't love that pick. I get it; they need weapons, but I don't love Boston like some people do. I think he's a second-round pick more than a first-round pick. But I get it. I get it.
I mean, it's pick 30. It's close enough. All right, Rand, you're back on the clock. You're circling back here. New England Patriots.
So same thing. Just looking at the makeup of their roster, really would consider going Blake Miller right here at pick 31, with the understanding that Morgan Moses hadn't played, can't play forever, I'll say, but then they could also put themselves in position to get one more good year out of Morgan Moses and go. But I'm going to do what I did in the previous mock draft this week and go a little bit off the beaten path and give them a second level playmaker. I know Pete's smiling because he knows where I'm going because I know he likes this dude. But give them a second level playmaker that can take the football away. I'm going to go with Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez here at 31.
Ooh.
What do you think of that, B-Mac?
I love Jacob Rodriguez. I don't know why he's not gaining a lot of first-round traction. He's a first-round football player. The above-the-shoulder game is very, very impressive. So I would not be mad at this pick for the Patriots.
Okay.
Love it. I think this kid, you draft him, and 8 years, 9 years from now, you look back, you go, okay, he might not have been a superstar, but boy, was he a damn good football player. And he makes a ton of plays. I love this pick.
Okay, I'm up here with the final pick in the first round, the Seattle Seahawks. And I have two names that are sort of off the radar here. And Pete, I talked to you one about earlier today. It's either going to be him, which will be a mild surprise, or it might be, one's either defense or one offense. I think I'm going to go with Chase Bisontis, guard out of Texas A&M. Anthony Bradford's the weak link of that offensive line, I think. And I think Chase Bisontis has a chance to sneak into the first round. And my other choice, I was thinking long and hard about D'Angelo Pons here, but I went with Bisontis because I think if you continue to get that offensive line better, what are you going to say, Pete?
Yeah, well, Anthony Bradford might be the worst offensive lineman in the NFL, and that's saying something. He stinks, okay? He hadn't gotten any better. They need to replace him. So, but I don't think Bisontis. I would probably go with Rutledge in this situation from Georgia Tech. I think he's a better player. But also, what about Jadarian Price here? I mean, you're in a situation where you run the ball, and you've run the ball well. Your running back's gone. The other one's coming off a knee injury. What about Jadarian Price in this spot? And again, for a guy who hates running backs in this situation, this late in the draft, and when there's a lot of people see a drop-off from the backs, me and Rand have our other guy we like a lot, and Emmett Johnson, but I really think that this might be a spot where they take a running back.
All right, running back, Rand.
Like Charbonnet tear his Achilles?
Yeah, he tore his ACL, I believe, late in the season too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, running back Rand, Jadarian Price at 32.
Yeah, I mean, like Pete said, we have another guy that we like, but I can understand why everyone, because I've been obviously going back through and watching some of these offensive linemen and defensive linemen and always watch them against Notre Dame. So I could see why people would like Jadarian Price. over Emmett Johnson. The one thing that you said in considering taking D'Angelo Pons here, the reason why I wouldn't take D'Angelo Pons here is because the other guy already, what's his name? What's the other corner? I'm drawing a blank. Witherspoon already plays in the nickel.
Okay, yeah.
For them, and so that's where I wouldn't go here. But I like Chase Besantis. I think he is a damn good football player, and especially when you watch that offensive line, he has just that nasty streak, that you're looking for in your interior offensive line.
All right.
So who didn't go in the first round that most people have going in the first? That's
all right. We'll do this quickly, and then we'll get our guys, Lee J and
okay.
Falk is still there. Colton Hood, T.J. Parker, Brandon Cisse, Maxi Inácio, Blake Miller, some names. Your guy, R. Mason Thomas, for example, Pete, C.J. Allen, and then Jadarian Price, who you mentioned, and even, our guy, Traden Stukes, Pete, that we like is a fringe first, second rounder. So Avion Terrell, I think I mentioned he's still there as well. So there's some names to pick for him day 2. And speaking of which, Rand, since we're workhorses, we're going to hang around. First round BMAC and first round Pete are heading out, and we're getting Lee J. Doosable and Mike Renner in here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Gang, gang.
All right, we are into round 2. Lee J. Doosable is joining us. Mike Renner is joining us.
You came in hot.
Lee J. was not happy with the Cassius Howell pick. Hey, Mike, any pick in the first 32 that made you particularly angry?
I'm looking through it right now.
There's a lot of questionable picks in that.
Stop it.
So the Browns are going to take another quarterback this year.
That's Pete. That's Pete being Pete and blaming it on.
I love Francis Maui Noah, but I think to the Giants it makes absolutely no sense.
Could happen. I feel like it could happen.
Letting Ruben Bain fall to 12. Upsetting.
Oh,
I mean, the Cowboys, it's great, but
yeah, I picked twice for the Cowboys.
I don't think it makes sense at the Cowboys, though. Are you going to put him at 3-4 linebacker, outside linebacker? Because that's the system they're running.
You can watch from the Super Bowl, the stands of the Super Bowl when they're out there crushing it. All right, Lee J. All right, Lee J. You are picking up for the New York Football Jets.
Yeah.
Who do they take the first 2 picks, Striker?
I think Bailey and Mekhi Lemon.
Bailey and Mekhi Lemon. Yeah, so there we go. So you are sitting pretty, I would imagine.
This is where he wanted to take Ty Simpson, and he wasn't available for him, so he messed up his board.
That would have been big.
So what are you doing at 33?
And then y'all snuck in and got Jacob Rodriguez right there at the end of the first round too.
By the way, I'll just let you know quickly because I had to get BMAC on the clock. If Striker starts playing the TikToks, that means we got 10 seconds to pick, just so we're not here.
Yeah.
Through tomorrow morning. All right, go ahead, Lee.
Well, there's 2 guys that are still on the board, and I'm kind of surprised. Not overly surprised. Like Colton Hood, I thought would maybe go in the first round. He's a name that I would consider because Aaron Glenn loves to play that man coverage defense. Now, they did add to the cornerback room, but Nashawn Wright is only on a 1-year deal. But I'm going to shore up the middle of the defense. I'm going to go C.J. Allen here, linebacker from Georgia, to shore up the middle of that defense. DeMario Davis was signed in the offseason. Jamian Sherwood, we'll see if he's able to put together a productive year after struggling last year because the Jets can technically move off his deal after this year. So I think C.J. Allen makes a lot of sense for them to shore up the middle of the defense, also help with their run defense.
Yeah, no pushback here. I think Rand probably sees him as a outside of the first round guy. I liked him a lot.
I mean,
Randy,
second round.
Yeah, there we go. I'm with you. Arbel Reese was the pick for Rand with the Cardinals. And pick 3, Rand, you're back here at pick 34 for the Cardinals.
See, that's what you get for trying to throw me under the bus and ended up being wrong. He doesn't see him as a first round pick. Well, great. We're in the second round. So that's what you get.
Listen, man, the way y'all treat me, I gotta get what I can take. All right,
God don't like ugly, and you are ugly as hell right now. So
all right. Say a prayer for him. What do you got?
So I'm again looking at this team, and once again you can go a ton of ways. But I'm looking at all these players here at the top. But I'm gonna continue to add to this defense and give this defense some help. And I'm gonna go with Colton Hood here at pick 34 for the Arizona Cardinals. All
right, I can get behind that. Next up, Mr. Wilson picking for the Tennessee Titans. I took Jeremiah Love. Mike, I'll ask you as a Notre Dame guy. I'm assuming you're probably pretty high on Jeremiah, despite the school allegiance. Are you okay with him here at 4?
I am. I truly think he's about as good a modern running back prospect as like you could imagine. You're right for the modern game, what teams are doing, especially when you factor in what he could be as a receiver. I think I think he's more suited than even like Bijan or Genti before him, even if you can debate who's the better pure runner. Like he's got a more suited game.
Okay. You will be quite surprised to learn that Pete Prisco hated that pick, but I think I love the idea of helping out the young quarterback quickly and then going from there. All right. So here's what I'm going to do for the Tennessee Titans here. I'm going to take Keelan Rutledge. Put him in the right guard, starting right guard, done and done. A little rich for me. He's 73 here on the PFF big board, but this is a need. And now you have a running back and now you have a guard. I'll ask you, Lee J, how do you feel about that?
I actually don't mind that pick at all because now you solidify the offensive line. Now, there's a lot of question marks at left tackle with Dan Moore, right? But in the interior, you have your starting 3 guys moving forward. So I like that pick a lot. Surprised you didn't go edge though, Rye.
I thought about it, but I'm gonna give my guy Oladejo another run at it. 2nd round pick last year. Who's
that's our guy. Yeah, I don't mind that.
All right, next up here. All right, Mike, back-to-back picks. You're the Raiders, and then you're the Giants. So the Raiders got obviously Fernando, and then the Giants got Malinois first time around.
I love a wide receiver, but I don't know if this is still a premium pick. And I think all the wide receiver class, we got 6 off the board in the first round, right? Yeah. So I don't know if I'm taking any of the guys here. I didn't expect the tackles to be here, to be honest. So I think I'd go Ihanachor for them. Now, ideally, you'd get a guy who's ready quicker. But I just don't love the DJ Glaze fit in Clint Kubiak's offense. I think Ihanachor is a much better stretch zone tackle on the right side. And the offensive line was so bad last year. Just getting more talent in that room.
All right. So that's getting a little help for Fernando with Maxi Iheanacho, the right tackle, who has not played a ton of football, but athleticism through the roof. And now CeCe Malinois went pick 5 overall to the Giants, and you are back on the clock for that.
Oh gosh. This Giants team. The Giants don't have a ton of needs, right? Like I think they, depending on what they do with Dexter Lawrence, DT could be one of them. I see Keldrick Falk as more of a defensive tackle, but they have so much invested in this defensive line. I'm trying to think where I would go. This is an interesting spot for Jadarian Price, actually, because him and Cam Scadaboo, I think, would be complementary. Get them. Do I want to do that? Let's let's go Jadarian Price here.
Yeah.
I like Jadarian Price. I got drafted Domer.
There you go.
Right off the bat.
And the other thing is he only caught, I think he was targeted 7 times last year and the year before. But I heard at his pro day he looked quite smooth catching passes, and we know he can return kicks. I like that a lot. All right, here we go. Next up, I'm the Houston Texans, and I took Casey Concepcion in round 1. And let's okay. All right. I think what I'm going to do here, I think I'm going to take Keldrick Falk and then got to figure out where to play him. Ran as a D'Amico Ryans. He's your guy. You guys work together. How's the Keldrick Falk fit work out as a tweener in that defense?
I think Lee J will back me up on this because Lee J played in the defense, and he would play more of like that Eric Armstead role.
Yep.
That big end, first and second down, and then kick him inside and let him rush from the inside, I think is where his fit would be in that defense.
So, Lee J, let me get your thoughts, but how's this feel at this point in the early second round for Houston in particular?
It's best player available, and you talked about it earlier, Rye, in the first round. Like, there needs to be a little bit more depth at D tackle, which me and Rand have talked about that with his body frame. I think he could be a traditional 3-4 end, but in this 4-3 system, I'm with Rand. He'd be on first and second down on the outside, the left traditional big end, and then it would kick him in on passing downs to use some of his athletic ability. He did that at Auburn, matter of fact. I thought he actually rushed better inside than he did outside with that body frame. So especially for where we're at in this draft, a lot of people assume he's going in the first round. I just think if you're the Houston Texans, you just want to add depth and best player available right there.
All right, back to you, Lige. Monroe Freeling at 6, Ty Simpson at 24. Then you fired the GMP Prisco, and now you're back on the clock for the Browns.
That's 3 quarterbacks in a 2-year span in the draft. It's comical to me. Let's look at receivers. Our guy's there. I'm thinking about pulling the trigger, Rand. I'm gonna pull it. Give me Chris Brazzell.
Oh, you took the wrong guy. Okay.
No, I didn't either. And I love Jeremy Bernard, but no, I didn't either. I took the right guy. Obviously, when you look at their receiving room, right, Jerry Jeudy to me is more of a 2. Cedric Tillman just has not taken that leap that they want, and Isaiah Bond is a burner. But the thing is, people associate Chris Brazzell with just being a typical Tennessee receiver, which he's not. Right, guys that are 6'3", 6'4" don't get in and out of breaks the way he does. Honestly, I think there's a chance that he could become receiver 1 pretty early for them if the Browns were to take him at this spot here at pick 39. So I'm really high on Chris Brazzell. They need more playmakers for whoever's playing quarterback, whether it's Ty Simpson because Pete put him on the team or the other 2 young quarterbacks they took last year.
Yeah, and I'm giving you a hard time. I don't hate that pick. I do like it. Rand's been on him for a minute as well. All right, Mike, good news. You're the Chiefs. Also good news. They got Monster Delane, and they took Caleb Lomu at 29. What do you think about that?
I think he is probably a year or 2 away from being a guy, but I feel very confident that he's going to be a good pass protector at the next level. So, you got Jalen Moore for now, so you don't need him to start. So I think that's ideal for them. Probably not as good as Josh Simmons was last year, but I think he can be a solid player. I really want to address their pass rush somehow here. I think we're going to go Gabe Akis, the Illinois defensive end. I have him as the top edge on my board available right now, just outside my top 32. I think he's a Steve Spagnuolo type of defensive end too, a bigger body guy who can win with power if need be. So I think he fits their scheme too.
Yeah, we saw that power of the Senior Bowl, and I actually heard some buzz that he could be like a surprise top 32 guy, just right fit, right landing spot, and then it'll be like the Cole Strange. People don't know who he is, sort of thing, but obviously a really good player. All right, Cincinnati Bengals, Lige. They got Caleb Downs, I believe, first time around, which feels like the right pick to me.
Yeah, he's a culture changer. Go to corner. Oh, don't even go to Brandon Cisse. Give me Brandon Cisse.
Okay.
When you look at Dax Hill and DJ Turner, I think they're both on contract years. And Rang, you can speak from a front office point of view. It's rare that 2 guys hitting the market at the same time both come back, right? So they're going to need some depth there at Brandon Cisse. And also, I would love to see Al Golden go to more of a man scheme defense like he did at Notre Dame. I think it fits what these young corners want to do. And Brandon Cisse is a guy that can play off coverage and man and can play mix it up in man and bump and run as well. So I think we know that the Cincinnati Bengals need as much defensive help as possible. I think Brandon Cisse makes a lot of sense.
Speaking of defensive help here, the New Orleans Saints. I had Cornell Tate going up top, and I'm going with TJ Parker. TJ Parker for some reason isn't as popular as I would think he should be. Obviously, the year in 25 wasn't as good as 24, but I think he makes sense here, and that it obviously that's the little edge rush help as well. All right, Randy, the Miami Dolphins. Let's see what you did first time around.
Listen, I could finally speak, and I just want to start by speaking by saying, Lige, I hate you with a passion.
Why?
What did I do?
Because I'm sitting here and I'm realizing how many times you, Ryan, and Renner get to pick before I pick again. And I'm just watching people go off. And particularly, I have down on my list for the Dolphins, I'm either going to take Chris Brazzell or I'm going to take Brandon Cisse. And
I
then
took both
you,
of them.
of all people, take both of them. Right? You take both of them.
Oh, my God. That's
so, yeah, I got
hilarious.
major beef for you. I hope your Emmy that's in the background, I hope it falls off the shelf and chips right now. That's how I feel.
That's hilarious.
All right, Rand, you got you took Spencer Fondo and Denzel Boston in the first round. The fact that you are still considering wide receiver tells you all you need to know about this team, but the clock is yours.
Yeah, and because, again, you have he's going to need people to throw to. That is what it is. But for me, I'm looking at the corner position because right now you have Darrell Baker and Storm Duck as your two outside receivers with Jason Marshall in the in the nickel. And so right here, I know what this defense is looking for in terms of they want size and length on the outside, but I also know how important the nickel is in this defense. And it's not just being able to mirror match underneath in coverage, but being able to be that C-gap run defender, someone that's going to be willing to stick their face in the fan. So you always talk about, Ryan, when you bring up the Dolphins, you say, I don't know, whatever y'all call it, the crib. So guess what? I'm staying at the crib with this pick, and I'm going to go D'Angelo Pons, corner out of Indiana. He's went to Indiana, but he's from the crib. So
he's from the crib.
Back home to Miami.
That's a good call. All right, back-to-back picks for Mr. Lige Douzable, the Jets, and then the Ravens. So you just took with the Jets, you took C.J. Allen, and prior to that, David Bailey and Mekhi Lemon are off the board. So what are you going to do this time around?
Striker, show me safety, because if I'm not with them, Emmanuel Warren McNeil going in the first round?
He did. 3 safeties in the first round.
My favorite player in the draft is right there at the top. I'm taking A.J. Halsey. They need a tone setter in that back end. For sure. Now, they got Minka Fitzpatrick in the offseason, and he has slot versatility as well. But they need somebody that's going to show up in that alley in the meanest of ways, and that's what A.J. Halsey can do. And he's also really athletic as well. So even though people have kind of tight-roped him into a in-the-box safety type guy, I do believe he has the athletic ability to play middle field safety as well. But he's a heat-seeking missile in that secondary, and that's something the Jets sorely need.
So just a quick recap here, because, we do all these mock drafts throughout the year, and names like Blake Miller and R. Mason Thomas are sometimes off the board. Chris Johnson, Avion Terrell, they're still here. Just sort of perhaps a preview of what could potentially happen, just because they're only 32 guys can go in the first round. All right, back to you, Lige. Venga Ioane went at 14, somehow lasted to 14 to the Baltimore Ravens. What a home run of a pick. Now you're on the clock again at 45.
And you got me intrigued now with the Blake Miller. Now, I know he's more of a right tackle. I think he does have that athletic ability to maybe switch over to left. Ronnie Stanley is getting up there in age. And they took Venga early. Show me receiver. I do like Jeremy Bernard. Give me Jeremy Bernard. Just a really solid, good football player. He actually kind of reminds me of a Baltimore Raven. The things he's able to do. They did so much with him at Alabama. They put him in the backfield. They gave him speed sweeps. And he doesn't look like he's ever running fast, but guys just don't seem to bring him down. So you got Lamar Jackson. Obviously, you got Derrick Henry in the backfield. You're going to get a lot of man coverage, and that's why Zay Flowers has had so much success. Jeremy Bernard knows how to just get open and be a good football player. So give it another weapon to Lamar Jackson.
Hey, Mike, where are you in Germany? Because Rand and I are really high on him. I'm curious what you think about him.
I think this is like literally the spot he is in my draft board. He's somewhere in the 40s, mid-40s my draft board. So this is where I would take him.
Yeah, he does a lot. It's funny you say that, Lige, because he ran, I think, 4.45, but he doesn't play 4.45. But he will block, and he consistently I say he's one of the best route runners in this class. He's always where his quarterback wants him to be. Rand, you were picking for the Buccaneers here. Akeem Mesidor at 15 and now at 46. Back to make Producer Striker's team Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Traydon Stukes here to bring some versatility to that back end. You have Antoine Winfield Jr. and Tyke Smith that man their safety spot, but then outside of Zion McCullum and Benjamin Morris, you have Jacob Parrish as the nickel. So for me, behind the two safeties, you got Miles Killebrew and Rashad Wisdom. You don't have depth. And when you have a guy that can be that third safety in Traydon Stukes, who can also play nickel, I think Todd Bowles and his defense will be creative and find ways to get him out on the field.
That's a great pick. He is a fantastic human being and a great football player. A little older, but everybody's old post-COVID. Indianapolis Colts, that is me. To keep the theme going, I'm not overthinking it. R. Mason Thomas. Leatu Latu, former first-round pick. He has room to improve for sure. They need some help along the edge. I'm going. You said, Rand, he's only Mason Thomas. Is that what he goes by?
Yeah, Mason Thomas.
Okay. Mason Thomas, taking him here. And, he's had some first-round buzz. We're here at 47, still around. All right, Mike, back to you. Atlanta Falcons. And let's see what Atlanta. Oh, this is their first pick, so they have done nothing.
There's only one option here. It's Avion Terrell. We got to reunite.
That's amazing.
He's here.
That's
It
amazing.
just happens in real life. I mean, it's just a slam dunk. It's a need. He's a great football player. I think it's a great value at pick 48. So, yeah, we're going.
Hey, Mike, we've talked a lot about Kamari Lassiter running the 4.64, I think. I obviously thought he played faster than that because he did. And I thought he's a better player on tape than Avion Terrell. I think you feel a little differently about that.
I thought Terrell's tape was a little better than Lassiter's. I regrettably dropped Lassiter after his 40 from like the 30s on my board to the 50s. I am not going to be dropping Terrell after that, given just the tape shows a guy who's fast enough.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think I'm not as high on him as most people are. So that's something I'm certainly I'll have to deal with at some point. Lijah, you're picking for the Minnesota Vikings. Let's see what Pete did first time around.
Took Peter Woods, which I actually love that pick. I think they need to attack that D-line for sure. It got gutted this offseason. Not a lot of depth on that defensive line as far as the 3-4 system. But show me safety because I think they need to address that as well. But I don't know if I'm comfortable picking a safety here at 49, depending on who's left.
There's some dudes left.
See, I love Zaki, but I wouldn't take him at 49. That's the thing. Striker, show me D-line. I have Jalen Redmond in the middle, so I probably would. Oh, you know who I'm taking right here, Rye.
Taking your guy.
Give me Nick Barrett.
So we're going back-to-back defensive linemen.
Have you seen the depth of their defensive line? It got gutted. It got gutted. They lost Javon Hargraves and they lost Jonathan Allen this offseason. Right, so they need more playmakers up front. Again, I would have most likely went safety there, but I don't think anybody warranted a pick 49 overall. Yeah. But I imagine Peter Woods and Barrett growing together in that system. That's going to be nice.
I'm with you on that. All right, Mike, back to you. Detroit Lions to Caden Proctor, who I think you're pretty high on as well at left tackle. What do you think here about pick 50?
Yeah, I don't think they have too many needs. The two highest guys on my board right now are right up there with Chris Johnson and Lee Hunter. I think both are depth at positions where they could probably use depth. So let's go between those two. Let's go with Chris Johnson. I think he's just a solid scheme fit. He could play in the slot if you really want him to. Just adds depth to a room that was that just gets banged up every year, it seems like, too.
Yeah, 100%. And Chris in the spring was like 183, and I think he was like 190 at the Senior Bowl. So even the weight concerns aren't a thing. Ran really well, and he's certainly an asset in run support. Ran, I believe you are – I wanted to make this joke earlier. I forgot. You're Ran Morgan for the Carolina Panthers. You took Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at number 19. Now you're number 51.
That's such a bad dad joke.
Terrible joke. Terrible.
Just so bad, but I wouldn't expect anything else.
Oh, my God.
So I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this defense. Again, we still need to find weapons for Bryce Young to be able to throw to. Let me just look at receivers real quick. I know where I want to go, but I just want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone out here. And, especially at this pick, I'm not for what I like. So go back to best available, please. And I will go with who I said I was going to go with. And I am going to go from the Fighting Lijahs from Disney State University, Malachi Lawrence.
Love it.
Yeah, he's getting some first-round buzz as well.
That D-line about to be humming with Rand.
That's a fun pick, man. All right, next up, for some reason, I am Renner's Green Bay Packers here, so this is a little pressure. I may have to phone a friend to figure this one out here.
Is this their first pick?
This is their first pick. This is the Micah Parsons thing, right, Mike?
Micah Parsons trade, yeah.
When he was.
All right, Mike, I'm going to call from one organization to the next. What do you think the Packers' biggest needs are? Because if we're getting blowback in the comments, I want it to be after Packers fans helps with the selection.
Last year, their biggest need was definitely nose tackle. They signed Javon Hargrave. He's not at this point. I mean, never was a nose tackle. I don't think he's going to be really a nose tackle for them. So I think nose tackle is their biggest need. Corner too, though. If there's any of these corners you really like, I think qualifies as such.
All right. So, yeah, I have Lee Hunter and IGB Davis Nick Minoson pretty closely rated. I like Devin Moore a little better. But let's go with Lee Hunter here on the interior to get some help there.
That's my pick. That's who I want.
Oh, good. All right, good. So, Packers fans, I agree with Mike that Lee Hunter is the pick. So, you can get angry at him, and then you can make a note about me, too. I'm fine with that.
Well, I'll give it right back to you, Ryan. Who do you think the Steelers, after going wide receiver round 1?
Oh, yeah.
Who do they need now?
Here we go.
It's like that Spider-Man meme.
Literally.
Oh, yeah. Omar Cooper Jr. B-Mac got that one right. So, the question is this. I like the fact that Blake Miller's available. The problem is that Fautanu, who has played left tackle in the past, is the right tackle. We don't know what's going on with the left tackle now. Let me see real quick, Striker, the interior offensive line, because if Akeelan Rutledge had been here, I would have jumped at that. And let me look real quick to see what I have here, because that's also a consideration for me. But that's pretty far down the list. This is actually. What do you think?
I would take one of the centers at this point in the draft. I like Lewin Hecht, but they don't need a center. So I think they're centers only. So that's probably the only interior offensive lineman I'd consider here.
So, I mean, this is a tough spot to be in. Go back to the main list here. Yeah, I thought I was getting cute making you do the Packers thing, and now I'm on the spot here. You know what? I would consider Blake Miller and just figure it out. Now, Rand.
That's where my head's at.
Yeah.
Me too.
Rand Fautanu, who's played left tackle in college.
Yeah.
What are your concerns? You did it with J.C. Latham. What are your concerns about maybe having to move the cards around the deck?
I mean, it really depends on what they've done this offseason in terms of just him being able to cross-train. How much has he cross-trained? But, he started his career on the right, and so being able to go back to the left should be fairly natural for him, because the Titans did that with J.C. Latham, played him at left the first year, then bumped him back over to his more natural position of right. So it could be done. I think. Don't you like Devin Moore?
I do, but they got which cornerback did they get?
They signed Dean.
They signed Dean.
Yeah, so that gives me a little hesitation. They're gonna have to pay Joey Porter Jr. I mean, there's always room for more guys in the secondary.
And they re-signed Sant Jr. too.
Yeah. To a 1-year deal, but right, yeah. I just like the idea of making it as easy as possible for Aaron Rodgers to come back and not get crushed every single time he drops back to pass.
Go give him somebody to throw to.
We got that.
They did.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think Blake Miller, we're good.
End?
Oh, come on, man. You going to do Darnell Washington like that?
Yeah.
I mean, big as he
he can play. I mean, look, we already got a left tackle on the roster. Rand, you're the Philadelphia Eagles. And what did he do the first time? Oh, Dylan Thieneman. Golly, that was a good pick.
So the reason why I was trying to press you to get other people is because I wanted to take Blake Miller right here for the Eagles.
That would be a home run pick for them.
That would be a home run pick for them to
round.
transition from Lane Johnson.
I didn't know what you were doing. I was like, what is wrong with
you? You didn't take my bait. So
you didn't take the bait.
Can we go to tight end?
Ooh.
Oh boy, you're not.
Eli, is he gonna do it?
And yes, I'm gonna do it. Give me Eli.
Okay, so Rand, explain to the people why you don't care that he's not gonna block anybody.
I mean, because so here's the thing, and Lige knows this because he's had to go up against guys like this, right? In today's game, none of these tight ends are really blockers. And if you can get you one that is a blocker, then that's great for you. But if you're going to be a F only, you got to have a dynamic trait that allows them to keep you on the field. And when you turn on the tape and you watch Vanderbilt play, this guy looks like a big receiver. He runs routes like a big receiver. And to me personally, he was my number 2 tight end on my board. But then also, as I grew and I watched him, and you know this because I hit you up, I said, I'm not so sure that Eli Stowers isn't the best pass catching tight end in this class. And so I feel like this guy, and I feel like the depth at the tight end position is deeper than what we've cared to talk about. So to me, this is an easier pick. I know they got Dallas Goedert back, but I think this adds to the depth and gives them more pass catchers. It gives them more underneath safety valves for Jalen Hurts as they try to grow as an offense.
Yeah, Dylan Thieneman and Eli Stowers ain't a bad start to your draft. Lee J, you're the Chargers. They took a healthy Caleb Banks, according to BMAC, at pick 22. If he's healthy.
That's why I was surprised he went that high because
if he's healthy, it's legit. But those are real
history.
questions there. So what else do you want to do in LA?
Well, I'm surprised at this guy because I was just watching when you went to interior offensive lineman that he was rated so low on this platform. But I'm taking Emmanuel Pregnog.
Oh, you know what? By the way, it's funny you mentioned that. Producer Stryker informed me that this is my top 300. Here's why he's low. I love his tape. I've heard he's a little older and there's some concerns about him picking up offenses quickly enough. That's it. Like I think he's a top 50 guy.
You ain't got to worry about that with the Chargers. It's going to be counter left, power right. That's what it's going to be. So this is the perfect spot for him to go in the second round.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I do like his tape a lot. And I didn't think he was much different between him and Basantis, but he's a little older. And I knocked him down a little bit for that. So, obviously I could be very wrong about that. But
they need guard help in the worst way with the Chargers. And he's going to be a day one starter for them.
Yeah, disrespectful to Trevor Penning, but here we are. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is their first pick too, I believe, right?
Yep.
Because of Travis Hunter.
See what the Jaguars are going to do here. Let's oh boy, am I going to do it? Let me see here.
Do it.
So I think, oh man, come on. Let's look at linebacker real quick here, Stryker. I think I might have to make this happen here. Oh man. And then look real quickly at defensive tackle because I'm up two minds here. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to go Anthony Hill Jr. And let him cook. And I'm not going to spend too much time trying to overthink it on that one. So, Mike, you were up with the Chicago Bears. First time around, Cade McDonald.
All right. I think I want to come away with the Bears. They got 3 picks here. They need a rangy safety. They've been trying to get more range at safety this offseason. They need a center, I think, as well. I mean, they got Bradbury, but that's a stopgap. Then they could use a linebacker too. I think in this linebacker class, I just like it. I think there's a lot of good players, so I'd want to take one. Of the options available, let me go with the linebacker because I think there's some really good ones on the board here. I like for them. Let's go Josiah Trotter.
Mm-hmm.
I just instinctive. Tone setting type linebacker. Yeah. I think for a team that needs a little more. I mean, they signed Devin Bush this offseason, but this is just keeping that a strength.
The great Devin Bush, the player the Steelers traded up from 20 to 10 to get in the 2019 draft.
And TJ Edwards coming off an injury too, so that's another good pick.
All right, Ray, back to you with the San Francisco 49ers. You took Kenyon Sadiq as George Kittle 2.0 at some point. What do you want to do this time around?
Let's look at center and guard. Because what I'm thinking, and I don't know where he is in his recovery, but I think this will be a great pick for them from the standpoint of Jake Brendel is going into the last year of his contract. Mm-hmm. And so you can bring this guy along slowly and know that you got a perfect scheme fit for you at center. So I'm going to go Connor Lew from Auburn.
Man, what are you doing? That's a good pick. Oh, man. And if he had not gotten hurt, he's probably going even higher than this. Mm-hmm. Okay, Houston Texans. I took Casey Concepcion, Keldrick Falk here. Let's see what I want to do here. Man. All right. Let's see if I can surprise you guys with this one. Mm-hmm. Let's look. Oh, man. Let's look at tight end real quick, Stryker. And then let's look at interior offensive line because that is a need, at least a depth concern. All right. There are not a lot of guys here that. All right. Let's go back to the main. Keep the main thing here. Jeez, oh pizza. Anybody want to trade up to this pick?
This is where I think in the second round there will be some trade ups. Just because in our mock, guys like Blake Miller and a few other guys drop. There's great corner depth here. That's the one thing the Texans don't need.
Yeah, I got laughed off the stage of the combine when I tried to pull that one on them. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick to my board. I'm going to bolster the interior. Go back to the guards real quick, striker, and I'm just going to go with best player available at the guard position. That's Enes Cooper, who I like a little bit more than some other people, but I'm going to take him here. I'm going to keep it real with the board. Interior offensive line. I would have loved to Keelan Rutledge to be there, but I drafted him for another team, so that's on me, I suppose. All right, Mike, Chicago Bears and the LA Rams back-to-back. You just picked for the Bears too, man. Okay, they got a couple picks coming here.
All right, we're going to go center here. We're going to go Sam Hecht. I think
Nice.
He's top center available. I think he's an early starter if need be. Just solidifies after what's his face retired?
Dalman.
Yeah, Drew Dalman. There you go.
Locally known as what's his face. All right, the Rams. Yeah, so B-Mac took a healthy Jordan. B-Mac's all about health. He took a healthy Jordan Tyson over Kyle Lemon there.
He rolling the dice on some of these injured players, huh?
So he's got Jordan Tyson 100% health here. And now back to you, Mike, in the second round, pick 61.
Man, I would love a linebacker here. I think their linebacker core needs a little more athleticism. I probably would have liked Jeremiah Trotter, but I drafted him. I like Golday. Let's give him Kyle Lewis actually.
Ooh,
or like a third down backer type, because they're so just unimposing athletically at the second level right now. And Lewis would, maybe doesn't start for them, but he plays a role, and it's third downs for them.
All right, Lige, Jalen Waddle was your first round pick, and now pick 62 for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, so Denver actually doesn't have a lot or a ton of needs. They traded, like you said, for Jalen Waddle in the first round. But a guy that Mike just mentioned actually makes a lot of sense to me here, and Jake Golday, because his ability to play inside, off-ball linebacker and on the outside as well, and you can use him in some rush packages. I think that's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go Jake Golday.
Space Explorer. Oh, man, everyone's on board with you. I'm glad that the people in the comments are down with Golday here. Former Central Arkansas edge rusher. Then he can do a little bit of everything. Ran New England Patriots. And tell me once one more time, quickly, striker who they took at pick 31. Jacob
Rodriguez.
Okay, what are you going to do to help out? You helping out Drake May, or are you keeping it D?
Whoa. Yeah.
Keeping it defense. I knew as soon as I can't take y'all people anywhere.
Let's go. Let's look at DT.
Oh God.
Man, just trying to live his life, raise his kids, and deal with these numb nuts.
And you know what? I just want to look at my board real quick.
All right. If you weren't so busy fooling around, you'd have had time to look at your board.
I am going to trust it.
All right.
And I am going to roll with Big Dom Orange.
Oh. So talk about why you've come around on him.
I mean, when it's right, it's right. And it's explosive power, hard to move at the point of attack. And if you know anything about a Mike Vrabel defense, and particularly defensive lineman, he loves to use the term hitting on the rise, right? And that's one of the things where Nick Barrett, I think, would have been a perfect pick for them, because you see that in Nick Barrett all of the time. He is hitting and striking on the rise. I think with the structure that they have on their defense and the coaches they have, you can get Dom Orange to play more consistent and hit on the rise and strike. And I think having him in the middle of your defense and having Jacob Rodriguez behind him will keep him clean and allow him to scrape and play laterally and give them a big interior push. Because right now you got Milton Williams, who will be a D tackle end type, and you have Christian Barmore, who will be another defensive end type. And now you got the big sturdy body of Big Citrus in the middle of that defense.
Dom Orange, love it. All right, next up, pick 64. We're at the end of the second round here, guys. And I took Chase Basantis at the end of the first for the Seahawks. Keep the thing going. I'm not going to overthink it. Taking my guy. Is this too high for my guy Devin Moore? I'm taking him here, Rand, but I'm curious because we just talked about him on the podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I think again when I look at Devin Moore and I watch his tape, like I see a guy that's going to do everything right. He's going to do what the diagram says. If it's playing from the top down, he's going to play from the top down. I just sometimes for that corner position, you want a guy that's going to be able to check whoop ass, and regardless of what's called, you want him to go make a play. And I just didn't see a true playmaker.
All right, you know what? Hold on, Striker. Thank you for not hitting the button. You talked me down. I'm going to take IGB, Davison Nick Minoson. Let's take him instead. I love Devin Moore.
Definitely got dog in him.
So let's take Davison, and that way, I won't be. I'll get fired, but I won't be the first guy fired for doing that. All right.
Hey, been there, done that, Ryan. It's not that bad.
Yeah, look where he got you. You got to
goodness.
hang out. You got to hang out with me. I don't know if that's I don't think a lot of people call that a win. But all right, Davison Nick Minoson. You're right, Lige. He's all business, and got Rand do a TikTok dance at the combine. So win-win. All right, Rand, back to you. Arizona Cardinals. Top of the third here.
You say what?
Top of the third round here. Sorry.
Third round, yeah.
Third round.
Arvell, Reese, Colton Hood.
They're having a good day.
You know what? I'm gonna go out a little bit not out of the norm, but again, trusting my board. You want good football players and people that can win. And one of the things that this offense is going to look for is guys that can win in the slot on those choice routes.
You better not do it. I'm not even kidding.
Give me Antonio Williams from Clemson.
Okay, that's okay. That's a good pick, though.
I was taking him for the Raiders. He was top.
Everybody, it's funny how everybody has their name written down and then somebody just gut punches them.
So I'm picking now for the Tennessee Titans. Jeremiah Love, Keelan Rutledge were my first few picks. And I thought you were going to take this guy. I want the bowling ball out of the slot, Deshaun Stribling. I'm going to take him here just to be yards after the catch, running over guys down the field. Cam gives him the ball, and we'll worry about the rest later. All right, and now, Mike, I think your Raiders are on the clock. Yeah, here we go. So Fernando and then Maxi Nachor was your second-round pick here. And I don't know if there's any wide receivers that still have your attention or if you have to go somewhere else.
Now, I mean, the only wideouts that I would draft here are if I really wanted like a speed guy like Zachariah Branch or Brendan Thompson, but they don't, they got Trey Tucker. They're not going to draft that type of archetype. So I wanted like a more complete guy. I think Antonio Williams is. So he's gone. I'm going to look to corner, though. I think Keith Abney's still available. Yep. I really like Keith Abney's game.
I do too.
I think for them specifically, they need a more well-rounded corner than Aaron Stokes and Darian Porter right now. So he can be that.
All right. That's a good choice. There are a lot of long physical corners in this class. Ran back to you, the Philadelphia Eagles, Dylan Thieneman, and then you took Eli Stowers. Yep, there we go.
Hey, man, the one thing that I feel like they need right now is another guy that can give them juice off the edge. You have Nolan Smith. You have Jalix Hunt. Jalix Hunt will be coming up on a contract here soon. Then behind him, you have the two guys they signed as free agents, Arnold Ebiketie and Justin Tryon Shawinka. So give me another juiced up, hard playing guy and my man Kieran Crawford.
Ooh-wee. That's a good one too, man. Ooh, he feels like an Eagle. Good choice. All right. Picking I'm on the clock here for the Texans. I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired of picking for the Texans because they don't have a lot of needs here. And now I'm trying to find some.
Stick to your board, right?
But what do they need? Let's look at
give them another corner.
I know, right? Let's look at defensive line real quick, Striker, and then
our boy from Washington's on there in the backfield.
Yeah, so they signed David Montgomery. They have Woody Marks. After that, though, it's pretty wide open. I was thinking about Jonah. Rand, as a running back, how many guys do you want in the room? So Woody Marks, who they drafted last year, who's a good player, and then David Montgomery, who they traded for.
Yeah, and they gave David Montgomery a little bit of a deal, and I know they like Woody Marks. My thing with going with a back, particularly here in the third round, is probably going to be your third is what else do they bring? Is he a guy that you can? That was my tough thing with Jonah Coleman.
Mhm.
Respect the runner, but if you're not on the field, can you play on teams? And where do you put a 5'8" guy with shorter arms on special teams? That's a hard place to, other than putting him back there as the kick returner or off returner, to have him up every week as your third runner, he's got to bring something more. And I just don't know that he does on special teams.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And as you were talking, it pushed me in another direction. I'm going to pull a Lige with Minnesota. I'm doubling up. I'm going to take Kristen Miller here out of Georgia, who's a more traditional middle of the defense than Keldrick Falk was. So, Texans fans, let me know how much you love that pick, because I'm sure you absolutely love it. But I'd be curious to hear what you guys think. And let me know what else you want, because, man, it's slim out there. Cleveland Browns, Lige, Monroe Freeling, Ty Simpson. You took Chris Brazzell, and now it's back to you.
Yeah, you would think, all three of the first picks were on offense because they needed that in the worst way. But I'm actually going to go I like both of these guys kind of equally. Corner is a sneaky need for them, too, for the Cleveland Browns. I kind of like Neal and Muhammad equally. That's the issue.
Yeah, they're pretty
both are bump and run guys. There'll be the linebacker coach formerly with the Jets from Atlanta is now the D coordinator, so it's going to be a solid type system, which is kind of morphed and evolutionized into playing more man on third down. Give me the longer guy. Give me Julian Neal.
So, I mean, it just feels like every one of these corners is 6'1", long-armed. Rand, you're the Washington Commanders. Finally on the clock again after taking Sonny Styles, which feels like a grand slam of a pick there.
Yeah, let me see. Other than I know where I want to go, but let me see the receivers, because they do need receiver help, and need some. It depends on exactly what you're looking for at the pick. Let's go best available. And I know they need the receiver help, but I'm going to trust it. And I'm going to go with Malik Muhammad here. Because right now at the corner spot, you have Trey Amos, who played well for them last year as a second-round pick. And they've been rolling out with Mikey Sandrestrill as the other outside corner who, he's had his struggles. They did sign Amik Robertson this offseason, but Amik is on the smaller side. This gives him another taller, longer corner that can play with some of those bigger receivers that they're going to face in the NFC East.
All right, like it. Caleb Downs, Brandon Cisse were the first two picks in the draft for the Cincinnati Bengals. Lige, you made the CC pick. What are you going to do next?
Show me interior offensive line, because they could always use more protection and depth there for sure. Show me edge striker. Oh yeah, they need some juice off the edge. Give me Romello Height.
I knew you were doing it.
You already know that's my guy there, man. I think he's going to be one of the sleepers in this draft. You talking about pure production off the edge? He can bring it on third down. He will get off the field for you.
Right, that's right. If you have a plan for him, and that's the plan, just go get the quarterback. He's pretty good at that. All right, the New Orleans Saints is my pick. Cornell Tate and T.J. Parker. I'm going to take Devin Moore here. They need some help in the secondary. He's at the top of the board. I liked him a lot. Couple picks earlier, so I'm taking him here. And I'm not going to think about it too much in terms of talking myself out of it. All right, Mike, back to you with the Chiefs, who are absolutely crushing it here. Mansour Delane, Caleb Lomu. You took Gabe Yakas not too long ago in round 2.
This one is easy for me. I am drafting Jayshon Barham to replace Leo Chanel in that defense. It's a 1-to-1 replacement. I think
some other players
add to their pass rush too. So,
how do you like Barham, Lige?
I love him a lot because of what Mike talked about, the versatility. I mean, going back to his days at Maryland, off-ball linebacker, really came into his own on the edge this year, but still played some off-ball linebacker. I love his versatility, and Spags will, just like with Leo Chanel, be able to use it in his defense.
Rand, in terms of where do you play him, is that a concern with Spagnuolo, or does this feel like a better fit?
No, I mean, I get it because now you got a guy that you can move around and be creative with your defense, just like they do with Chris Jones. Chris Jones just doesn't line up in one spot, and having guys that could do multiple things just allows you to be even more creative with your packages.
So you're back on the clock with the Dolphins. Hey, I'm curious what Dolphins fans think about what you've done, because you made all their picks thus far: Spencer Fano, Denzel Boston, and D'Angelo Pons. That feels like a great start to a draft where they got a ton of top 100 picks and they need to hit on a lot of them. So what are you doing now?
Yeah, let's go D tackle and give them a guy that I feel is highly underrated. He's a guy I think a lot of, and he's actually in my top 5. And I'm gonna go with Chris McClellan out of Mizzou. I think if we knock some of these interior guys because we say, hey, they don't have pass rush. Well, this is one of the few guys that's balanced, that's able to rush the passer, has pass rush production, and he's also stout and strong at the point of attack, and it's hard to move.
Yeah, the funny thing about him, right? I think what does he only weigh, like 310 or something? But on tape, it looks like he weighs 330 because nobody can move him off the line of scrimmage.
That's right. Yeah,
he also might have weighed 330.
What's that, Mike?
He also might have weighed 330 on tape.
Yeah. He got down to 313 for the combine, so he did.
He got down light at the combine. He was like 313.
But to Mike's point, maybe the tape was not lying. In fact, all right, Mike, you are the Pittsburgh Steelers. Omar Cooper Jr., Blake Miller. I actually like this draft for Pittsburgh.
Let's go Keontae Scott, the Miami slot. Play the slot for them. I think he just fits in great for who they want to be defensively.
I can buy that. The idea of him playing next to Jalen Ramsey, I will not push back too hard on that. Rand, you are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Fighting Strikers.
The Fighting Strikers.
All right, can we show up? Went Messador.
Man, that's a good draft too. And trading Stukes if you're listening.
Let's see. So they signed Ashawn this offseason. I gave him 1, gave him 2. I'm just looking at the depth on this team, looking at areas where they could get better. So Stukes is going to be the nickel type. Can we look at linebacker? You know, I'm a big fan of this guy. And I'm gonna put it out there, like the person, when I talked to the person that met the person, he gave me the demeanor and the feel of a D'Amico Ryans, the person. And I think having another year removed from the ACL, I think this guy will come back in a better form. Give me Deontay Lawson.
That really stinks because I was going to take him. Oh, actually, I don't need him. All right, I'm good. Never mind. I'm straight. Oh, no, I do need him. I'm the Colts. I took R. Mason Thomas. I need a linebacker. So that hurts a little bit here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to juice up. I'm going to double down on the let me look at wide receivers real quick before I say something that I may have to take back to 5 seconds. I'm taking okay. I was thinking Ted Hurst, but he's a little raw, and he is, Alec Pierce, but just maybe that sort of athleticism, but certainly not that polished. But I will take Elijah Surratt here to replace Michael Pittman Jr. because they have Nick Westbrook-Akini on the roster, and then they have Josh Downs, of course, in the slot. After that, it gets kind of wide open. So I'm going to take Elijah Surratt here and let him hit the ground running. Mike, you are the Atlanta Falcons with their second pick after taking Avion Terrell, the most obvious pick in the draft, first.
I do want to get a tight end for them with, gosh, why am I blanking on their head coach's name? Ken Warner from Cleveland Browns. I'm blanking on anyone's name today.
Oh, yes.
Monken?
Yeah,
No.
Using a lot more 2 tight ends there with Kyle Pitts. So they need a second one. You got Austin Hooper on the roster. But I think I can wait on tight end, honestly, in this class. Like for what they specifically need, I think you could wait till the 4th. And I like this guy as a potential starter at right tackle for them. Caleb Tiernan. I think he reminds me actually a lot of Caleb McGarry, who just retired there on the right side. So I think he's at least a competent backup for a team that just, when Caleb McGarry went down, they had no answer last year.
That's right. So do you think, can he play tackle, or do you think he has to move in at some point?
He can play tackle. Yeah, I think I tackle. I don't think he's a high ceiling guy. That's why he's on the board here, but
yeah,
I think he could start.
All right. I love it. Lige, you are on the clock here. Another draft on paper that feels like you're doing pretty good. Venga, and then, of course, Jeremy Bernard, and now at pick 80 for Baltimore.
Show me edge striker. Yeah, I'm not taking any of those guys at this point. Corner. You know what? Ooh, is that too high for you?
I don't know. Who are you looking at?
I was thinking about Kilgore, but
I knew it.
Yeah, I'm like, is that too high? They need help more specifically at corner. And Chandler Rivers can play inside and outside. When you look at it, Marlon Humphrey's getting up there in age. I think they signed Cheddar Bay-Awuzie back to only a 1-year deal. So they got TJ Tampa, I think, backing them up. Give me Chandler Rivers because I wanted to go edge. I thought about tight end, but I think tight end is too high for all the guys that are left on the board currently right now.
I like Chandler, man. He blazed at the combine too, but he had really good tape this year.
Yeah, I would say if anybody that really loves the receiver from UConn, Skylar Bell,
yeah,
put on that Duke tape and then come holler at me. See what Chandler Rivers did.
Yeah, I talked to Chandler at the Senior Bowl and asked him exactly. He showed me a couple clips of him manning up against Skylar and just sort of his thought process. And to your point, it was a lot of fun to watch. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars took Anthony Hill Jr. here. I think what I'm going to do, give me the interior offensive line striker. They have Patrick McCarry. They do have Wyatt Milam, who they drafted last year. But I'm thinking where's long flowing red hair out of Iowa? Is he under tackle striker? Maybe he is. He may be.
He's probably under tackle.
This is where he played at Iowa. Jennings Dunker.
Yep, Jennings. Yep.
Let's take Jennings Dunker here, just as a potential starter. On the inside, we'll see what happens, but this is sort of a tough one for me. Lige, back to you with the Vikings. Are you gonna take another defensive tackle, you think?
Nah, I think we're good there. I actually might attack their interior of the offensive line. Honestly, this might sound crazy, but the receiver's a sneaky need too, because I think Jordan Addison's coming up on his deal, and Todd Felton is your number 3 right now. So show me receiver. Oh, you know what? Don't even show me nothing. Give me Ted Hurst.
Nice. Hey, Mike, where are you on Ted Hurst?
Looking receiver than everything they have right now.
Yeah, Mike, where are you on Ted Hurst? Because he is raw, but he went to the Senior Bowl and was just taking over the practices.
Yeah, I'm a little lower on Hurst. I think he just struggles a little in tight spaces. But the guy, I mean, like developmentally, tools-wise, he's off the charts. I mean, it's like him and Chris Brazzell are two of like the rarest dudes you'll ever see.
All right, Rand, you're the Carolina Panthers. Manuel McNeil Warren and Malachi Lawrence. Oh, yeah. You were here for that, Disney over there. He got your guy.
Yeah, here y'all go.
Let me pull up my depth chart. So I filled one need at safety. Got another guy that could bring some juice off the edge. Can we go to receiver? Because I want to give them somebody that's going to be able to help the young quarterback. Let's go Malachi Fields.
Oh,
give them a big physical receiver that can play those 50-50 balls.
All right, next up, Mike's Green Bay Packers here. What do you think about Jonah Coleman here?
They are still waiting on Marshawn Lloyd to
literally.
Because it's down to him. I like Takario Davis. I don't know where you are in Takario, but I like him as a sort of a long outside corner.
I'd probably prefer the corner here.
All right, let's go Takario.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking Takario until I saw Jonah's name sitting there. And now my Pittsburgh Steelers, Omar Cooper, Blake, and Keontae Scott. This is a pretty great draft.
Oh, man. I wish I didn't go Blake Miller here because I'd give him Markel Bell.
Rand too.
I would love to put Markel Bell on the Steelers. Just is kind of like another.
You want the
option,
tallest team in the league, huh?
Yeah.
right?
think
Yeah, I mean,
Darnell-
when they even just as a sixth offensive lineman to get Markel Bell out there, so we get that graphic that says how much weight's on the field. But no, probably. Gosh, I'm trying to looking through. Has anyone taken Zion Young? I'm just curious.
No,
Or am I-
No, he's available.
I'm a little further down on him, but obviously a lot of people like him, and he's getting some like top 40 buzz. It feels like.
just wonder if they're going to go a different direction with their edges because they play so light.
And the other thing is, like, Nick Herbig's in the final year of his deal, and Steelers fans don't want to admit that they need help at edge, but they absolutely need depth at edge.
No question.
Patrick Graham. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily. I just think it's a good value here to get a guy like Zion Young, and I'll do Zion Young just because, again, I think they need a little bit different body type in that room. And I think he can be versatile and go inside a little bit more.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
So-
with you. Lijah, you're back on the clock here. And I should point out, not so much for the Chargers, obviously, but we've only had 2 quarterbacks off the board. So just something to keep in mind as we work our way through here. We're in the 3rd round. My guy Carson Beck, they told him to go to the green room, so he's still sitting there by himself. So you're up, Lijah, for the Chargers, who took Caleb Banks and Emmanuel Pregnon.
Yeah, so they had issues on the O-line. Obviously, I took Pregnon earlier. I think I'm going to take Trey Zune here, who could play all 5 positions on the offensive line. They need still help in the interior of the offensive line, but last year, both of their tackles went down. So in a pinch, he can go out to tackle as well. So I just think this fills a lot of voids on that offensive line, taking Trey Zune here.
Yeah, and look, man, I know you keep doubling down on positions, but to your point, everybody and the brother on the opposite line got hurt, and then the brothers got hurt too, and then they were in a bad way. So I get it. All right, Rand, you're the Miami
You
Dolphins.
can double down in the trenches.
Hey, on the team side, for the team, not this. So I got picks 75, 87, 90, and 94. So
Yeah,
I'm
You got a lot of work to do still.
You got some work
Yeah.
to do.
trying to be smart here. Just based. So I've already can I see all my picks so far that I've made?
Yeah,
So
Spencer
just went-
Fano, Denzel, Boston, D'Angelo Pons, and you took Chris McClellan, the DT out of Mizzou most recently.
All right, let's go Zakee Wheatley right here.
Oh, man. That's good.
Dang it. Can't stand you, Rand.
That's a good pick. Big day for Stryker. A lot of Penn State guys coming off the board. Just none named the quarterback just yet. Gosh, Jacksonville Jaguars.
That'll
are back
be
on
later
the
in the program.
It's literally
Yeah.
way later.
clock. Late night viewing. That's disrespectful to Stryker. All right, the Jaguars are back on the clock here. I took Anthony Hill Jr., Jennings Dunker. Let's see here. I think Stryker has Drew Aller queued up and ready to go. Let's look, Stryker, at cornerback real quick, just to see if there's anyone that strikes my fancy. I think I might take Lijah's guy here just to get some versatility in Jalen Kilgore,
Good Lord.
because he can do a lot. I don't want to call him a poor man. I don't want to call him a poor man's Nicky Manwari. He's a good athlete, but they were on the field together in 2024, and that was a lot of fun to watch. I think he was banged up at the beginning of last year, and he got better as the season went on. But let's take Jalen Kilgore with Jacksonville and this pick. All right, Mike, you're the Chicago Bears. Caden McDonald, Josiah Trotter, and Sam Hecht were the selections.
Said I wanted the center and the safety. Let's go safety here. I'm going to go Genesis Smith, the Arizona safety. I think his range is awesome. I mean, he's a heck of an athlete, and he's one of the younger guys in this class, only a junior coming out. So good ball production. I think he's put him next to Kobe Bryant, and that's a pretty athletic safety duo.
Yeah, I like that a lot. The fact that he and Trade Sukes were in the secondary together is pretty wild to think about. All right, Rand, back to you. You didn't have time to even walk down from the podium. You got to turn around and walk back up to the Miami Dolphins.
I just hung out on the side. Let's see. So I got 90 and 94, and I've gone O-line. Oh, okay. I know what I'm gonna do here.
Okay.
I got the nickel. Got the nickel. Let's look at corner again. age. Let's go best available.
Yeah, you don't need a running back.
Nah, let's go edge. I mean, this one you got this many damn picks.
I know you're running out of positions. Oh, there's your guy there. You talked about him on the pod. Is it too rich?
And I like him more than most people do. I'm gonna go Derek Moore.
Let's go.
I like him more than most people do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lige, Buffalo Bills. And they took Pete took Cassius Howell. He got fired from that job too. So you're back on the clock here.
Well,
wide receivers a need.
Yeah. Well, I mean, remember they traded for DJ Moore. So
like I said, wide receivers a need.
But the Cassius Howell thing actually makes a little sense just because Jim Leonard's coming over there and they're going to a 3-4, so he'll be an outside linebacker. Let me look at linebacker, striker. I wouldn't take anybody this high currently right there. Give me safety. Yeah, I'm going to go with somebody that has a lot of ball production. Give me Bud Clark. They need somebody in the back end that can take the football away.
Bud is a good player, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Dallas Cowboys are back at it. I took Reuben Bain Jr., Jermod McCoy. And let me see wide receiver just for fun because they got to figure out things with George. Oh, I know what I'm doing. And Mike, let me ask you this because I know you're a Zachariah Branch guy. I like Brennan Thompson better.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you on those two?
I like Brennan Thompson better too. I think he's, I know he's got a pretty strong role. Like that guy's going to be a deep threat. He can track the ball well, and he's got 4.26 speed. I think he's of the 4.2 guys in recent years. And I don't even count Matthew Golden as a 4.2 guy. He was not a 4.2 guy. He has the best downfield ability. I thought Xavier Worthy is a better route runner underneath intermediate, but I think Thompson truly as a downfield weapon is uniquely good.
Yeah, so I have him 99 on my board. I'm taking him here at 92, the Cowboys, and just let him and CD and George Pickens go crazy. Okay. Next up, the Los Angeles Rams. This is you, Mike, I do believe. Yep. So we have Jordan Tyson. You took Kyle Lewis in the second round, and now we're in round 3.
I've been debating where to go with this. Again, they don't have a lot of needs. They did a great job addressing corner already. I don't even think I'm going to look at that corner room right now with who they have. I would maybe think offensive line, just draft a tackle to keep depth, but I really like the idea of Caleb Proctor here, the Southeast Louisiana DT, just adding more speed to this defensive line.
Kobe Turner Jr.
He's right. He is such a Rand talked about him the other day on the podcast, just the juice that he plays with. I think he's a little raw. I didn't love him this much, but I get it, man. And to your point, Lige, he feels like a guy that the Rams value more than most folks, and then he's out there 10 sacks or whatever. Okay, Rand, back-to-back picks. Dolphins once again, and then you're the Patriots.
All right. Man, when you got this many picks in a row and you got a roster to fill out, you take as many good guys, but I've gone D-line, I've gone edge, I've gotten a safety, I've gotten let me see what else is available for them to this is going to be, can we go tight ends?
You got a lot to choose from.
And I'm trusting my board, and I have this guy rated higher on my board, but I'm gonna go with Max Clure from Ohio State.
All right, Purdue transfer. Didn't get a ton of targets last year, but let's be honest, he's in an Ohio State team with a bunch of guys that are gonna be top 5 picks, so I get that. Back at you with the New England Patriots. Jacob Rodriguez and Dom Orange were your first 2 selections.
You gotta give me a second. I'm moving.
Come on, GM Rand.
Let's see here. Patriots, we've gone Jacob Rodriguez. Still feel like they need an edge. Can we go edge just so I could see?
How's your guy Nadeem Tucker fit in what Mike Vrabel likes to do?
I think he's still a little raw, especially at this point for them. So I think there. Let's go center.
There's your guy right there staring you in the face.
Yeah,
let me
get Logan Jones.
Damn, you ran.
I thought you were going to go with the Florida guy.
I'm going fit.
God, I was hoping he went with him too.
All right.
My pick. That was my pick.
Seattle Seahawks are up. Logan's a little older and has super short arms. Just putting that out there. I don't know if that matters to anybody. All right.
Close
Ryan,
combat.
You talk like your arms are long.
No,
I would say this too, Ryan.
Short
at
arms
center,
Ryan,
everything
like
is close combat.
Long.
Close combat at center, so guys are right up on him. The arm length isn't as big of a deal.
And you're flanked by two people.
Correct.
Look, don't get mad at me. I'm just reporting the facts, okay?
He said, "Don't get mad at me."
Don't give me any reason to be doing a Ryan Wilson impression either, Lisa. This is easy for me. Lisa, you want to guess what I'm going to do here for Seattle?
Oh, you're going Jonah Coleman for sure.
Jonah Coleman, let's go.
That makes sense. I think me and Rand, when all three of us did the mock the first time, we put him there in the third round.
All right, Lige, Vikings. We're in the comp pick portion of the round 3. We're almost done through day 2 here, guys. All right, Lige, Peter Woods, Nick Barrett, and then you took Ted Hurst, and now you're back at it.
Yeah, the Vikings center is in the last year of his deal, and that was an issue for them last year too. Blake Brandel. I'm actually going to go with Jake Slaughter here. I think he fits exactly what KOC wants to do, especially in that zone scheme, running scheme. Give me Jake Slaughter there. And I think he'll actually compete to potentially even start this year if he were to go there in the third round.
Philadelphia Eagles. You took juiced up Kevon Crawford last time. He feels like a Eagle all day long.
Yeah, give me Demetrius Crownover.
Right tackle out of Texas A&M, enormous, really good against the run, figuring it out.
Yeah, still has some developmental growth, so there's no need to press him out on the field immediately. You have Fred Johnson, who will be kind of their swing guy, so you can have a year to develop him. This is more so for a 2027 look than it is 2026.
Lisa, you're up for the Steelers, but that's Mike's pick, so I'm gonna let Mike do it so he doesn't get out of what is probably not a fun pick for him. Mike, I wonder if my guy Carson Beck could go here, but I'll let you decide ultimately. I don't want to push you in that direction. I'm just curious.
If I'm drafting a quarterback here, it would
take whoever your guy is. Yeah.
It'd be Nuss. I'd go Nuss here.
Okay.
Garrett Nussmeier, probably.
I'm not going to push back on that because these guys are virtually, half a dozen of one. Rand, anything that would sway you one way or another with a end of the third round pick in terms of what you're looking for at the quarterback in particular?
I know for me, I had Carson Beck as my 3, but in their new coach's system, it's all about timing, the quick timing, quick processing, and both guys can do that to a high degree. But I think the way the game is played, especially with the West Coast influence of the system, I think Nussmeier would be a better fit from the West Coast system.
And the thing is, both those guys are at one point, we all thought they were going to be potential first overall picks, and now we're having conversations at the end of day 2. So that just tells you, as Lige likes to remind me, you keep talking about all these quarterbacks in next year's draft class. When we're doing this exercise a year from now, it might be a similar situation. Okay, the Jaguars for the final pick here. Anthony Hill, Jennings Dunker, Jalen Kilgore are the players that I've taken, and I'm going to go best available, I believe, and I say that just to double check. They don't have a – God dang it. Let me see the
I think he's going to do it too, Ray.
Who do you think I'm going to take?
Nope.
I thought you were going to take a D tackle.
Yeah, that's me too. I know we always on the same page. So
I was thinking about that. Let me see the corners real quick just because I took Jalen Kilgore, who can play inside a little bit. I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Yeah, I think I'm going to take Rayshon Benny here, the DT out of Michigan.
Ooh.
See, that's where we differ. I knew that was the one when I was like, do it.
Yeah.
Did you know it was going to be Benny?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Jackson.
Yeah, nah, I knew my eyes immediately went to Rayshon Benny. I was going to say drop it in the chat, but
The thing is, Lige, he's talked me out of Jackson, and that's again my fault.
I think he's a 4th round pick too, but this is the last pick of the 3rd, so I was like, you're probably not gonna get him in the 4th.
and see, I'm looking at my board and the way my board is stacked, and they have all gone. Ironically enough, they have my top 1 through 9. Now that he's taken Rayshon Benny, have all been taken.
All right, well there we go. So I think I'm the only guy staying here. All of y'all are going to check out and have a great rest of your evening. We're changing the guard here. Shout out to Mike and Lige and Rand for hanging in there with us for the first 3 rounds. We got 4 rounds to go. You guys doing whatever you're doing, you can go check it out.
Oh, look who it is.
We got Emory Hunt.
We got
Josh
Hetty
Edwards.
Murphy.
We gotta drop one of you guys out so we can bring in our guy JP Acosta. All right, thank you guys. See you guys soon.
See you, fellas.
Thank you, LD. Thank you, Rand. Where's JP? Striker's JP. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, there he is. So if you guys have not checked out JP's comp story on CBSSports.com, I retweeted it, but JP, as an old person, I didn't know anything about anything with the Pikachus and the whatnot, but that was pretty popular, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why I write it. This is for people who get it, understand it. For people that don't, hey, maybe it makes you want to start watching, maybe want to start looking into it a little bit. But it's really fun.
Yeah, the graphics are off the charts. And again, as someone, it was in a foreign language to me, but it seemed to be popular. And since you're closer in age to my son, who's in it, he appreciated it certainly a little more than I did. But let's get this thing going here. This is where the work gets done. Anybody can pick 100 guys. We're going 101 through 257. And who was picking first, producer Striker? Let's see what we got here. Oh, it's me. Great. So Tennessee Titans are on the clock here.
I think it's you.
Yeah, it is. Remind me once again, Striker, what I did in the first few rounds here for Tennessee. Jeremiah Love, Keelan Rutledge, and Deshaun Stribling. And while I think about it, I know you talked about Deshaun Stribling not too long ago, JP. What are your thoughts on him potentially as a fit in Tennessee and maybe as a 3rd rounder? Is that too rich for you? You okay with that?
No, I think I like it for Deshaun Stribling. And what I love the most about him is in NFL receiver groups, I like to think of them as like starting 5s in basketball. I also like to think of it in terms of soccer, where you have these players who are connective tissues. They help blend together the best skills of your stars and some of the best skills of your role players. And I think Deshaun Stribling offers some of that capability of a guy who does the dirty work as a run blocker. Ole Miss asked him to do a lot as a run blocker in his final season. He's got real good straight line speed. I worry a little bit about some of the change of direction, but he's really strong after the catch. I think he'd operate well in Tennessee's offense to be sort of the dirty work guy, the in-between guy that allows for Wan'Dale Robinson to do what he does best, but also allows for Calvin Ridley to be sort of the separator on the outside. So I just like Deshaun Stribling overall as a player. I think he is like one of my favorite connective tissue guys in this receiver class.
Love it. All right, so here's what I'm going to do for the Tennessee Titans. I've been talked into putting this guy, and just so you guys know, Ryan Stryker, the producer, did all the work to put it in my big board here. So this is not the PFF big board, it's the Ryan Wilson big board. So I'm going to go against the Ryan Wilson big board, and I'm taking Pat Coogan here. I love Pat Coogan. I would have taken him in the 3rd round, but people kept hurting my feelings about it. So I have him going as a day 3 guy, but I think he's talk about connective tissue. Every single person we talked to at Indiana talked about him being a locker room leader. He was somehow the MVP of the Rose Bowl. What are we doing here? So I'm taking him here. They need I don't think Schlottman's a long-term answer at center. So let's take Pat Coogan. All right, JP, back to you. LA Raiders. And I think, Mike, as part of the Push to the Pile crew, was picking for the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, I should call them. He took Ian Nachord, he took Keith Abney, and now it's back to you, sir.
So I love already that we have our right tackle competition. We have Fernando Mendoza. I want to see receivers. I want to see if we can get some more speed, get some more explosiveness into this receiver room. And given that he's still here, I do think that they need some more juice after the catch of someone with the ball in their hands. I like Zachariah Branch here. I think this is exactly where I'd sort of draft him. I think that he is a very unique player in terms of contact balance, the speed and acceleration. I do think he's a very niche player.
Yeah.
But in Clint Kubiak's offense, they use a lot of 12 personnel. They want to try and get in some really fun looks. And for all the stuff that they did with Jackson Smith and Jigba as a running back, I think Zachariah Branch can do some of that same sort of gadgety stuff without taking away a lot of targets from Brock Bowers.
Emory, what do you think? I mean, you've seen 10,000 guys. What do you think about Zachariah Branch, especially here? Because I struggle with where you put him, given the niche nature that JP's talking about in terms of how you're going to use him.
I think for me, when you talk about a draft, you got to throw out, selection. You know what I mean? Like where you select them, because when it's week 9, you just care that he's making plays. You don't care. Yeah, we probably could have got him like 2 rounds later. Nobody cares about that. So, especially right now, phenomenal pick, because you're going to find a way to help your offense with him in the game. And at worst, he helps you out in a return game, which is in and of itself is an impact. So I feel like when you're at the, in this area, just take good football players. I know that seems cliche, but to your point, it's something you always say, don't overthink it. A lot of people overthink the draft because you got to think down the line. No one cares about what happens in fly-in February when everybody comes in about the combine and the armlet and the pro days and the measurements. Can this dude play football? If he can play football, sign him up.
Yeah, that's a great point. And, fans get frustrated with the third day 3 pick that you don't take the players they wanted. But at the end of the day, you want good football players. All right, Josh, that brings me to you. You had to wait a little bit. David Bailey, Mekhi Lemon, CJ Allen, AJ Halsey have been taken for the New York Jets. And you are next here, sir.
Yes, we've gone heavy defense so far, which is just.
Josh, Aaron Glenn is trying to save his job, okay?
Well, and the funny thing is they went heavy defense in free agency as well. So this is a defense that has been totally turned over at this point. Looking at this class, they need an offensive guard, and one of my favorite tackle converts is staring me in the face right here, and that's Cage Casey from Boise State. I think I'm going to go in that direction because you think about Ezra Cleveland before him at Boise State, playing tackle for the Broncos, making that transition successfully to guard at the next level as the Jets are trying to fill out their offensive line because presumably they're going to get their quarterback of the future in 2027. So let's go ahead and get our offensive line finalized. We'll take Cage Casey here off the board early 4th round.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Emory, you're up with the Arizona Cardinals. I should point out, we've only had 3 quarterbacks off the board, the 2 obvious ones in Fernando and Ty Simpson, and then we just had the Steelers take Garrett Nussmeier right before the 3rd round ended. So the world is your oyster if you're looking for a backup quarterback. And Arizona, let's check here, no quarterbacks yet. So I don't know. I know who. Look, I'm going to tell you guys right now who he's going to take. He's going to take Taylor Green. I forgot about that.
Absolutely. Lock it in because at the end of the day, I want points. I'm not going to sit here and get quarterbacks that get sacked. I want dudes that can score. Y'all can have those quarterbacks that scared of pressure versus the blitz versus the pressure of the situation. Give me a dude that can break out that back door and run 70 yards in like 6 steps. Plus, this gives him a chance to learn behind suburban Jameis Winston and Jacoby Brissett, and where he can slowly be brought along, work on those footworks, and he has to protect the football. So why not get the next reincarnation of a Randall Cunningham? That may be too old for JP and Josh. Let's say Colin Kaepernick, right? Let's do that and get a backup quarterback that you can groom for the future.
I know you didn't call him suburban, James. That's so disrespectful to Jacoby. But here's the thing, man. I know sometimes I give Emory a hard time about loving these quarterbacks more than Taylor. Their teams like Taylor, and this could be around the range that he goes off. I know there's some concerns because he's so long levered with the accuracy, but there's a lot to like, man, when he's on. And this is a team that desperately has to. They basically stretched out Kyler Murray and said, "Here, get him in the 4th round." So I get it. All right, next up here. Back to you, JP. You're picking for the Giants here. Malinois went first, and then Jadarian Price went at 37.
Okay, so I think the Giants need some more size in their receiving room. I'm going to go wide receiver here, and I'm going to go with Jacoby Lane. And he's a guy that I sort of struggled with evaluation-wise because I came in really high on him entering the 2025 season. I thought the size, speed, agility, I thought that stuff would really show up a little bit more. But he's incredibly young. I think he has huge hands, and he looked really good at the Combine. That sort of helped the Senior Bowl where he was sort of just okay. But when you just have him working the vertical plane and when you just have him working in contested catch situations right now, you can have him be a specialist that you draft in the 4th round and say, we're going to give you time to work. And he's a nice complement to what Malik Neighbors already is.
I'm with you, man. I think you're exactly right about just trying to read between the lines and who you're getting and then going from there. But this is the range, as Emery noted. You're taking good football players, and you don't have to spend a lot of time thinking about it. All right, next up, the Houston Texans, and they have taken thus far, I made all these picks for them, Casey Concepcion, Keldrick Falk, Inez Cooper, who I like a little bit more than others. I'm okay with that, interior offensive line, and then Kristen Miller, to get a more traditional, if you will, interior offensive lineman. I know they have Woody Marks. I know they just traded for David Montgomery. Emmett Johnson's staring me in the face here. I'm going to take Emmett Johnson because I'm going to help out. We want to get CJ back to where he was before, and having other people do the heavy lifting for him, I think that will help get him in that direction. All right, Josh. Josh is a Browns fan, so Josh, you get to pick for the Browns, and then after that, you will be picking for the Broncos as well. So Monroe Freeling, Ty Simpson, Chris Brazel, and Julian Neal were the picks in rounds 1 through 3.
So unfortunately, if you are not a fan of my picks, you're going to get a lot of me over the next 5. I've got 4 of the next 5. So we'll start here with the Browns. I'm thinking between 2 players. And Stryker, first of all, if you can go to the tight ends real quick. Just want to make sure this guy's still available. Yeah, Oscar Delp is still there. He was recruited by Todd Monken when he was at Georgia, so that's a possibility.
Good call.
The other player I'm thinking about is Austin Barber, the offensive tackle from Florida, who I think is a great value at this point in time. I know you already took Monroe Freeling, but perhaps you get a right tackle of the future as well. But I'm going to go with Oscar Delp. I think this team's going to lean into those 2 tight end sets. You've got Harold Fannin Jr., who is a tremendous asset, of course, for the pass game, whichever quarterback they ultimately put under center. I'm not sure anybody's really excited by that quarterback competition at this point, but I'm going to go with Oscar Delp here to give that quarterback another weapon.
Yeah, that's actually a great pick. And I had him at 182 on my big board, but that's only because he didn't get he didn't take advantage of the opportunities that he had. And you can say that's because of the other options. And that happens sometimes. In fact, Emery he was high on who's the guy that transferred from Stanford to Georgia last year, tight end that didn't get drafted but made a roster. I'm sorry.
Ben Yurosek.
Yep. Yeah, Yurosek. That's another. And I think Oscar's a higher end athlete than that. But Ben Yurosek came in. His Stanford tape was really good, and he just went to a program that has a lot of dudes. So I like that pick a lot. And if he went higher than 182, I would not be surprised. All right, Denver Broncos. They've only had 1 pick. Mike took Jake Golday. No, Lige took Jake Golday, excuse me. And now they're pick 108.
Yeah, Denver hasn't made a lot of moves this offseason, and yet I find myself liking what they've done. I think going out and getting Jalen Waddle was a great missing piece to that offense. I've considered tight end for them just to give them another explosive element. But there's a player here that I like, and I'm going to take, and I've already alluded to this, I'm going to take Austin Barber, the tackle from Florida. And I say that because Sean Payton, when he was with the Saints, consistently invested in the offensive line. That was a position that they drafted before it ever became a need. And they were accustomed to using those premium draft picks to address the offensive line. So I'm going to build out the depth here, give them a player that can step in the event of injury. Unfortunately, that kind of derailed their season this past year. So let's build out a little bit on that offensive line.
Yeah, Austin Barber was actually a lot of fun to watch. Not a lot of folks talking about him. So this feels like a little bit of value here. All right, JP, pushing the pile continues here. Monster Delane, Caleb Lomu, and then we had Mike take Gabe Yakus at 40, and then Jayshawn Barham at 74. So Spagnuolo is cooking here. So I don't know what you're thinking about here. Pick 109.
So 109, I'm thinking either receiver or I'm going secondary again, just to sort of give them some more lift in that area. I want to check the players available. Can you go to safety for me?
And I should know, this is for the Chiefs, in case I didn't say that, in case you're listening.
I'm going to go Kamari Ramsey. I'm a huge fan of Kamari Ramsey. I think if you watched him in 2025, he was playing a lot more nickel because of all the injuries that happened at USC. But I think he's a better free safety than he is a nickel. His tape at 2024 showed a guy that played with a lot of urgency. And I think he wore a lot of hats at USC, and I think that's something that Spags wants in his secondary. So you get a guy like Mansour Delane, you get Kamari Ramsey, and you've gotten a lot younger, and you've also gotten a lot faster.
And look, Chiefs fans will tell you they don't like to. They do Trent McDuffie, but they can find talent in the secondary outside of the first round, and I think this is a good example of that. All right, Josh, you weren't kidding. You're picking again Bengals, and then you're back with the Broncos.
Yeah, so looking at the Bengals, defense heavy, of course, I think was kind of the expectation coming into this. Landing Caleb Downs where they did was a fantastic value. Do you consider, adding another player to the offense? I'm going to say, actually, you know what? Let's look at the interior defensive line real quick. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of good options there. I'm going to go with Darrell Jackson Jr. Put him on that Bengals defense. You've already got Romello Height in this class. You've got Brandon Cisse, Caleb Downs, of course. So we all know what Joe Burrow can do when he's healthy and available. Let's just go throw assets at the defense and hope that it all comes together in 2026.
All right, Golday was the second-round pick, the linebacker out of Cincinnati. You just took Austin Barber, the tackle out of Florida, and now Denver is back on the clock once again.
Yeah, and the other player that I was kind of torn between, again, Striker, if you could go to the defensive tackle group. Tyler Unyedem is there for them. They, of course, lost John Franklin Myers in free agency. This is a team that prides itself in its defensive line being able to hold up at the point of attack. Now that you've kind of removed a piece from that group, I'm going to add a player to that group and keep the depth at the defensive tackle position. Let's go with Tyler Unyedem there.
Nice. All right. I'm picking for the Dallas Cowboys. And JP, I'll ask you this. I'm curious what you think. I posed this to Pete Prisco after the first two picks for the Cowboys, Ruben Bain Jr., Jamad McCoy. I set the over-under wins for Dallas knowing those two picks, not even the third pick there, Brendan Thompson, who I love, at 11.5. Over or under?
Ooh, that is a great question. I'm going to go over.
Yes.
I think Dallas's offense is ready to win a Super Bowl. I think they bring back everybody, including an offensive line that was really good. They bring back George Pickens. They brought back Javonte Williams. CeeDee Lamb is going to have another year healthy. But you add Ruben Bain to that defense. You add Jamal McCoy when he's healthy, and you've immediately answered two of your biggest questions on that defensive side of the ball. Can you stop the run? Can you get some complimentary pass rush? And then can you slow people down in the passing game? And I think Jamal McCoy, when he's healthy, might be the best value of any pick because his 2024 tape might be the best cornerback tape in this class overall. So I think if they're able to get away with Bain and McCoy, then they do become one of the Super Bowl favorites.
Yeah, we'll see, man. But it feels like it'd be pretty hard to mess up. And it's sort of funny because everyone's fine with no one's talking about the Micah Parsons trade anymore. They get these things right, which is sort of crazy.
I mean, it's funny because they have experience in doing this because when you think about what they did last year with Shuvon Ruvel, you had to kind of wait and see. And they brought him along slowly, and this gives McCoy a chance to come along slowly. And again, one of the worst things that happen in this country is Adrian Peterson bouncing back quickly from an ACL because we just rubber stamp. Oh yeah, everybody could return. Like no, everybody body different, man. So it's cool to see them have experience and they could bring McCoy along slowly.
That's funny you mentioned Adrian Peterson because a couple years ago we had on the team doctor, the head he wasn't a doctor, but the head of the medical staff for the Vikings when Adrian Peterson, he worked with Adrian Peterson. Maybe he was in Washington when he did it because that's when Adrian tore it, I think, in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, they were playing Washington. That's where he got hurt. Either way, he did the rehab with Adrian Peterson, and the things and this guy's been doing this for 20 years. The things that Adrian were doing like 2 months after ACL, and obviously too, Emery, you've suffered that injury. 2 months out, you're not running full sprints like you're being chased by a grizzly bear, but that's what Adrian Peterson was giving you. Okay, so here's what I'm doing here. Let's look at linebacker. I think I'm going to take my guy here, but just to build some suspense. I know we talked a lot about the other Alabama linebacker, Deontay Lawson. I like Justin Jefferson a lot, man. I'm going to take Justin Jefferson here as a DeMarvin and Overshown insurance selection. He's not that juiced up, but he's a really good athlete, sideline to sideline guy. So I love that pick for them there. And then the Colts, I'm picking for them. R. Mason Thomas, Elijah Surratt. I'm sort of laughing because like Carson Beck feels like the next iteration of the Daniel Jones experiment, but I'm not going to do that. That would be a little that's a little too soon for Daniel Jones. Let me see though. Let's go. I've taken an edge. I've taken the wide receiver. Let's go back to the linebackers because I think they have a need there, and obviously, I might even consider DT. Let me double check. So let's go to defensive line striker. I'm just going to add some depth here, get best player available. And I'm going to take Grayson Halton. He's sub 300, but I think he plays with some twitch, and he's a one gap guy, and I like him in certain situations, certain pass situations. So I'm going to roll with him here as a depth piece. All right, Emery, finally back to you. You're the Philadelphia Eagles, who thus far have been pretty solid with this draft class.
Not bad. Let's go through your offensive line. I know we don't have Jeff Stoutland no more. So, Cronover is a good pick. Stowers gives them. So the Eneman I'm a big fan of, give you kind of replace Reed Blankenship. Keep scrolling down. So we only got, this is interior offensive line. All right, go to defensive line.
Just yelling at the IT guy during the middle of the draft.
Gotta get this thing, gotta get it queued up, ready to go. I feel like depth on either side. I like Brandon Cleveland. I feel like Cleveland can kind of hover over different spots on the inside. Kind of give you a little bit of pass rush presence. Just stockpiling that depth. They didn't get a receiver. I guess they're counting Stowers as a receiver. Let's go receivers right quick. Striker. Because again, if they get rid of AJ Brown, I know they brought in Hollywood Brown, and also they brought in Wicks, but they still guy. You know what? I'll go defense. I'll take Copeland.
Wait, who are you grabbing?
Brandon Cleveland. I'm sorry.
Oh, gotcha. Brandon Cleveland at NC State. Gotcha. Okay. All right. Yeah, this is the point again. But good football players. All right, Josh, you're the Ravens, and I think this draft has been pretty solid for them in this mock draft.
Yeah, without question. I'd love to add a defensive tackle here. Honestly, I was considering Grayson Halton until you took him. But you know what? Let's go with the running backs. They lost Keaton Mitchell in free agency, so yeah,
there are a lot of guys out there.
A lot of guys at the running back position.
I think we've only had four. We only had 4 running backs off the board thus far.
And I think that checks out. I mean, I think that's like a real life scenario where if we're through the first 2 days of the draft with 4 running backs, that wouldn't be a surprise whatsoever. Yeah. Mike Washington Jr., he's a personal favorite, but do you take him here and have like a Derrick Henry Thunder and Thunder?
Yes.
You're kind of missing the lightning that Mitchell was, but I think just because of the value, you don't know how much longer Derrick Henry is going to play. Let's go with Mike Washington. If nothing else, we have a contingency plan.
As a resident running back, Emery, how are you with Mike Washington here?
Well, listen, my comp for him was Amon Green, both the things that you like and also the areas that you were worried about. Both of those guys had those fumbling concerns. Amon had that. Remember, he started his career in Seattle. He was drafted by Seattle, started as a kick returner before getting, some reps behind Sean Alexander. They trade him to Green Bay, and then he blossoms and blooms, but he always had the issue of putting the ball on the turf. Now, you rip off 60, 70-yard runs, I may be willing to look past a few fumbles, but you can't keep putting the ball on the ground. But this makes sense for Baltimore because anytime you pair an explosive running back with a mobile quarterback, greatness happens. And I think that's something that's been shown. Look at Vic with Dunn. Look at CJ2K. He was CJ2K with Vince Young, CJ1K with everybody else. And then you look at what, Lamar has done for Gus Edwards' career and, Derrick Henry. And Saquon with Jalen. So I just feel like that makes so much sense with Baltimore.
All right, Emery, you are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers picking for the mighty Strikers.
Love the first 2 picks. Stoops give you a little bit of crossover ability. Mesidor, and I totally flopped on or flipped on age. Like at the end of the day, we used to say rubber stamp. Oh, if you this guy's gonna be your insert player here for the next 7 to 8 years. Like, man, if you get 3 years out these dudes, you're good. You know what I'm saying? Because we've seen guys get drafted. I'm watching a UFL game and dude was drafted in 2024. I'm like, geez, like they just don't wait. So they get you up out the paint. So I love the first 2 picks. I feel like Tampa could also use, I know this may be a little bit high. I feel like they could use better backup play. Beck is, the value is here for Beck, so I'll take Carson Beck right here in round 4.
Yeah,
I can't trust Drake Browning.
I like Carson Beck on day 2, but the more I talk to people, the more it sounds like he might be destined for day 3, and that's just the reality of it, given how the last couple of years went for him. All right, JP, back to back, you are the Raiders and the Lions.
So with the Raiders here, I'm thinking corner again. I like Keith Abney, but I wonder if he's more of a nickel than he is a true outside corner. I'm also thinking safety here as well because I think they could use some more depth there. Man, this is really fascinating. I'm going between a few guys here. The first one is Ephesians Price Hawk from Washington. He is very similar to Darian Porter in terms of size, speed, length. It feels a little bit more like a Pete Carroll kind of pick at corner. And you already have Eric Stokes. VJ Payne is a really fascinating guy to me. He's got sort of underrated at Kansas State because of the down season they have, but he's also a very impressive athlete, can play a bunch of different positions. I also wonder if maybe he might be more of an outside corner. I wonder if you give him a shot there. I think I've kind of talked myself into it. It might be a little high. I'm going to go VJ Payne.
Thank you.
Safety from Kansas State here.
I'm a huge VJ Payne guy, and Rand talked me out of him being even higher. And we'll see if that island sinks or if it thrives. All right, right back to you, Detroit Lions. Caden Proctor and Chris Johnson, pretty good 2 first-round picks there, or 2 first picks, I should say.
If you're getting Proctor and Chris Johnson in first 2 rounds, we can go ahead and start drumming back up the Lions band. Let me go to edge here. I think they could use another complimentary guy to – oh, perfect. I'm going to go Dennis Sutton from Penn State. He fits what they look for in terms of size, length, measurables. I think he, at the combine, he kind of impressed me with his 3-cone and his ability to change direction. I do think he's more of a designated pass rusher right now. I think his run game stuff is a little bit up and down, but he fits what they look for in terms of body type and can be a nice complementary pass rusher to Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah,
no, that's a great pick. And this feels maybe 20 picks is a range where we might see Dennis Sutton come off the board here. So that feels right. All right, Emery, you are the Carolina Panthers here. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Malachi Lawrence, and then Malachi Fields. So you got to find someone whose name is Malachi apparently to draft.
Man, like how come the teams I get, everybody been drafting terrible? All right, go to cornerback. Low key, quiet as kept. When I see the Panthers, like I feel like they always get banged up in the secondary. So one of the guys that has some the best ball skills out there is Hezekiah Massis. Like, give me him. I know Cal wasn't good as a team collectively, but man, Massis is outstanding in terms of read recognition, driving and playing the football. So get them some insurance there on the back end.
Thank you. Yeah, I like Massis a lot too, and I've been saying it all day here. There's so many long outside corners in this class, and one of the issues is that they're handsy, but that's because college football allows them to be handsy.
Right. That's something that right. Because you see that a lot. You see that, you like, all right, in my notes, I'm like, okay, it's gonna have to tighten that up when you get to the league. That's a walking penalty, but
right. All right, let's see here. Let me see running backs real quick, and then I'm gonna look at wide receivers because usually you take one in the second round if you're so I think I'm taking Katron Allen here. I'm not going to overthink it. I like Katron a lot. I like Adam Randall a little bit better, but it depends on what you're working with. And I like just Katron as a David Montgomery type bulldozer, not going to be dancing around. And also producer striker is Penn State through and through. So
he got like a lot of teams. Like Striker got like a team in every sport, man. Like how you do that?
Well, at least Striker went to Penn State. Producer Sharon has 27 teams that he likes, and he didn't go to any of it. All right, JP, you're picking from a Pittsburgh Steelers here. And BMAC took Omar Cooper Jr. in the first round, and then Mike got Blake Miller, Keontae Scott, Zion Young, and Nuss Bus. And I think this is a pretty solid draft for the Steelers.
Zion Young at 85 is incredible value for what he is. I'm sort of thinking linebacker here. I
Yeah,
think
let's go.
depending on the future of Patrick Queen, I think they could use a more of a green dot because Peyton Wilson has a lot of range. I think he has a lot of athleticism. They want him to be sort of their coverage guy. And when I think of green dots and I think of Pittsburgh Steeler, Bryce Betcher comes to mind.
That's a
he
layup.
he is the pinnacle green dot. And his story is so cool, being a baseball player who got drafted, came back to Oregon, and just some of the stuff that he does in the run game where he's quick to diagnose. I think that's going to fit really well as sort of the thumper if you want to bring him in short term, like short yardage situations, or if Patrick Queen does move on, then you have a guy that you can be the Mike next to Peyton Wilson.
No, I like that a lot.
Betcher has that high neck roll too. You know, that old school aesthetic
Real
that's going to fit in
throwback.
really well. Absolutely, and he's a center fielder too, so he's got a lot of range there at the linebacker position. He's one of my favorites in this class for sure.
All right, this is just where I remind everyone that the quarterbacks are coming off at a slow trickle, so just not necessarily JP has to take one for Atlanta here. They have two, and obviously Michael Penix Jr., but just as we get through this thing, because, you know, there's a lot of talk about Cole Payton, for example.
Because he's lefty.
So Striker's Drew Aller is still there. Cade Klubnik, so on and so on. All right, the Falcons, back to you. They've only had 3 picks because the James Pierce Jr. pick, and, you know, you could argue edge might be a need too, JB.
I'm going to look at edge here because they are going to need that pass rush help. I also sort of love the receiver board here. I still think Skylar Bell is available, and that's a really, really fascinating pick here if I do choose him for the Falcons. But I'm also looking at Joshua Josephs here, and he has some of the most fascinating tools in this class. He's a younger guy. He doesn't really affect the run game. I think some of his awareness against the run is really off. But when you have long arms and you're fluid like Joshua Josephs, I still think you can turn up that pass rush as much as possible. I'm going to pick Joshua Josephs here.
Nice. All right, Josh, you are the LA Chargers. Did some work on the offensive line. Lige took Emmanuel Pregnon, and then Trey Zune, who can maybe kicks into center, but he can, if nothing else, provide depth because they have, you know, the injury history seems to follow them around along the offensive line. But it's now up to you at pick 123.
Yeah, if this is not a classic Jim Harbaugh draft at this point, I don't know what is. You've taken 3 trench players, which is the way that he would love it. But I will say, let me see who's available at cornerback, Striker, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, got a lot of size in this group. I'm going to go with Dalen Everett out of Georgia. Harbaugh loves those, you know, pedigree guys. Let's add some competition to the cornerback room, a group that honestly they've been able to kind of squeeze all the juice out of that lemon so far. So to add some competition to that room, I think is a good value here, early 3rd round or early 4th round rather.
All right,
He's a
JP.
big game player too. Dalen Everett always shows up in big moments for Georgia. Love that pick there.
All right, JP, I'm picking for your Jaguars here, so I'm going to lean on you. First, I'll ask you quickly, how would you grade this draft so far? Because they don't have a ton of needs, and I'm a little hesitant. I'm going to have Jenny Dunker kick inside too.
Yeah, Dunker inside is probably where I would like him most. I wasn't as impressed with his tape, but I do think if he's going to have an NFL future, it's going to be a guard. Anthony Hill Jr. is really fascinating because he has some of the most high-end athleticism in this class, but I also think his vision at the linebacker spot is still probably needs a couple of years. And I also think they might like Ventrell Miller. So if you have Anthony Hill Jr. sort of like rotating in, he could be good he's sort of like a draft and stash. You know, in the NBA, you draft a guy and you're like, we're going to wait for a couple of years. You're going to play overseas. That's Anthony Hill Jr. I love Rayshawn Benny for what he is and what he can be in that defense. I think here I'm thinking tight end. And I'm thinking because of how much they want to be in 12 personnel, because Johnny Munt is no longer on the team. It's really Brenton Strange, who's up for an extension, Hunter Long, and Quentin Morris. The guy that I've had circled.
Here, let me guess. Are we looking for a blocking tight end?
We are.
So we're going with Nate Borkircher, aren't we?
Well, another guy from the Senior Bowl, different Senior Bowl guy, but he was also in consideration. I was thinking Sam Roush.
Oh, let's go with Sam then. Love it. All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, he has some really fun reps against Ruben Bain in the Miami game, and as a run blocker, some really fascinating stuff that he does despite having shorter arms. The biggest thing is his pass game diet has been so limited because he was at Stanford, and he also has some drop issues. But in Jacksonville, you're just going to ask him to beat the crap out of other guys as a run blocker.
Love it. All right, Emory, you are the New England Patriots. Jacob Rodriguez was Rand's first-round pick, Dom Orange, and then Logan Jones.
Oh man.
I love that you don't like these picks.
Well, no. I love Orange and Jones. Rodriguez seems a little bit kind of like Dunker to me, where we like the idea, and you kind of create a character to kind of shade people away from the tape. Like, oh, I got this cool mullet. Oh, I got this thick Tom Selleck mustache. Don't look at me not making all these tackles. So I get it. But I will say, let's go to tight end.
It's a deep. I mean, there's some dudes at tight end. I mean, there's not going to be any Brock Bowers, but on day 3, you're going to get some value.
There's 2 guys I really like. Actually, my number 2 flex guy is here in Jolly.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go with the H back because I kind of like what they have already. But they I know Justin Hill is an H back, but give me Joe Royer. I think he's underrated in this class.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go with Riley Nowakowski the way you were talking about it.
No, there's a guy there's but obviously this is a deep sleeper. But there's a deep sleeper that's gonna be nice. But I'll save that for another show.
The sad thing is you used to yell at this draft or the PFF draft board. This is my draft board. So when you start doing the deep cut,
no wonder. No, you know what I'm saying? No wonder.
All right, Josh, you're the Buffalo Bills. We'll let Emory cool down real quick.
So my train of thought here is offensive guard or linebacker. Looking at the players that are available at offensive guard, I don't love the group as much as some of the appeal at linebacker. So Stryker, if you could go to the linebackers, please. Jim Leonard, new defensive coordinator. I think fulfilling this role is going to be really important to the success of his defense. Can you scroll down a little bit? Let's see if this guy, I think he's still there. Let's go with, it's kind of a deep sleeper. I'm going to go with Keyshawn Elliott from Arizona State. May seem a little early for him, but I think this is about the range that he's going to go in real time. They need another body in that linebacker room, so I'm going to go with the Sun Devil here.
You know who you
man? He's a good player.
Yeah, he is. He reminds me so much of Channing Crowder. Like he be flying sideline to sideline, and he arrives like in with a problem.
He gets downhill so quickly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing, and I was just gonna say the thing for me when I put the board together is that I try to think about how this translates, especially at the position, how teams are going to value these players. So that's why I had a little further down. So you're exactly right, though, Josh. He could certainly go off the board much sooner than where I had him here. All right, Emory, San Francisco 49ers. Keenan Sadiq and Connor Lew. Those feel like 2 pretty good freaking picks.
Not bad. I like that. Can we move the team from San Francisco to Sacramento, somewhere away from that power station? Because I don't want these dudes to get hurt. I love the offensive focus because I feel like San Francisco defensively has done a really good job in drafting. I do want to backfill the depth on the defensive line in terms of edge rusher. Can we go to edge rusher striker? Because Michael Williams, who I liked a lot last year, was my number 1 4-3 defensive end. He's coming off injury. Funny quick story about Tucker. I was excited watching this tape, right? Then I'm putting him into putting his profile together, and I saw he was born in 2000. Like, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, of course you dominating. You know what I'm saying? So I got to stay away from that.
Hold on. Don't talk too much about 2000.
Right. Listen, that was my sophomore year. That's my sophomore year in college. You know what I'm saying? That's Ja Rule and J-Lo. I'm real. That's the velour sets. You know what I'm saying? Like, Ryan don't know about that. Let's go edge rusher. I keep scrolling. Oh, that's all you got. Oh, give me Mason Rager. Again, you love when guys stand out in an all-star game. Because my first viewing of these guys when I dive in the draft is the all-star game circuit before I go back to the film. So when obviously he had the 3 sacks in the Shrine Bowl MVP. So I'm like, all right, is he a practice All-American? But when I go back to the tape, he's doing exactly what he did during the week of work at the Shrine Bowl. So I like Mason Rager. So he'll be a good rotational edge guy for San Francisco.
Yeah, Pete's a big Mason Rigger fan as well. All right, JP, Lions, and then the Bears back-to-back for you. You took Denai Dennis Sutton for Detroit just a moment ago. Now back to you.
So the thing about Detroit is they need depth everywhere, but especially on the defensive side of the ball, and especially at corner. They have not been able to stay healthy at corner. And with Chris Johnson, I think they're going to get a lot of really fun play, I think, opposite of DJ Reed or whatever happens with Terry and Arnold. I'm thinking now about a guy that could possibly play in the slot. So I'm also thinking safety here to give them some more matchup versatility. This is really fascinating. So I don't think I like the safety board here for Detroit. Let's go be big. We're gonna be big here. We're gonna go and do what they love to do in Detroit with the run game. I'm gonna get some more depth along the offensive line. I'm gonna go Jeremiah Wright.
Oh, yes, my guy.
Like that.
You can never go wrong taking big guys.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to you, Chicago Bears.
Chicago is, again, another very fascinating team because they've said they want to get faster in the secondary. And because they lost Nashawn Wright in free agency, I'm going to go with Ephesians Prysock here. I think he fits exactly what they would like in terms of length. He also is a guy that can be a little grabby, but when you want to play as much man coverage, when you want to try and be physical at the line of scrimmage as much as Dennis Allen wants him to be, I think Ephesians Prysock is a guy that I'd let him try at corner and see what happens because not many guys are that big and can move like that.
That's right. All right, Emory, you're doubling up. You're the Dolphins and then the Patriots.
Okay, let's see what the Dolphins drafted so I could fuss at it. You know what? The Dolphins did all right. Who been drafted for whoever been drafted
this
for the Dolphins?
Rand's been drafted for the Dolphins.
Ran all right in my book, man, because he got Pons, Boston, Fano, Wheatley. I'm a big fan of Claire, very underrated because that's the guy I told you about, Ryan, where he was at Purdue, and then he ended up transferring and did much of nothing at Ohio State.
Right.
So they did a good job. All right, let's go to guard. Can we type in Jalen Farmer? That's my number one guard in this class. And right here, oh, look at that. Ideal. Give me this dude. His tape is almost, you know how we coach it up, like, hey, keep your hands inside, keep your feet moving through contact, stay low, get good deep in. He does all that. And when you watch that game versus Georgia, the entire offensive line was solid. And I was surprised they stunk as offense, but offensive line wise, Kentucky was really good. You know, and
the real game is going to be
very strong hands.
The real game is going to be, as we get deeper into the weeds here, how many times Emory calls a name that isn't on the big board. So let's see how that goes. All right, Emory, back to you. New
That's
England.
a you problem, Ryan. That's a you problem. You know what I'm saying?
I got a lot of me problems.
All right, let's go. This was tough because I looked at interior offensive line. I was going to go there for them, but I like what they've done in free agency. But you still can't, one of my pet peeves is hearing people complain when it's like week 9 about we don't have no offensive line help, blah, 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 blah. So let's just keep adding offensive linemen for New England. Go interior offensive line. Wade was solid this year. Give me Burton. Feel like Burton gives you a little bit of crossover ability from Kentucky. Again, the offensive line of Kentucky was good. They just stunk as an offense collectively. This kind of helps you. I feel like he can be a guard and or a center. I know Logan Jones is strictly a center in my eyes, my number one center in the class, so I wanted to go interior offensive line again.
I thought Josh was a Kentucky guy. You used to getting kickbacks from Kentucky with those back-to-back Kentucky picks.
Listen, I'm a big Sloan Stevens guy. I called a lot of his games when he was at Bishop McDevitt in high school. I was surprised he didn't get the opportunity next step on the depth chart at quarterback, but we'll see where he ends up.
All right. New Orleans Saints. These are your team. This is your team, right, Emory? You still a Saints fan or not really?
Not real. I just like being right. I don't root for nobody no more.
Oh, in that case.
It takes to be right.
Yeah. Take your time getting back on the bandwagon. They're getting there. They're turning the corner. So
no. I will say this though. In high school, I was the only growing up through high school and college. I was the only official Saints fan, and everybody around me was 49er fans, Commander fans, Steeler fans, Cowboy fans. All of a sudden, Katrina hit. Now we have these since 2006 Saints fans, people on Facebook, face painting everything. Like, hold on, you was a Bills fan growing up. Now you die hard. Who that? Like, what's this? Like, so me and the Saints fan base have a little bit of a rift.
I just think you're out there looking for trouble. I mean, you you don't want to stay in your lane.
I just bring people. I show people the mirror, and I hold them to that standard.
All right, let's see here. Let's look at best player available striker. Let's look at safety. Actually, sorry, because I think that yeah, I like this guy a lot more than other people. I don't care. I'm gonna take Kendall Daniels here. I like his versatility. He played a ton of slot at 245, and he didn't time well during the pre-draft process. But you know what? Neither did Kyle Hamilton. So it can work out for you. All right, Kendall Daniels here to the Saints, getting some depth. Emery, back to you for the 49ers.
Can we go wide receiver? Listen, I like his vertical game. Give me Reggie Virgil.
There we go.
I feel like Virgil does a good job. Once he gets off the line of scrimmage in his stem, he can accelerate. He plays faster than what he ran in the 40-yard dash. That's someone that could track the ball and continue to extend that separation. Good vertical deep threat for San Francisco.
Yeah, and that was their first wide receiver in this draft too. They did get Kenyon Sadiq, of course. All right, Raiders comp, Steelers comp. We're in the comp portion of the fourth round. Is back to you, JP.
So here, I feel like doubling up on receiver might be a little redundant, but I love this player. So you just keep adding guys for Fernando Mendoza to throw to. I love Skylar Bell. I love watching him play. I love the stuff they can do out of the slot. And I think he complements well with Zachariah Branch doing sort of the gadgety receiver stuff out of the slot. I think Skylar Bell does sort of the real, like, some of the stuff that he can do from the slot in terms of creating separation downfield is really cool. So I think you just got to keep giving Fernando Mendoza some weapons.
All right, back to my Steelers here. Got Bryce Betcher with your first pick for the Steelers, and I like their class thus far.
All right, so Steelers are here. They've already picked Nussmeier, so quarterback is already – we've already addressed the quarterback position, at least for 2026, maybe. I am also going to look – I'm also going to look at receiver again just to build out the depth in the receiver room, because that receiver room just doesn't have a lot of that. And this is a guy that I sort of like watching him again. It's Josh Cameron from Baylor.
Yes.
Big, physical. I don't think he got a lot of play at Baylor, largely because like Baylor just overall was sort of a weird year for them, but he fits sort of the special teams, the physicality. He can be depth on the outside as Omar Cooper Jr. does sort of the number 3 slot receiver stuff.
And by the way, Roman Wilson hasn't exactly found his niche yet. He's going into year 3, so I'm all on board with that.
Cameron,
all right, back to me.
He shouldn't have been wearing that 36. That's what did him in.
Yeah, no, you're right. That was a weird look. I think he had a reason. What was the reason for it? I think he had a pretty good reason for it, because I looked it up.
It's probably sentimental, so I won't hear it. But I just know, you know what I'm saying? The joke works. So I don't want to take back the joke if it was up sentimental.
I get it. No, I get it. All right, let's look at defensive tackle here real quick. I just see how far down the road. I'm going to take Devin Eastern. Excuse me. I like Devin Eastern. Ray and I talked about him recently on the podcast. He wasn't as big a fan as me, but that's okay. He's gone, so he doesn't have to. He can't say anything to me. But I'm just going to keep getting good players, like Emery says, and then figure it out later. All right, Emery, back to you. 3 more picks, and then we get to Josh to round this thing out. You're with the Eagles and 49ers, back-to-back picks.
It's interesting. Philly. I love what Philly did last year in terms of the undrafted free agents. They got 2 guys that I really like. Holland Pierce of Rutgers, big tall tackle. They're going to kick him inside the guard. And they got from the Rams, got my number 1 center, Willie Lampkin. So excited to see what he does this year. So let's go back to the edge rushers or defensive line. I'm sorry. It's interesting, man. Keep scrolling down, because at this point you just got to take talented guys that can ball. Go to edge rusher for me, striker, if you may. Gracias. Continue to scroll. Caden Curry. Give me Caden Curry. Love him.
I tell you what, you are on the Pete Prisco thing. Rager and Curry are his 2 guys, and y'all guys must be on a text thread together.
He reminds me of those those short, squatty edge guys that can hold an edge. You know what I mean? Like that's something that can come in handy on both ends of defense, in my opinion.
Leverage guys.
Yep, very much leverage guys.
All right, back to you. Back-to-back picks, the 49ers.
All right, everybody.
You just took Reggie Virgil and Mason Rager before that in round 4, and they got 2 more fourth rounders.
Right. So let's see where they always get banged up. Let's go to the backfield. See what we can find.
Yeah.
All right,
guys.
So not only you gotta this is how you do San Francisco. Who always get what area always get hurt? So we hear in the front of back room. Who's the fastest? So if we're looking at by the 49ers metrics, I can go Robert Henry or I can go Singleton. I think Singleton would be ideal because I like big backs that can return kicks. Give me Nicholas Singleton.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. If he got to stay healthy, but we're working from the premise that everyone's going to be healthy in this draft we're doing here. All right, what the 49ers going to do with the next pick?
All right.
So they still don't have a left tackle if you're trying to plan post Trent.
Oof. Then my guy is here. Obviously, Markel Bell. Let's go to tackle. Miami. 6'8", long arms, toy with defenders all the time. Give me Markel Bell.
There you go.
He's also such a cool dude to talk to. My friend and I talked to him at the Senior Bowl, and we were just like, man, how do you fit on airplanes? And he looked at us and was just like, poorly.
That's when you have to get an NIL deal with NetJets or something, because you can't be sitting coach trying to fly Southwest.
You got to get like the private jets.
Oh my gosh. All right, Josh, bring it home in the round 4 here with the New York Jets. You took Casey earlier in the 4th round, which is a really good pick for them. What do you want to do here?
Striker, let's go to the cornerbacks. Okay, scroll down a little bit. Actually, right there. We'll go with Houston's Latrell McCutcheon Sr. You're adding to that cornerback room, which obviously you traded away Sauce Gardner at the trade deadline, created a need there at the position. As they continue to add competition to essentially every position on the roster, we're now going to get a longer cornerback that can also be this player that sees ball, gets ball for that defense.
He's a fun player too, man.
Yeah, it's a great pick. I loved his tape versus Arizona State.
All right, round 4 is in the books. We're going to get to round 5 here, and producer Striker has informed me we're doing 45 seconds or so to get through these things. If you hear the ticking clock, that means you're going to get Mike Teist if you don't make the pick. So, all right, here we go. Cleveland is on the clock. So, Josh. Wait, is that right? Cleveland? No. Houston, sorry. Yeah, I was like, wait, what? All right, here we go. Back-to-back picks for me, Houston, and then Tennessee. So Houston has taken Emmett Johnson was their last pick. So this is just going to be a situation of best available, I think, in large part. I'm going to take Jude Bowery here. I think he gives you versatility, tackle, maybe guard, underrated, good tape. So let's not overthink it with that. And now the Tennessee Titans here. Let's see tight end because, they have Gunnar Helm, who's a really good player. I described Jack Injuries as a poor man's Gunnar Helm, so I don't know if we need 2 Gunnar Helms on the roster. But I think I'm going to double check here, but I think I know who I'm taking here. I might take Emery's guy as long as I. So they signed Daniel Bollinger, and they have Kylan Granson. Like, Bellinger's a good player. Kylan Granson, I think there's no guarantee that he's let's see best available one more time just so I can make sure that I'm doing the thing I need to be doing. Yeah, let's take Justin Jolie. I want to get a little more Chikakonkwo juice back in that room since he is now elsewhere. Okay, there we go. All right, Emery, Arizona Cardinals, see you.
All right, let's go to the backfield. Add another explosive talent, Robert Henry. Give me that player from UTSA, amazing speed. Zone read in the future with him and Taylor Green, 88 out the gate touchdown.
All right. Next up, we're moving now. Back to me, Tennessee Titans. All right, let's take just so you guys know, I was telling Rand to not worry about me, and he said he's still listening, so he texted me to tell him to quit talking junk. So let's look at the linebackers real quick here, Striker. Yeah, let's take Torrey and York. Let's see a little linebacker help as well here. And then JP, you are the New York Football Giants.
Oh boy. All right. So we're up with the Giants. Oh, they haven't taken a linebacker yet. Give me Caleb Elarms-Orr from TCU.
Nice. Yeah, this linebacker class is so deep. It's nuts. All right, Josh. You were picking for your Cleveland Browns. That Oscar Del Pip was a really good pick. I do sort of jealous of that.
This isn't. Can you just confirm that Chris Bell is gone? I didn't see him in the sheet.
You know what? He may be. There he is. I have him way down. I'm not a huge Chris Bell guy, and he's hurt.
I mean, I'm going Chris Bell. This is great value at this point. Yeah, it's a pretty easy pick for me.
All right, fair enough. I'm not going to get mad at you on that one. All right, we are up to the Commanders. Emory, back to you, sir.
It's a good 1-2 right there for Washington, but I feel like O-line depth is going to be paramount for these guys. Go to offensive guard, interior offensive line. I will go. I could be a company man. I like Micah Morris, man. Give me Micah Morris.
Oh, okay. I still got him. He made the list, so that's a win
You
for
made the
me.
list. You done good.
Done good. Kansas City Chiefs. That is
Go
you,
to
JP.
receiver. Go to receiver. And I'm mad that Josh picked Chris Bell because I was hoping that Chris Bell would fall to Kansas City here. Oh man, they need size. I'm actually gonna go Jeff Caldwell here.
Oh, let's go.
We're gonna go big, tall, fast. And if you're looking for big, tall, fast, he is the biggest, tallest, and fastest.
Checking boxes.
He may not be where you want him to be, but he'll be somewhere down there.
He'll be down there. Just find a guy with long arms.
All right, Josh, back to you with the Cleveland Browns. Chris Bell
let's
feels
go
like
up.
such a Chiefs pick too, like Juju Smith-Schuster, like Rasheed Rice. But you got him. All right, Josh.
Let's go offensive tackle. Let's go with Travis Burke.
Oh, that's a good. That's a big Prisco guy. He's been talking about for a while. I'm not as high on him as everyone, but that's okay. I don't need to be. All right, back to your New Orleans Saints here. I'm going to take. Let's go with Will Lee III. Just going to add some good football players on the outside. Texas A&M cornerback, and not overthink it here. And Saints fans, you can let me know in the comments how much you dislike it. I'm okay with that. If you would take another player at that position. Miami Dolphins, back to you, Emory.
All right. Since I took over the sticks, I've been cooking with this Dolphins. So let's see if we can continue to stockpile talent. All right. I love the backfield. Love the, you know what? Let's go wide receiver. I think they have to compete out there. Cyrus Allen.
Yeah, so they've gotten Denzel Boston previously, but to your point, there's plenty of needs.
There's needs and there's opportunities. Scroll down. I know. Oh wow! Give me Bryce Lance. You know,
Yeah, I'm not a big Bryce Lance guy, but that doesn't mean he's not a good player.
Yeah, he's someone that's he looks the part of a big tall receiver that can get vertical, but he's a catch and run guy. It gives him a guy that got a little shake to him. He may be 40, but at least he can still run at his advanced age.
He is a little older. That is true. All right, back to the Dallas Cowboys here. Let me double check one thing because I have an idea of where I'm leaning. Let me see edge real quick, striker, just to make sure I'm not missing anyone. So I'm going to take LT Overton here just to add more depth. Emory scared me off on the Dame Tucker because he doesn't like old people. So,
boy, who was born when Fruitopia was a popular drink.
Man, leave him alone. What has he done to you? And then Green Bay is back on the clock here. And let's see what we want to do here.
Shout out to Fruitopia, though.
Oh, here, I know what I'm going to do. Let's go to edge again. I might just do this to spite Emory. Let's see if I'm going to take Tucker here. Just get a little situational pass rusher. Scroll down a little bit, Striker. Just let me make sure there's not a guy that sort of I'm really. So yeah, okay. So let's go with the Dame Tucker there. Let's give him a little situational love in Green Bay.
Shout out to the 2000s kids.
Yes, thank you. That's right. All right, Josh, Baltimore Ravens.
Let's go to the defensive tackle group, Striker, please.
Yeah, and I think DeCosta said today they're still not sure where Justin Madubuike is. They won't affect their draft plans, which I took to mean it will 100% affect their draft plans.
Let's go with Albert Regis from Texas A&M.
Oh, you took both of the Texas A&M defensive tackles.
That's right. It was a good team.
Studied one team this year.
Hey, you took 2 Kentucky interior offensive linemen. You studied one unit.
You took all the Kentucky
He's going to
guys.
take Joshua Braun at some point. It's the only other player he knows.
All right, Emory, now's your chance. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
He took my thunder. I was gonna take him. All right, let's go edge rush. You can't go wrong with edge with this team. One of the more frustrating teams to watch is UCF, because you watch UCF, you like every year there's like 15 guys in my draft guide from UCF. You like, how did they not in the playoffs every year? Like, they just don't play well as a team. Give me Kelly. Kelly's a very good defensive end.
Emory, I've been informed via text that Rand Carthon says Emory looks like he's running a bad tax filing office.
I told Rand he put way too much food coloring in his bed. Like, his stuff was up here like way too black. It was like limo tint. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you got to chill out with that.
He said to make sure I told you that, and I'm sure he just heard you coming at him. So that'll be something to monitor as we get through this. All right, next up, Kelly goes to the Bucks, and then I am picking for the Colts. Let's see what we want to do here.
Scouting budget cut.
Let's look at the linebacker, Striker, because that's certainly a need. I'm going to take Xavier Story Jr. I like him out of Arkansas. Give them some depth there. And then we are now to JP picking for the Lions.
Go to running back, because I think, again, very Dan Campbell guy, Adam Randall. Kick return specialist. He runs behind his pads. Real physical guy. I think complements Jahmyr Gibbs well.
Yeah, that's a good call. And he's a good player too. Emory, back-to-back picks. You got the Panthers, and then you have the Panthers.
All right, go to quarterback, man. I know I need depth behind franchise quarterback Bryce Young. You know, so let's see. I mean, you want to go stylistic? Give me America's quarterback right there, Haynes King.
You love you some Haynes King.
Because I see who's sitting there at QB2. I will refuse to go into the season with that as the QB2. So we're going to rectify that with, America's finest.
As a Steelers fan, I'm not going to push back on the strays that Kenny Pickett currently is facing. All right, right back to you.
All right, let's go. We did edge. We did receiver. We did corner. We got, America back on track with King. All right, let's go. Let's go wide receiver once again. They got some good guys, but this is when you want someone that could be a game changer. You have. I need a little bit more. It seems like they have a type. So McAllister got size. Could body up some guys. Give me McAllister.
Out of TCU.
Yep. At this point, you're looking for core special teamers. You already drafted, a good one in Fields earlier. So, keep double down on that.
Yeah. So Green Bay Packers are me. Let's look at wide receiver, Striker. Let's see if there's someone, because they've moved on from a lot of guys. You know what? I'm going to take my guy from the Senior Bowl, JP. I'm taking Tyron Montgomery. Maybe a little rich. He's older than JP. but man, he is a lot of fun, and he's a fun story too. So let's take Tyron Montgomery.
Somebody brought him up to me at the American Bowl. It was like, hey, man, what you think about Tyron Montgomery? I was like, oh, from Nichols? It was like, no, from John Carroll.
Yeah.
Like, yo, he's still playing? Like,
yeah,
what?
So he told me that he transferred to John Carroll, and he had not seen press man coverage until he got to the Senior Bowl practices, because those Division III kids are not going to play him in press coverage. That he's facing a lot of zone looks. So, but he looked like he knew what was up. So that was a fun little story here. All right, JP, my Steelers are back on the clock.
Let me see who they've picked already. Thank you, Striker. I'm going to go with Bo Stevens here. Snatch trap god. He has one thing that he does well, and he snatch traps guys so well. So let's get him, play him at guard.
Yeah, and they have a needed guard for sure. That's a good call there. Josh, back to back with you, the Ravens and the Vikings.
Okay, we haven't gone. Let's go. Who's available at corner striker? Obviously took Chandler Rivers, but he's more of a slot at this point. TJ Hall kind of stands out as like being a Ravens type corner. He's bigger. Maybe not the fastest guy, but I think somebody that would transition well to that Ravens room. And honestly, there's a couple of young guys in that room that got hurt last year that I really like as well. So we're going to add some competition to the cornerback room.
Yeah, that's a good call in Hall. I liked him a lot more until I saw his 40 time, and I dinged him a little bit for it. But sometimes we overthink it. So maybe he plays as fast as he looks, and I shouldn't get too hung up on the 40 time. All right, you're with the Vikings here, Josh.
Yeah, and the fact that let's see, Nick Barrett went top 50 overall. That is who took him, because that's a person after my own heart.
That's Lige. I'm a big Nick Barrett guy too.
Yeah, I love Nick Barrett. My company line has been that if we look back in 10 years and he's still playing in the NFL, it wouldn't surprise me at all. He's just that good of a player. Let's go with the linebacker striker, if you wouldn't mind.
Wow.
I mean, there's some good options available here. I'm going to go with Jimmy Rolder from Michigan, a player that I'm a little bit higher on. He gets stuck on blocks a little bit, but diagnoses defenses really well. He's just a really well-rounded player. Hasn't started a whole lot, so I think there's a little bit more upside there for him as well.
All right, back to JP's Jacksonville Jaguars. And JP, I'll let you guide me here. I would lean – I don't mind Keaton Trost if we're looking for a little tackle depth, but what do you think makes the most sense for your Jacksonville Jaguars?
I think there's a guy that they like at corner that
Okay,
I
let's
would
go.
not be surprised that they draft, and it's Devin Marshall from NC State.
Oh, Devin, yeah. So he's another example of a guy who didn't run well in the pre-draft process, but I liked him a lot on tape. So let's go Devin Marshall. I think he could certainly get drafted around this range, maybe even a little higher in round 5 here. Big physical outside corner. Nice. Thank you for helping me do my homework here. All right, Buffalo Bills for you, Josh.
Let's go. Let's see. We haven't taken an offensive guard yet. Can we look at the interior real quick? Yeah, I mean, Logan Taylor, I like. Is Billy Schrauth still available?
I don't know. Did he make the list? Like, there he is.
There he is. Yeah.
I am the only person on planet Earth not a big Billy Schrauth fan. I know he's getting like top 50 buzz, but yeah, obviously.
Yeah, we had Wilson sweating a little bit, as we get here towards the end. I'm sure there's going to be somebody picked that he doesn't have. I'm going to take Billy Schrauth, Notre Dame.
And he could be long.
As it stands, Notre Dame offensive linemen actually, fare pretty well in the NFL, so I feel pretty good about that one.
All right, back to JP's Jacksonville Jaguars, and I say that as I'm the GM, but I'm going to call him and say, what do you want to do here?
I think they also want to try and get faster on the edge. I know they just signed Trayvon Walker to an extension, but they have looked for a specific type of undersized or guy that wins with speed to complement Josh Hines Allen and Trayvon Walker for a long time. So
Who are you thinking
would go
about?
with somebody.
I got 2 names I'm thinking about. What are you thinking about?
So at first I'm thinking Quintavious Hutchins because he doesn't have to play on early downs. I wonder if he fits their body types that they like because Anthony Campanelli comes from Green Bay. They have some really specific body types they want on the edge. Vincent Anthony Jr. fits the body type that they want on the edge. So I think I would lean Vincent Anthony here. But there's one more guy that I think you can consider here, and it's Tyreek Sapp from Florida, who just character guy, inside out, wins with power. But if you're looking for a different type of pass rusher, I would say Vincent Anthony.
My write-up on Tyreek Sapp was top 50 run defender and undraftable as a pass rusher. So there's some variance there. When Quintavious Hutchins gets drafted, I'll tell a story that he told me at the combine because he's a fun player too. All right, back to me for the Houston Texans. Oh man, just not a lot of needs here. Best available. Let's do that. So we got Inez Cooper. We have Jude Bowery. I mean, we don't need to take a ton of. Do we get the? All right, let's take a tight end here. So let's look at tight end real quick, just to because I know that is a need for sure. And I'm gonna go with with Jack Hendricks. I'm not gonna overthink it here. He's a good player. I was thinking Borkircher for a second, but I'm gonna go net Jack Hendricks. And then now, am I on the clock again? No, you are, Josh. Sorry. Okay, you're Buffalo Bills.
They traded away Teron Johnson. They signed D. Alford to play the slot this offseason, but I feel pretty good about this option. Let's go with the cornerbacks striker. Make sure he's still there. I think he is. Jaden Kennedy from Oregon.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like that
When
fit a
started
lot.
talking about slot, I was like, that's Jaden Kennedy.
All right. A little undersized, but it's certainly a good player. Chiefs and JP, up to you.
So there are two guys I'm thinking about. One of them strikers at tight end, where I think they could get a little more athletic. The other guy is a linebacker, but I think I might be able to get him later. I'm going to go Eli Raritan here, tight end from Notre Dame. You can walk onto Notre Dame's campus and probably find an NFL caliber tight end somewhere. He's straight line fast. He's got the height, but I think he can play sort of behind Kelsey and Noah Gray as they continue to get younger there.
Yeah, he's another guy that we didn't hear a lot about in the pre-draft process. Then I watched him and I was like, this is a really good football player. All right, Josh, back to you one more time for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, I know they have a couple of Sean Payton's pets there at tight end, but let's explore that position a little bit. There's a guy that I think is a little, dynamic that they could add to the offense. Obviously, Jalen Waddle already gives them a little bit of that sideline to sideline speed, but Michael Trigg, is he still available?
He is, and he dropped a little bit just because of there's some off-field concerns, but the athleticism is certainly there.
Let's go with Michael Trigg because I don't have to deal with the locker room stuff.
No, that you don't. That's right. You get to go home after this. All right, New England Patriots, Emory.
And there's always a sliding scale for the off the field. Listen, you slide because you need at least 3 of them on a team. All right, because I don't hate against HBCUs, go to cornerback and give me Gerard Washington of South Carolina State. Shout out to Coach Chinnis Berry, who just does a fantastic job no matter where he is. Southern, Benedict, South Carolina State, outstanding coach right there. Gerard, when he has a chance to make the play, he's making the play.
Yeah, number 1, I had him on the board. Number 2, this is around the range I have him going off, so that's a win-win for Wilson. All right, next up, the New Orleans Saints. Back at it. Let's look for best available. I'm going to take Keegan Trost. I'm just adding offensive line help, and you can move him inside if you want. I think I like him more than most people. I'm okay with that. I can live with that. Round 5, it feels like a bargain for me, so Keegan Trost. Come on down. And then Ravens. We're in the comp pick section of round 5. Josh, you have 2 picks in a row for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, back-to-back picks here. Let's go. First of all, let's look at the edge rushers. I'm going to go with Max Llewellyn from Iowa.
His spin move it's so fun to watch. Like he's got one golf bag in his he's got one golf club in his bag. He's hitting the driver every single time.
And I was so high on him coming into 2025 too. I thought maybe there was a little bit of regression, but he's still a relatively young player. I think this is a player that Baltimore has historically fared well with. So I like the value here. Now we got a couple of Hawkeyes back to back. Like Emory, maybe I should look at Iowa to see if there's any more I can take here. But
Josh loves Texas A&M and Josh loves Iowa. That's what we learned.
I mean, there's one more you can take that'll help out Baltimore. I'm gonna keep that under the top.
Let's look at the offensive tackles real quick. I'm gonna go Diego Pounds.
Ooh.
Okay.
Diego Pounds, one of those bigger bodies that Baltimore is typically drawn to if he's – let's go with Diego Pounds.
Out of Ole Miss. All right, JP, back-to-back Raiders comp pick, Chiefs comp pick.
So if I'm following what Clint Kubiak's coming from with Seahawks, around this time last year in the 5th round, they drafted Robbie Oots, a fullback.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going with Riley Nowakowski.
Yeah. Let's go, Riley.
Love it.
They signed Connor Hayward to a 2-year deal, sort of $5.5 million. So sort of like one and we'll see. But Riley Nowakowski is one of my favorite players to watch in this class.
He does everything, man. They just say that, he can catch passes. He's obviously going to block. He's a better mover in space than I think he gets credit for. Didn't have a great 3-cone drill, but he wasn't supposed to. All right, back to you with the Kansas City Chiefs.
So I'm going to linebacker here, and I'm getting Spags his project. Is Jaden Duggar on the board here?
He should be. There he is.
UL Lafayette, 6'5", 240, former safety. He plays with the former safety's range and instincts. So you just want that guy to learn behind Drew Tranquil and Nick Bolton.
They got some athletes on that Chiefs mock draft defense that we're putting together here. All right. Next up, Cowboys still in the comp range. This is me. What do you want to do here? Let me look at the cornerbacks because I'm going to double down on guys if you need to here. Oh, Colin Wright's a good player. And let's look at the safeties real quick. Striker, just in case I want to get that secondary. So they signed Jalen Thompson. They have Malik Hooker. Oh, am I going to do this? I think I'm going to do this. I love this guy. I'm shocked that he didn't have a little more buzz, a little light, but he plays very angry. I'm taking Jalen McMurray out of Tennessee. Maybe Pete's better than team. He's a juiced up, undersized slot guy who plays very angry. All right. Feel pretty good about that. All right, next up, Emery, you are the Philadelphia Eagles.
Which means I am Howie Roseman, which means I'm about to do something that Howie Roseman would do. And when it's like week 9, but how could this guy fall to the Eagles? Howie does it again. Go to linebackers and give me Harold Perkins. We're going to figure it out.
Yeah. And this feels about the range.
Fangio is like the best thing for him. Just find a spot for him on that defense.
Just go get the quarterback. Right. Keep it simple for him. His playbook is one sheet. Like, yo, this is what you do. Just go get him. Period.
Especially in the division where they are, where you have to spy Jackson Dart, you have to spy Jaden Daniels, you're going to have to watch Dak Prescott. Like you just want a designated QB spy, and that's something that Perkins can do right away.
JP just got smarter ever since he drafted the Louisiana Raging Cajun. Like everything he said since then has been elite.
I'm just glad I had him on the board. Let's give me a little credit. That's where I'm at on that. All right, Josh, you're the Jets.
So I think we've addressed every position except the defensive line to this point on defense. So let's go with the defensive line. I do like Zane Durant too, but let's go with DeMonte Capehart out of Clemson. A player that's kind of been volatile throughout his Clemson career. But when you look at that Tigers defense, I mean, who hasn't been? So I'm kind of hopeful that he's going to reach the best version of himself on the Jets next season.
All right. DeMonte Capehart is in the books. Back to the Dallas Cowboys. And all right, let's see here. I was thinking about it, but I'm not going to do it. Let's go. Let's look at wide receiver just to see if there's any specialists out there that can add something to the room. All right, go to best available real quick, striker, because we're at the point in the process where this is wide open. And give me corners again, because I just took a slot guy, so let's see what we can do outside. I'm going to take Colin Wright out of Stanford. He's a good player, good physical player.
All right.
Yep.
Detroit here. There are two guys that I'm thinking. But I'm going to go with Dalton Johnson, safety from Arizona. This is about where I'd have him. Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, both coming off injuries. Dalton Johnson is such a physical player. He can match with guys. I think this is great value for him.
All right. Round 6. And Josh, you're up with the Buffalo Bills. And then Emery, you're the Arizona Cardinals. And I'm going to take a quick break here because I've been going for this many hours. We'll be back. So keep it going, and I'll be back in a second.
We've just about reached the point in the draft where you're kind of like Oprah and you just start giving teams a tight end because that's how many are available in this draft. Man, my top prospects available would be offensive line, but that doesn't really marry up with their biggest positional needs. I'm going to go, Striker, if you could go to the offensive tackles, actually. We'll go with Drew Shelton from Penn State.
All right. I love what we've done so far with the Arizona Cardinals. A lot of speed, a lot of explosiveness, no blocking. That's why we're here to fix that. So let's go to interior offensive line, right? See what we got here. Scroll. I should do it just because Josh's face right there. Let's go. Keep scrolling. Let's go. Joshua Braun, Kentucky.
Surprise, surprise.
Let's do it.
Hey, there's a couple more out there for you too. You might get to them before the end of this.
My number 2 center still sitting there too. I'll circle back and get him later.
All right, back to me, Tennessee Titans. Okie dokie. So we have, man. So let's see here. Let's go. Like, just keep adding. I mean, this point is best player available. Let me double check and make sure. So I have an idea. Yeah, let's go with Bishop Fitzgerald, the safety out of USC. Add some depth there.
All right, so Raiders here. Go to defensive tackle for me. Go to interior defensive line. Just want to give them some depth and some more pass rush upside. Give me Zane Durant.
Oh, there we go. Love it.
And for the Giants, if you could go to offensive tackle for me, because I think there's a guy that I want to take off the board as just, depth. He can play multiple positions. I'm going to do it. Give me Brian Parker.
Okay. Yeah, that's a fun player. Played outside, and he's going to play inside at the next level.
Yeah, very like guard center convert.
Yeah, but certainly different than the other Duke guy that got, Graham Barton. Thank you. Emory, you're the Commanders.
Go to wide receiver because I'm going to do what Ryan should have did.
What should
Throw down. Give me Caden Weegent. We about to be explosive in the return game.
Oh, look at this guy. He is not kidding with you and Josh should start an Iowa blog.
Get Chris House the host.
All right, Seahawks are on the board here. This is an A++ draft. For me, Seahawks fans may feel a little differently. Again, not a ton of needs. Let me see cornerback, Striker, just in case we want to keep going down that road. And I'm going to take this guy. He's another big, long, physical corner. He got benched last year, but when he came back, played a little bit better. Damani Jones out of Alabama. Damani Jackson, out of Alabama. And now, Josh, you are the Bengals.
All right, it's I could continue with the shtick and just give him another defender. I'm actually going to look on the offense. Let's go with wide receivers. We'll go with Deion Burks from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
I was sort of hoping that you would pick him here for the Bengals because that's exactly what they need in terms of just juiced up slot guy.
Yeah, and again, that's interesting that he's here because you might think he goes a little higher, but you got to draft somebody somewhere, and sometimes these guys get pushed down for sure. All right, New Orleans Saints back on the clock here. Let me look at tight end, Striker. Let's just see. I don't think that Taysom Hill's going to play forever.
Oh, gosh.
Dang.
Well, they haven't re-signed Taysom, right? Is he still a free agent?
I think he might be.
Okay.
So are you taking Cole Payton?
There you go.
Oh, Cole Payton. What? Oh, what a call. So they have Tyler Shuck, they have Spencer Rattler, they have Zach Wilson now on the roster. So, yeah, that's right. Because Taysom, I think, announced that he wasn't sure if he was going to be back. Let's take Tanner Koziol. He had a good little Senior Bowl as well. I like him. Obviously, they have Juwan Johnson, and they signed Noah Fant, but Noah Fant's bounced around a good bit for a former first-round pick, I think it's fair to say. Emory, you are the Patriots.
Ryan. Like the man staring you right in the face.
Who do you want me to take?
The new Taysom Hill. Go back to tight ends. Scroll down. Give me Syracuse finest Dan Villari. QB turned tight end. Ran for what, $150 on somebody. So give me him, because that's gonna be our short yardage red zone QB.
Okay. I mean, I live in Syracuse, and I saw Dan at the Senior Bowl, but I think I would take Cole Payton over Dan if we're going to make that change. But look, man, Patriots went to the Super Bowl, so maybe you're onto something. All right, JP, back-to-back picks for the Giants.
So let's first go to cornerback. I think they could use some depth at corner, especially with Greg Newsome. As a first-hand viewer of the Greg Newsome experience, I don't know if I'd want to do that again. Give me Charles Demmings from Stephen F. Austin. He really stood out at the Senior Bowl. I thought he was pretty impressive, as of course, for guys coming up. But I think Charles Demmings would be a really fun fit there. And then go to running back, because Scadaboo is going to be coming off injury. Tyrone Tracy's more of a specialist. Oh, man, there are some really fun players here.
JP, we did take Jadarian Price, if that.
They take Jadarian Price. Okay, good. So you took a running back here. Good. So then let's go back. Let's just do best player available here. We've already got 2 tackles. Let's go to receiver. Let's keep giving Jackson Dart some weapons, because there's probably somebody way down the board that I just All right. Let's go with Cyrus Allen.
He's a good player
from Cincinnati. Really fun, really good route runner. I think probably gonna be more of a slot only, but I really like his ability to create separation.
All right, back to the Tennessee Titans here. Let's go to wide receiver. I'm going to just keep stocking the room, and then seeing what happens. So let's scroll down a little bit and see if there's any fun players that we're in round 6. You know, I'm going to take Aaron Anderson. He's at the bottom there. It's crazy that he's so juiced up. He did not run well at his pro day, but I'm going to take him here. He's undersized, but I'd like the middle of the field versatility. Excuse me. All right, Tampa Bay Buccaneers
on 5'8" receivers with him and Wan'Dale Robinson.
That's right. Let's keep it going. He'll be the scout shadow for Wan'Dale. All right, Buccaneers, Emory, that is you.
That is me. I will go and help out the defense once again. Go to linebacker. Saw this kid at the Hula Bowl. Got the call up to Shrine Game. Jackson Kiwach from Miami of Ohio. Oh, yeah. Inside linebacker, 6'3", 235, can cover. Not afraid to play man coverage. Love the way he played in the 2 All-Star games. They were very good on defense too, Miami of Ohio.
I think he was Ohio State for transfer too, if I'm recalling correctly. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure. So he has some pedigree for sure. Josh, you're the Vikings.
Let's go to the tight ends, please. Scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, let's go with Marlon Klein from Michigan here.
That's Rand's guy from Germany. All right, Emory, back-to-back picks. You're the Eagles, and then you are the Patriots.
I am the Eagles. Let's see what we've done so far. Everything's looking good. I love the running back situation. All right. They really, let's go quarterback, man. Let's get them, someone that gives you. Give me Jalen Daniels. Kansas had a really good Shrine Week. And again, it's about stockpiling depth with similar players and guys that you don't have to change the offense much. Now, again, Jalen Hurts, knock on wood, rock solid health, but someone that's very similar. And for the Patriots,
to you.
All right, go back to, we did a lot of, let's go core special teamer. Go wide receiver. I'm a big Nick DeGennaro fan when he was at Richmond, but go to Dylan Bell. Every time we saw Dylan Bell earlier in his career, yep, give me Dylan Bell in the backfield, that big ugly 86. I think he'll end up being a better pro than he was in college.
He's like who was the guy that played for the Packers that wore the wide receiver number? Yeah, yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, the Cincinnati Bengals are up, Josh. What do you got?
Let's go to the running backs.
So just to recap
Damon
quickly,
Claiborne.
Josh, here, just to recap quickly for the Bengals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their 6 previous picks have been on defense, which is the right way to go. So a little love for the offense here.
Let's go with Damon Claiborne from Wake Forest.
Oh. All right. Emory, I believe you are the Carolina Panthers.
I am, and I'm going to go running back. You know, Jonathan Brooks, I hope he returns back fully healthy. I get it. I think, wow.
You okay?
No, because I don't want to say the name, but y'all see it. But I'll go Jam Miller. Jam Miller reminds me of Kenneth Walker. Like, nothing he does is supposed to be how you draw it up, but he finds a way to make it work, and he has that burst and explosiveness. So that's something that's a foundational guy that they can trust.
All right, here's what I'm going to do, and then this hurts me to my core because my guy Kyle McCord now plays on the Packers, and I love me some Kyle McCord last year. And show me someone who played worse in the preseason than Kyle McCord, and I will show you someone that's not in football. I'm going to go with Cade Klubnik because I think that Matt LaFleur, if anybody can get the most out of Cade Klubnik, it would be Matt LaFleur. And we are back to New England Patriots, so that, I believe, is you, Emory.
All right, cool. So I can do it. So all of this now makes sense. Go back to running backs. Patriot, America, give me Eli Heidenreich. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's do this the right way. This is such a Patriots pick. Give me Eli Heidenreich.
He's a good player. Are you playing him at running back? Are you playing him outside or everywhere?
We're playing him on offense. He does it all. I love that he was a slot back. He was a great receiver in high school. And then he had to play that slot back, so he learned how to be a little bit more physical, so he could play either or at the pro level.
And he's not small; he's 200 pounds. And also, his pro day, I think he had the best 3-cone of any pro day 3-cone for the skill position players. So,
and they on the Boston on the water, like it, bro. Navy, all that works. All that works.
Yeah, Bill Belichick connection. His dad was in Annapolis, and then New England. All right, Jaguars. All right, assistant GM JP, what do you want to do?
I think they could use some more receiver depth. I think they need to be a little bigger, a little big, tall. Although I do love Kevin Coleman for what he is, I don't think he fits the big, tall that we're looking for. Go Caleb Douglas.
I was going to say Caleb's pretty long, and I think Caleb is the 4.39 one. I think Reggie Virgil may have been the slower one. I'll double check, but I think that's right here. All right, now we are to the Los Angeles Chargers. And Josh, that is you.
Let's go. Do I want to do this is the real question. I think I'm going to go with Drew Aller.
Nice.
QB of the future, baby.
You know what, man? This feels like this is the stunt double for Justin Herbert.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's a lot like Justin Herbert, a little bit more robotic. But Trey Lance, if he ever gets onto the field, he may be one of those players that ultimately gets another look somewhere in the NFL. So you're going to need somebody else at the position. I'm going to go with Drew Aller here, who's the prototypical size. Just has to speed up his processing a little bit.
And look, if Mike McDaniel gives him the same pep talk he gave Tua when he was going to meet Tua, he's going to the Hall of Fame, Drew Aller is. So this might be best case scenario for him.
While we joking, that was Harbaugh did bring in DJ Uiagalelei last year for preseason too. So
yeah, same body type.
Yep.
All right, JP, you're the Detroit Lions.
I'm gonna go defensive tackle here, give them some more depth up front. David Gusta is a guy that's tested really well, had a really good pre-draft cycle. I think that's where I'm gonna go with the Lions here.
All right, let's go. All right, Josh, back to you, Cleveland Browns.
Let's see if we could go to the interior offensive line. Yeah, I'm going to go with Logan Taylor from Boston College, a program that's done really well producing NFL offensive linemen over the past couple of years. Cleveland's already taken a couple of offensive tackles in this scenario, so let's go get an interior offensive lineman to kind of build out the depth there.
All right, back to JP for the Rams and then the Raiders. And I'll just point out quickly, I'm sort of keeping a running tally here. That was offensive guard number 16 off the board you just took there, Josh. We've got 30 wide receivers off the board here. So that gives you some indication of the depth, at least, at a couple positions here. All right, back to you, JP.
Go to tackle for me. I think they really like Warren McClendon. But I do think a guy like Carver Willis gives them some positional versatility. So I'm going to draft Carver Willis here.
He is exactly that, as I stutter through it. He worked at guard and center, the Senior Bowl, when JP and I were there. And he is one of the best athletes in space among the interior or the offensive linemen. So that's a fun pick there. All right, back at you with the Raiders.
Man, okay. So I think I'm going to give them some more depth at corner. Mainly because I think the corner here that I want to draft still here. Go Thaddeus Dixon.
Yeah. I'm not going to throw Thad under the bus, but Tyron Montgomery has some pretty good reps one-on-one against Thad.
Yeah, I think his North Carolina tape was a lot better than what he did at the Senior Bowl, but I still think the size to length will really help at corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's 6th round, 100%. This is a pretty good value here. Emory, Washington Commanders.
All right, you guys did a great job by taking Sonny Styles, but let's continue to add to the core special teams. Go to inside linebacker. Scroll. This dude went back to school. You just saw breaking news. Owen Heineke. That's crazy.
He just went back?
Yep.
He got his waiver. Wow.
Got his waiver. Yep.
Oh, that's what he's waiting for? Okay. Well,
honestly, he was one of the few that deserved to have a waiver, in my opinion.
Right.
All right. Well,
I like Aiden Fisher too. Let me get Aiden Fisher.
Yeah, it didn't test well, but man, he's the Pat Coogan of that defense, in the middle of that defense, and he's a guy you want in that locker room, and he's making plays in between the tackles, at least. Okay, Chiefs, JP.
Oh man, I'm gonna keep going with receiver depth. See if we can find some guys that are gonna be good on special teams. You know what? This guy's sort of redundant to what they have in the room, but I just think he's a good player. Give me Kevin Coleman Jr. I just think he's a good player. He plays a lot bigger than he actually is, especially over the middle of the field.
Yeah, I love it. Wide receiver 31. That's hysterical. All right, Josh, you're the Ravens.
Yeah, to this point, Baltimore's picked just about every position. So we're gonna do what I said earlier. We're just gonna give them one of those tight ends. I think it is a need for them at this point to continue building out depth. They lost Isaiah Likely. They lost Charlie Kohler. So I'm gonna give them. Let's see, who do I have here? I'm gonna give them Will Kakmarek from Ohio State.
One of the best blockers, if not the best blocker in the draft class, the tight end. Love it. All right, next up, Emory, the Patriots.
Quarterback.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, listen, Mike Vrabel, Diego Pavia, my kind of guy. We don't take Pavia.
All right, Pavia gets drafted.
Let him and DeVito fight it out.
Pavia gets drafted. All right. Detroit, I believe that is you, JP. Yep.
So at this point, like Josh said with the Ravens, I think I've drafted every position for the Lions except for quarterback. And I do have Teddy Bridgewater sort of the backup, but I do think they like having a young guy on the roster. I'm going to go Cole Payton.
Oh, that's a good one. So 11 quarterbacks are now off the board. So we're moving a little bit now after a sluggish start. All right, I'm picking for the Indianapolis Colts. And let me double check here. Daniel Jones, and Riley Leonard, and then they have Seth Hennigan from Memphis. I don't imagine Anthony Richardson is long for this team once we get back to playing football. I'm going to take my guy Sawyer Robertson here. He feels like a loose cannon enough type of in between Daniel Jones and Riley Leonard to be a developmental guy, maybe practice squad guy at the bottom of the 6th round here. Okay, 2 more comp picks to go, JP, and they're both coming from you, the Falcons and the Steelers.
This is perfect for my brand. I was able to get Joshua Josephs earlier. I'm going to go pick Nate Borkacher here for the Falcons.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Finally, we're able to get real 12 personnel in here.
Yeah, because he can block. He ain't messing around. He's an inline guy who has a little juice outside. And then my Pittsburgh Steelers are round out round 6.
All right. So the Steelers, like almost every other team now, have picked almost every position. But I'm going to go defensive interior here just to round out some more depth, to make the strength even stronger. Give me Tim Keenan.
Man, that guy, between him and Zane Durant, you got to type.
Let's stop the run. Tim Keenan is built like an English bulldog, and I like those guys stop and run.
That's the best comp for Tim Keenan I've heard. I would not tell Tim Keenan that, but I agree with you from a distance. All right, round 6 in the books. One more round to go. We're speeding right through this thing.
Yeah.
Sorta. We started at 3. It's 7, so we're getting there. All right, let's get through this thing. Round 7. Arizona Cardinals. They finally get to pick again. And Arizona is Emory.
Go to tackle. Scroll. All right.
Got
You know what?
any Kentucky guys in there?
I'm about to say, like, we kind of ran out. You know what I mean? I do like. Hold on. I do like Chris Adams.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, the other Memphis tackle. That's right.
Right. Yeah, let me go down and get Chris Adams.
All right, I'm picking for the Cowboys here. I'm adding depth. I like Amaje Reed Adams a lot. He's still there. I'm just going to take him here because he's the best player available for me. And we'll figure it out once we get to OTAs and training camp. Las Vegas Raiders, that is JP.
Let's go to edge. Let's just keep adding to the pass rush. Let's go with George Gums Jr.
Nice. Former wide receiver, George Gums Jr.
I think he's going to go before Sapp. He's got a little bit more of the traditional, like, body type of an edge rusher. Sapp is more of a tweener guy.
Yeah. Josh, you're back-to-back with the Bills and the Bengals. You all right?
Yeah. Sorting through the positions that I haven't taken for them yet. They don't really need – let's see who's available at wide receiver. You know what? I'm going to step on Emory's turf here. I'm going to take Kendrick Law from Kentucky.
There you go. Bowling ball, Kendrick Law. And then right back to you.
Bengals. They probably need more competition at corner, and sitting right there at the top of your board, Andre Fuller, he and his teammate Avery Smith are probably, two of the best available at this point. I'm going to go with Avery Smith.
Nice.
We'll go with Avery Smith.
All right, Detroit. I think that's you, JP.
So Josh took the receiver that I wanted to be sort of their return specialist in Kendrick Law. But I'm going to go receiver here just, again, give them some depth, give them a guy that can play on special teams. Let's go Xavier Thomas.
Nice, at LSU. There you go. All right, Washington Commanders, Emory Hunt.
All right, this is something I've seen Washington do for a while because of the connection with Doug Williams. So type in Eric Hunter. ERI.
Oh, he's testing you now.
Yeah. Of course he does.
Eric Hunter. Where did he go to school?
Morgan State. Linebacker, ran 4.4 at the HBCU showcase 2 weeks ago at the Washington Commanders facility. He always held a spot for the HBCU guy that stands out at the HBCU Legacy Bowl too. All right, so we did. Let's go tackle once again. We got guard tackle JC Davis,
JC Davis, that it.
former HBCU guy too.
There you go. All right, the Steelers, back to you, JP. I mean, they have 12 picks in the draft, so you're getting your money's worth out of this one.
Yeah, we're really starting to we're going to double up on a lot of positions here for the Steelers. Go to tackle or stay at tackle for me. I'm actually going to give them another sort of project style of tackle, and I'm going to go Famili Famoe here.
Out of Wake.
Out of Wake Forest.
This is the range.
Just see what happens.
Just see what happens. We're in
I think
round
he's got
7.
some versatility as a guard too, so I like that fit, especially on day 3.
All right, Tennessee Titans back at it here. I'm just going to work the board here. I'm taking Andre Fuller, cornerback. I know they made a lot of moves in the offseason, but we're in round 7. We're trying to get good football players. All right, Cincinnati Bengals, Josh.
Let's look at the interior offensive linemen. Let's go with. Let's see if he's on there. Fabechi Nawaiwu.
Fabechi. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, let's go. All right, now we're to the Miami Dolphins, and that is Emery.
That would be moi. All right. What did we do? We did guard, tight end. We did a lot. We did big receiver. We got 2 big receivers. Okay. Go to running back. Special teams. Give me Desmond Reed.
Oh boy! All right, gotta have a plan.
He built like a flea, but you got to catch him first.
That's right. You got to have a plan for Desmond, but he is electric for sure. All right, Josh, back to you with the Jets.
Let's go. Oh man. Let's go to the offensive tackle. We'll just go best player available. Isaiah World.
Nice. Yeah. Towards ACL late in the season. Had first round buzz over the summer. But obviously got hurt. All right. Emery, back to you with the Buccaneers.
All right. Now we're talking special teams. Love they brought in Kenneth Gainwell. Love Sean Tucker. Got my guy Owen Wright from Monmouth. Let's go DJ Campbell. Somebody got to take him. I'll take him.
Yeah, I'm with you. Certainly higher than this. So, JP, I'm going to make a fan suggestion of maybe a potential player here who I've loved throughout the process. Didn't get a combine invite. I would vote for, and obviously you're free to do what you want, is Omar Khan, Kalon Black.
Yeah, I was thinking running back just to sort of round out the depth in the room. Kalon Black runs really hard, runs real behind the pads. I'll take Kalon Black here.
I appreciate it. That made my day because I was not a Caleb Johnson guy last year, and then Caleb Johnson forgot the rules and got put on the bench when he fumbled the kickoff rule. And I know they have Rico Dowdle and Jalen Warren, but it's round 7. It feels like pretty good value. All right, you have 2 more picks here.
Is where you get the CTD backs.
Yeah, I mean, you get is Mononga a 7th round pick, and then of course Pacheco was
the CTD backs. Him, Pacheco, all those dudes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Falcons and Rams back to back for you, JP.
Let's go wide receiver for the Falcons. I think they could use some more depth there. We'll go Eric Rivers. Give him speed.
Eric Rivers, George Check, wide receiver, and then the Rams.
I feel like this is a very Rams pick, and I know they picked Kyle Lewis in the 2nd round, but Red Murdoch from Buffalo feels very Los Angeles Ram.
Very much along the lines of what they did with Troy Reader, who they got as an undrafted free agent. That is peak Rams. You dead on with that.
All right, JP, I'm picking, but I'm coming back to you for the Jaguars. Anybody sticks out that you have to have here?
I have a feeling they're going to draft Jack Kelly from
All right,
BYU.
let's go.
He's a Senior Bowl guy. The Jaguars love picking from Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl. Another former edge, transferred up to BYU. Great blitzer. And I think that's what they're looking for opposite Ventrell Miller. And I think they like Ventrell Miller. So they're going to draft linebacker day 3. And I think it's going to be Jack Kelly.
Yeah, and I actually had him ranked pretty high here. So I feel great about that. Minnesota with back-to-back picks, I believe. And
we haven't taken secondary yet, which is arguably their biggest need. I don't see this guy on my board, so it's possible he was already taken. But if you go to the cornerbacks, Brent Austin.
There he is.
Yeah, Brent Austin from California. I like him quite a bit. I think those California defensive backs were really well coached and have been the past couple of years. They've produced a lot of pros, so I'm going to go Brent Austin here. And then for my second pick, I'm going to stick in the secondary. Let's go with safety this time, however. Let's go with Jacoby Thomas from Miami.
Yeah, that's a good pick right there. Good value for sure. All right, I'm up with the Green Bay Packers, and so I'm taking Takario Davis. I think I'm going to double down, and I'm going to take Toriano Pride Jr., who good player out of Missouri. He ran a super fast time too, but I liked his tape even before he got to the pre-draft workout portion of the conversation here. And then right back to you, JP, with the Steelers.
At this point, we're looking for speed, special teams. I'm going to go Lorenzo Styles Jr.
Yes. That is a good pick. Then the Dolphins are right back at it. Emory.
Defensive line depth, guy get off the ball really well. Cameron Ball from Arkansas. Another frustrating team to watch. Good players individually, collectively, stunk on defense.
Well, everybody on that team ran 4-3, and they still won a game and a half.
Their Notre Dame game was peak Arkansas defense.
That was a whooping. That was an absolute whooping. All right, the Bears. To you, JP.
All right. So I love what they've done with getting Josiah Trotter. Got Sam Hecht, Kane McDonald, Jensen Smith, Ephesians Price-Hawk. So let's go add some more offensive line depth. Let's go to tackle, interior offensive line. I have a feeling that Ben Johnson will like this guy a little bit more than I think everybody else will. I'm going to go Parker Brailsford. Or actually, no. We got Hecht already. Let's not go Brailsford. Let's go Emil Wagner. I think we'll just keep adding tackles until we have some depth there that we can trust.
All right, Jacksonville Jaguars. The JP Acostas are back on the clock here. Any position you think is a dire need at this point? They have as many picks as the Steelers, it feels like.
At this point, it's more best player available. I'd be a little surprised if they pick the quarterback just because I think Nick Mullins is still going to be the backup. But I honestly like best player available because all the needs have been filled.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a guy that I think he had 35, maybe 36-inch arms during the pre-draft process. Offensive line, I went back and watched him. Rasheed Miller out of Louisville. That dude can play. He's probably going to get drafted. Didn't get a lot of All-Star game buzz, but let's go with Rasheed Miller.
At this point for the Bears, we're going to keep going best player available. Let's go Scooby Williams.
Yeah.
Again, linebacker depth, special teams.
All right, Josh, Jets are up.
Let's go. Oh, man. Let's look at the edge group real quick. I'm going to go with, you know what? I'm going to go with one of my favorites. I'm going to go with Quintavious Hutchins. He's going to be a DPR type guy, but I think he's got more in the tank than what his production would indicate. I think he's a really good player. He's explosive, somebody that can get after the quarterback. So I'm going to take him here late.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he only had 2 sacks last year, but when I was talking to him at the Senior Bowl, I asked him about one of his favorite plays, and it was the interception of Tyler Shuck in 2024. Tim Lewis was the defensive coordinator. He was supposed to blitz, and he said what he did was he looked up at the big screen and saw the routes they were running, and he dropped off into the flat. And Shuck had no idea he was there. He threw him the ball right into his face. I said, when he got to the sidelines, what'd you say to Tim Lewis? He goes, "Oh, I was at the other side of the bench. I didn't want to hear about it from him because I was not where I was supposed to be." But he's an interesting guy, and he does have a little juice shot, certainly more than we saw with the production, at least. All right, Houston Texans here. I'm taking a quarterback. I'm going to just take the guy that I think has a chance to get drafted. Again, I think he had a Hula Bowl invite. I'm going with my guy, Ethan Kaliakmanis, the Greek Rifle. He's a fun watch, man. I got some Aiden O'Connell vibes from him, and this will be our last chance to draft a quarterback with the teams I have here. So I'm taking Ethan here. Josh, you are the Vikings, sir.
I'm going to stick in the secondary again. We'll make it 3 straight picks. Cornerback, please. Hopefully this guy's on here. I'm going to go with Alzillian Hamilton.
I like him.
Ooh, good.
First note.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I've actually watched him, but he was outside my top 300. So that's you got us in between the cracks there.
Let's man, who do we want to go with here? We'll go with safety now. I'm curious who's still available. I do like DJ Singleton from Nebraska. I think he has some versatility. Let's go with Lewis Moore from Indiana. A little surprised he's here this late. I think that's good value for the Vikings.
All right, back to me with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's see. I won't put any pressure on JP. If you have a name, let me know. But I'm leading Harrison Wallace up there, just the best player available wide receiver out of Ole Miss. But how do you feel like that?
Yeah, I think it's just best player available. We're just trying to round out the receiver room, give them some depth.
All right, let's go with that. All right, Josh, back to you again. Broncos.
Yeah, better get comfortable with a lot of Ravens and Broncos picks here over the last dozen or so that we have remaining. This is the first of 3 for the Broncos. Let's look at, let's see, the tackle. Let's go with interior offensive line, please. I'm going to go with Matt Gulbin from Michigan State. I think he's got some versatility. Maybe best suited at center, but I think he's somebody that can give them a little bit of depth there in a couple positions.
All right, Emery. Yeah, the Patriots here. This is your last pick. You can sit and watch for the next 10 picks after this.
No, so I gotta make it last forever. What song that was? JP and Josh don't know that. Scroll down. Let's see. That's Key Sweat, by the way. Shout out to Key Sweat.
I think he's watching, so that's a good shout out.
Right. He in the chat. Thank you for the super chat.
Give him $1.99.
All right. Go to safety. Cole Wisniewski, give me help. I'm surprised he has fantastic feet, man. Like for a guy that played linebacker, really confident in his footwork. So give me Cole Wisniewski. He's actually my number 1 strong safety in this class.
Yeah, it's funny we're having the conversation about the guys that are still remaining, but just shows you that good players can certainly get pushed down. All right, Josh, you were there for the Browns.
I'm going to go with let's go to the interior. Well, actually, he may show up as edge. I don't know. Tyree West. We'll just search by name. Tyree West. Okay. Let's I've given them Logan Taylor. What about, is Parker Brailsford still there? I know JP talked about taking him at one point. We'll go with Parker Brailsford.
All right. Now I'm going to start taking guys that I love. So I'm with the Colts here. I'm taking Scout Gil Howard, juiced up, undersized defensive tackle.
A nice compliment to what they already have in DeForest Buckner, Grover Stewart.
Yeah, he's so much fun, man. And he got banged up last year, so Didn't play the second half of the season, but transferred from NIU, and prior to that, Upper Iowa. Which
shout out to the Peacocks.
That's right. I was going to say only Embry knows Upper Iowa D2.
They got a wide receiver in Marte Morrow. Marte Morrow in this draft class from Upper Iowa. Big wide receiver.
There you go. All right, Baltimore. That's you, Josh.
I'm going to go with Deshaun Singleton from Nebraska. Kind of a versatile player there for that new defense. I think he's somebody that could be a really interesting player in the way that he's deployed.
All right, 2 Rams picks in a row for JP.
All right, so the first Rams pick I want to make here is Robert Spears-Jennings, safety from Oklahoma. Get real fast. And then the second one here, go to quarterback, because it's currently Stafford and Stetson Bennett behind him. Let's go Luke Altmaier.
All right, he feels like a Sean McVay guy. All right, Luke Altmaier is in the building, and then Josh, back to you with the Ravens.
Who's their backup quarterback right now?
The Ravens?
Huntley.
Yeah.
Snoop,
Is
they
it
got
Huntley
back.
Still?
Yeah, they
Snoop,
brought
did
him back.
Bring back. Okay.
And then after that, that's it, though. They only have 2 quarterbacks on the roster, so you can.
You know what? We'll go with Diet Lamar Jackson in the way that he was used this past season. We'll go with Mark Gronowski, quarterback, Iowa.
Okay, got to get the Iowa guy in there one last chance.
There it is.
I was wondering which direction we're going with that. All right, my last pick for the Indianapolis Colts, best player available. Let's go with, I'm going to take Pete's guy. He's a big Garrett DiGiorgio guy out of UCLA. Let's get Garrett DiGiorgio. Let's get his name called so he can celebrate with his family. Guard out of UCLA. And then I'm back on the clock with the Packers too. Okay. I'm going to take DJ Rogers tight end. Let's just make this simple. He's at the top of my board. Actually, you know what? Hold on, Striker, before you hit the button. Let's take Lake McCree, the tight end out of USC. He's a fun player. Shrine Bowl invitee. I like DJ. DJ's a good athlete, but let's take Lake. I want to give him a little love. And now, Josh, wrap us up. Last 2 picks. Broncos. I can't wait to see who Mr. Irrelevant is.
Yeah, last 2 picks with the Broncos. Let's go. Let's look at the linebackers real quick. Took Jake Golday earlier. Justin Jefferson from Alabama.
He's long gone. I took him a while ago.
Already gone.
Okay, I didn't have
he's
him
my guy.
marked.
Eric
We'll go
Gentry,
with
6'5" with 35-inch arms. If that entices you at all.
Nah, I'm not as high on Gentry. Let's go with safety.
You're not as high, and we're next to the last pick.
Well, yeah, this is you got to take your favorite players here. So I'm going to take we'll take Michael Taft from Texas.
Safety out of Texas. Let's go.
All
right,
and then
hold on. Let's build the suspense here, Josh. This is Mr. Irrelevant 2026. I got to go back and check who our Mr. Irrelevant was last year for our 7-round mock draft. All right, pressure's on. What are you doing?
You don't have any fancy music or anything to play here that can play ourselves out? I'm going to go with. Yeah, there it is.
The Striker wilding, man. Like, stay out the club, Striker.
Yeah.
This player, I don't think he was actually taken. Kalen Black.
No, I made JP take him to the Steelers.
Oh, he was taken?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with Le'Veon Moss, Texas A&M running back.
All right, Mr. Irrelevant, Le'Veon Moss. All right. That is it. 257 picks in the books. Like last year, the mock draft machine didn't run out of batteries halfway through, so we're good there. Shout out to producer Striker for all the work he did putting this together before and during. Thanks all you guys for helping out. I appreciate you guys doing the heavy lifting on the day 3 portion of it. And as always, thanks to guys who watched and listened and commented. I can't wait to go back and see all the nice things you said about all my picks. And all right, let's take a deep breath here, guys. 7 days to the draft. And thanks again. We will see you guys in the next one.